The Power Trip is a proud member of the Kaiju Ramen Podcast Network. You can find more phenomenal kaiju and tokusatsu content at kaijuramenmedia.com.
What's up, everyone? It is JDF the Green Ranger, and you are listening to The Power Trip. It's morphin' time. Lisa!
Taisaku Sentai Pod Ranger.
Hello, listeners with attitude. I'm Michael.
I'm Nathan.
I'm Daniel.
And I'm Travis.
And we're continuing our journey through Super Sentai.
In today's episode,
we're discussing
Gosei Sentai Dairanger.
So it is really good that none of the listeners with attitude are going to be able to hear all of that opening banter because it was all nonsense. Thank you, Danny and Travis.
Well,
hey, I wasn't involved. Anyway. I sat here quietly like a good boy.
Right.
Except for the parts where you didn't.
So I would just like to say, Danny and Travis, congratulations on completing the March and Hamilton podcast hat trick. I think you're the only two who can actually do it.
Whoa. Hang on. One damn minute. Why does your name go
I was the one who created half the podcasts that are in that hat trick. I think I should have been having that hat trick a long time ago.
He's got you there, Marchand.
Well, I mean, before you guys were on bonus episodes, so which I would say still counts, but now you're on a mainline episode, so it really counts now. So it's like double confirmation.
You still never answered my question, Marchand. Why did your name go first when this is my show? Actually,
and why are you so insecure that you're worried about that?
Gentlemen,
and why
please.
And why are you such a...
Wow. Wow. I'm assuming,
sorry, you jerkwad.
Wow. There it is. Dragon Dagger. Oh, I've been so excited to say that. Oh man.
Dragon Dagger.
Oh man.
Ooh, Dragon Dagger. Okay.
It's like
all right.
I love the catchphrases, man. I just want to hear you say. Nate, can you say it? Can you say it? Can you say Dragon Dagger? Can you say it?
I already did.
I want you to say it again, but louder.
Why?
Just because it's a catchphrase. It's so cool. It's like, come on, man. I just want to hear you do it. I'm such a big fan. Come on.
Dragon Dagger.
Oh, he did it! He did the thing! Oh, it's so good. I got chills. Oh man.
Okay. So we got to herd some of these cats because this is going to go off the rails really quickly. So as you can hear, listeners with attitude, we have not one but two voices with us for this episode. So let's get the introductions out of the way. Travis, you haven't been here in a while, at least on a mainline episode. So go ahead and tell the listeners with attitude who you are.
Okay, I am Travis Alexander. I am the creator of Kaiju Weekly and co-creator of Kaiju Ramen Magazine that Michael and Nathan and Danny are all a part of. And so that's what I am, and I don't know what else to say. I'm a Power Rangers fan. I'm a Sentai fan. I'm the reason that Michael started watching Sentai because he refused to watch Sentai prior to being on Kaiju Weekly with me.
I just said give an introduction for yourself, sir. I didn't say throw me under the bus. Come on.
And I love Dairanger.
And Travis, you forgot one very important thing. You're in love with Kamen Rider. Okay.
I'm in love with Kamen Rider, and I used to be on the Henshin Men podcast I helped create with Nathan too. So yeah, I am a podcaster and yeah.
I stole it. More like I saved it from getting shot in the head behind the barn.
Oh,
Wow.
yeah. No, yeah.
Graphic
Wow.
very quickly.
Fair enough. It
I mean,
was
I'm
going the
not
way
saying
of
it's
the
wrong.
yeller.
I'm just saying it's. Oh no!
No, Nathan. It's my podcast. Let me do it.
Oh. Dog lovers,
I need
everywhere,
that.
close your ears.
Travis, I need that meme now. I want you
This-
to take
this
a
took a
picture
really
of
dark-
the old Yeller and put the Hinshin logo on it.
Well, just let's
This
bring
took a
back
really
an
dark
old favorite
turn
from
really
Henshin
quickly,
Man.
guys.
Let's just bring back an old favorite and say hashtag justice for dummy.
This is for dummy.
Go listen
well,
to
I'm
Henshin
thoroughly
Man if you don't
depressed.
get that one.
Oh,
And we
boy.
have one more. We have another voice with us, and you guys, listeners with attitude, you've heard this voice before. Mr. Danny Boy DiManna is back with us. Mr. Danny, how are you doing, good sir?
I'm doing great, Michael. Thanks for having me back. We're gonna get shut down.
I didn't get an accent.
No. You're fucking
It's
Travis.
like you guys are doing funny voices. I was told not to do funny voices.
It's great, isn't it?
hypocrite.
Well, your voices aren't funny. That's why.
Oh,
It's still funnier than. Well, your face is still funnier than them.
Oh, that was good.
Wow.
Anyway,
Are we 5 years old, sir? Come on.
wow.
Anyway,
Before-
Danny.
while Michael tends those burn wounds, I will.
Would you like some aloe vera?
Wow.
No, I want you to
Okay,
kiss
as-
my ass. What I want you to do.
Oh!
Okay, as briefly as possible, while these two try not to kill each other,
I know that's
is
hard for you.
It is. My name is Daniel. Aside from the I was on talking with you guys about all the cool updates, all the cool updates. Was it a month or two ago? It was good stuff.
It was,
but yes.
Yeah, it was back when Once and Always was revealed. Yeah.
Yes. But now I'm back for a mainline episode. If anybody out there listening is within the Godzilla sphere, you might recognize my name floating around as the creator and author of the Godzilla Novelization Project. I'm also writing just about everywhere. I write for Kaiju Ramen. I've been on a bunch and a half of podcasts, usually talking about monster movies because that's my main jam, and just all kinds of cool stuff. But yeah. But now I'm back to actually talk about a Sentai season.
Annie, you left out vocal thespian.
Vocal thespian. You can hear I mean, not everything on my nerd resume is important to mention up front, but yeah, I mean, my voice is out there. I've done some voice acting and some goofy stuff. You may or may not have even heard my name somewhere on the Power Trip. Maybe.
Really? I thought that was Ninja Man. We're
No,
friends with
it was Ninja Man. What are you talking about? He was the Ninja Man is real, Nathan. Come on, Ninja Man is
just
real.
like Rito.
Yeah, just like Rito. They're off hanging out in a weird kind of Power Trip bubble universe, tangential to the actual Power Rangers universe, but where they're just kind of hanging out. We'll see how big that roster can get, but yeah, silly voices, writing, all kinds of cool stuff. But this gives me an opportunity to come on and chat about Super Sentai and Ranger stuff, which I don't really get to do all that often. So I'm pretty excited.
And like we mentioned in that bonus episode, you are actually pretty unique, Danny, because unlike most people in the English-speaking world, you started with Sentai and are now getting into Power Rangers.
This is true.
Wow.
I've got it all. I know. I've got it all kinds of mixed up. When I was growing up, I missed the train on Power Rangers, which is something that I still kind of kick myself to this day. I have some fond memories of watching a couple of odd Mighty Morphin reruns here and there, and I watched a bit of Lightspeed Rescue when it was on, but I just didn't stick with it for whatever reason, and I can't imagine why I didn't. I really, really can't, but it wasn't until years and years later, and it wasn't that I was avoiding Rangers and Sentai. It was just another big thing, you know what I mean? Like I jumped into Ultraman first, like in terms of my big Henshin hero stuff. I was an Ultraman guy, still am, and as a result, stuff like all the Toei stuff kind of got pushed up. I know. Sometimes the truth hurts, Travis.
Wait. Is it more is starting with Power Rangers or starting with Ultraman more basic? I need to know the hierarchy here.
I'll leave that to you, Travis. What am
Ultraman
I? Define
for
me
sure.
right here, right now.
Anybody who jumps into Ultraman first is basic to me. It's like, come
All
on,
right.
common
Well,
knowledge is right there.
I was hoping you would say Power Rangers just to insult Michael.
Nah.
Why would he do that when I'm here, Nate? Come on. Ultraman first. I basically paid it a target on my head. But yeah, I didn't get into
trying to save you, Danny.
I appreciate the thought. I do. That's the thought that counts. But I didn't finally get into Sentai until Shout Factory started releasing the DVDs. When August Ragone he hosted a couple of marathons on Shout Factory TV of, there's like 5 episodes or something like that, or a handful of episodes from Zyuranger. And then a year later, he did Dairanger. I missed the Zyuranger marathon, but when Dairanger came on, I was completely hooked from episode 1 of Dairanger. And then I watched all of Dairanger after that marathon, fell in love with it, went back, watched Zyuranger, and then started kind of on a Sentai journey after that. And I still haven't seen a ton of Sentai, don't get me wrong. And then after that, I decided I need to go back and I need to fill in the gaps with Power Rangers. And having that idea of there just being so much more tokusatsu out there I've never seen is incredibly exciting to me, because I love checking things off of lists. And I love the idea that there's an entire chunk of the genre that I haven't seen everything of. And then there's an adaptation of it. But yes, I mean, I might be one of the only people on this half of the planet that legitimately watched all of Zyuranger before most of Mighty Morphin. It's kind of crazy. There are a couple of episodes I saw of Mighty Morphin first, I can tell you, but yeah, for the most part, it was Zyuranger first, and then I saw the adaptation after that. And it wasn't some kind of avoidance of the American versions. I know there are people out there that consider Power Rangers to be bastardized Sentai. I am not one of those.
You know who you are.
You know who you are. I'm not going to sit here and cast judgment. I'm just going to say I'm not one of those people. So I wasn't avoiding Power Rangers, but it's been fun going back and starting to fill in the gaps and see how things were adapted. And honest to God, your show has been a big part of inspiring me to do that. Absolutely. Yeah. So, yeah. So it was a fun ride last year going through all of your first season and really kind of getting a sense for what I'd been missing all those years. So now I'm really dedicated to going back and filling in all the gaps. But my first exposure to Sentai in general and Ranger stuff, and what will probably always be my like the thing that means the most to me, is Dairanger. So it means a lot that I got to come on and talk about this season.
So when's your birthday, Danny?
When's my birthday? My birthday is 6 days from the time of this recording.
Note to self: buy Danny lots of Power Ranger DVDs.
Mine's 7.
Yes, and also that's cool. Hey, check it out.
It's Travis's birthday's coming up too.
We can't leave. Yeah. Also,
I didn't know he cared. But
speaking of birthdays, it is worth noting that we are recording this episode on February 19th, which is the exact 30th anniversary of Dairanger's first episode. Did you know that? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I should have known that. That's in my freaking notes.
It says it right there in the notes. Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
yeah.
I knew that. I knew that all along.
I figured I'd throw it in now. I know it's in the notes, but it seemed like a nice way to piggyback off of the birthday thing. But yeah, how appropriate is that? Happy 30th. Wow.
Happy 30th, guys. Wow.
Hey.
Yeah.
Happy
so
30th.
I know during our JDF tribute stream, you both seemed pretty jonesed about coming on for Dairanger. So we thought, why the hell not? But no, we're glad you both we're glad you both are here. I'm glad, Travis, that you're back for a mainline episode, and Danny, it's always a pleasure making fun of Nate alongside you. So,
damn straight, Michael.
You
damn
both need
straight.
new hobbies.
No, I think we're fine.
No, we're good. I think we're good.
The hobbies we have now. Thanks very much.
So we do have a lot of ground to cover for this episode.
When
so
do
Nathan,
we not have a lot of ground to cover?
You are correct. So Nathan, go ahead and read us the epic plot synopsis. But first, we got to cue that epic rock music, don't we?
evil Gorma tribe revives to continue its ancient war against the Dai tribe. Led by the Gorma triumvirate, these ambitious conquerors unleash monster after monster to destroy humanity and conquer the world. Of course. Now, Master Kaku assembles 5 youths with high levels of chi to train them as warriors, the Dairangers, who with the help of the mythical chi beast are all that stand between the Gorma and their dark ambitions. But as their battles wage, an unlikely child hero joins the Dairangers, many secrets are revealed, and a war-hating dragon god threatens to destroy both sides.
So Danny, you said how you were first exposed to Dairanger. Travis, I want you to start us off and tell us how did you get first introduced to this particular Sentai season?
So with Dairanger, whenever I was recording Kaiju Weekly with you, Michael, as my co-host, whenever it came around to editing time, I like to have something on in the background while I'm editing podcasts. And so I would turn on Tokusatsu, the channel that's on like Pluto and everything. They have the channel, and they would play different Sentai series along with Kamen Rider and a few other things. So I would just let that play in the background, and they were at the time running through the whole season of the whole Dairanger series, and so I would just catch bits and pieces of the episodes in the background, and I was like, this is wild. There's so this is like I know Zyuranger and I know Power Rangers, but this is something completely different. This is not like anything I had seen before. And so I was like, okay, I have to just sit and watch this. And so I watched, a few episodes. I didn't watch the whole series, but I watched a few key episodes and key story arcs. And it just was like, yeah, because it is so wildly different than what I was used to with Zyuranger and with Power Rangers, I just was like so absorbed into it because I was like, this is crazy. There's a guy with a volcano on his head. There's these Cenobite Hellraiser rejects and all this wild stuff going on. And I'm just like, I don't know what's happening, but I love it.
Right. So you're right, Travis. I did not necessarily get exposed to, I actually got exposed to Dairanger much, much later. And I remember you and I having those conversations when we were doing Kaiju Weekly, and you kept, I think it might've been during Ranger Month back in March of 2020, I believe it was. And
when you did your infamous 2017 movie episode.
We won't talk about that. Anyway, it was during
we did the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers movie, and it ended with us arguing and poor Kaiju Kim being stuck in the middle
about something completely different. That's one of my favorite Kaiju Weekly moments.
About Jurassic Park. It was so great.
I blame whomever wrote that email to us. I blame them because they're the ones that started it.
True.
But Travis, you had been dogging me for months and months and months and months to watch Super Sentai, specifically watching Dairanger. And the way you pitched it to me is people dressed up in leather daddy outfits fighting mythical ranger beasts. I'm like, okay, that sounds completely different than what I was fighting the Chinese Zodiac. That was completely different than what I was used to. And then, later on I went down my rabbit hole with Power Rangers, and I eventually came back to Super Sentai, and Dairanger was one of the earlier seasons that I actually watched. But so I do thank you, Travis, for that.
Well, I was going to say is, I remember on Kaiju Weekly that you would talk about how, because you had just started revisiting Power Rangers, you had not seen it since you were a kid. Mm-hmm. You were starting to revisit it, and you wanted to check out. You tried checking out Zyuranger at first, and you were like, oh, it just feels like a weird knockoff because it's like it's all the characters I recognize, but they're not the same. And so it was like, I remember you just saying it was really hard for you to get into Zyuranger at first because of just how similar it was to the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. And so I said, well, if you want something that's completely different, has no connection to Power Rangers really at all, check out Dairanger, because it's like, there's nothing in this that is Power Rangers related.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, there's you can go back to as I was watching through Dairanger this for the first time and then a little bit the second time, like you can see the footage that they used, obviously,
Right.
for
Oh, yeah, for
season 2
sure.
of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, but it's not complete, that they didn't use everything, which
Right.
which makes season 2 weird, because there is just some really weird contextualization or
which we'll get
recontextualization
to.
for Dairanger. Right, we'll get
We'll
to
that when we get to who did it
towards
better,
the-
which is probably going to be the hardest who did it better of this entire season.
It will, but
Right.
that was how I got exposed to Dairanger. So Nathan, how did you get exposed to Dairanger?
This show.
That's it.
This was your first time through.
This is my first
This
time
was
watching
your first time
it.
through?
I bought the
Oh.
DVDs last year, and I watched it for the first time for this show.
Well, there you go.
Well,
That's pretty awesome.
Before we dig in, what are your first initial impressions?
I like it more than Zyuranger. Fight me.
Wow.
I mean, I can understand it, honestly. I'm not going to fight you too hard on that. Like there's a lot. As you can probably remember, we struggled with that Zyuranger episode, parsing, like it was really hard for us to talk about Zyuranger and not talk about Mighty Morphin at the same time, because so much was taken from Zyuranger
Right.
to make Mighty Morphin. Whereas with Dairanger, they only use pretty much the monsters of the week, a little bit of Zord footage, and that's it.
It was mecha footage, the Kiba Ranger or the White Ranger, and some of the human-sized monster footage, and but they didn't use any of the core costumes, at least until Super Megaforce. And they are now in the Boom Studios comic, so they will be soon. They're going to be in Power Rangers universe.
Right.
Right. They are called, what are they called? They're called the Power Rangers.
Oh, I don't remember.
Oh man, now I forget what they're going to be. What the name is for them.
In the comics or in Megaforce?
Yeah. Because they're not called Dairangers in the Power Rangers comic. They're called something else.
In the comics, they're called the Legend. Well, in Megaforce, they're called the Legendary. They're called the Legendary Rangers. Yes, is that right?
Something
Nathan?
like that. I forget.
Something like
no,
that.
There's a
in
name
the comics,
for them.
I'm not 100%.
Yeah, but anyway,
in the comics, I'm not.
I'm going to look it up.
But
as we
were already. Okay, but as we were hinting at, that made some of the editing in this kind of weird, because they still have the Zhu2 monsters, and I will give them credit. They kept the Dairangers out of it completely, but the goofy thing is Saban paid Toei for all of it, and then they barely used anything. But funny thing, one of the aura changers was used in Power Rangers Lost Galaxy. It was used for the Magna Defender.
Yep, it's true.
Interesting.
And yeah, Mike Corbett specifically. And there's a rumor that the Dairanger suits were going to be used as quote-unquote ancient Rangers who were in Lost Galaxy, and they would have been their predecessors.
Squadron. Power Ranger Squadron.
Ah, okay.
That's what the team is called. Power Ranger Squadron.
Okay.
So Power Rangers Sentai.
Yeah,
Wow.
basically.
Think about it.
There you go.
Yeah.
And the other thing that should be mentioned, even though this was not as directly adapted, they still used a bunch of stuff. They used the costume for Emperor Gorma the 15th for Master Org in Wild Force.
Yeah, for Wild Force. Yeah.
So it's kind of nutty. But anyway, in case anyone didn't know, and thank you, whoever changed the notes there before we got to it. Gosei Sentai Dairanger, not to be confused with the worst mentor ever. Looking at you, Megaforce. Means 5-star Squadron Great Ranger. And as we talked about before, it ran from February 19th, 1993 to February 11th, 1994. So while Mighty Morphin was premiering, that was the current Sentai. And it was released by Shout Factory on DVD November 10th, 2015. And this is kind of interesting. This was considered, when it was on, to be the 15th anniversary of Super Sentai, because it wasn't until a couple years later that Toei grandfathered Go Ranger in.
Go Ranger and Jack.
Jack.
Those were the two that weren't counted as Super Sentai until later.
Mm-hmm. But I believe this one was the 17th overall, I want to say. Because I think
Yes.
Jew
I
Ranger
believe
was the 16th.
Jew Ranger was 16. Yeah, because Jew Ranger
Yeah.
just celebrated its 30th anniversary last year.
Right.
Yep.
Yes.
Right. So that's
Yeah.
all the preliminary information out of the way.
And it's interesting that this is the first Super Sentai series to air simultaneously as Power Rangers was being aired. Like that is that can't be understated, that this was coming on in Japan at the same time that Mighty Morphin was coming on in America. And you don't get an influence on this season, but moving forward you will kind of see some of how Power Rangers, the popularity of Power Rangers, bled over and influenced Super Sentai.
Oh yeah.
Well,
sure.
I mean, we were convinced that Toei just eventually would just start making Super Sentai so that it could be more easily adapted to Power Rangers. Because if you go to if you look at seasons like Megaforce, or not Megaforce, sorry, not Megaforce.
Mega Ranger?
If you look at seasons like Mega Ranger, if you look at seasons like Mega Ranger, Lost Galaxy and Ginga Man, a lot of those seasons mirror one another with some slight retextualizations, of course, but we've talked about on the show that
Time
we feel
Ranger are very close.
They're very SPD and Deca Ranger are incredibly close too. Whereas Deca Ranger it goes way harder than SPD did. But we've talked about on the show before that we just felt like Toei was just starting to make Super Sentai so that it could be easily adapted to Power Rangers. That's not necessarily the case now. Like if you look at something like Dawn Brothers, there's no way that an American audience would not. There's no way that an American audience would probably latch on to something like that. I have no idea.
Which is something that we're going to touch on in our next Sentai episode, because it's freakishly Japanese.
Oh, it's very Japanese. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But yeah,
it's almost that was made in response to this, because this is based heavily on Chinese literature and mythology, and Jew Ranger was heavily Western inspired. And then we get to Kaku Ranger next, and they're like, let's go like as Japanese as possible.
That's going to be an interesting episode of the Power Trip. That's for sure.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I can already tell you that.
Songs to talk about.
I was just gonna say I can already tell you that next episode when we talk about Kaku Ranger we're gonna dive really heavily into the idea and the concept of yokai and the lore that's surrounding yokai. So
I can't wait.
Isn't that right, Kenny Kappa? Right. Yeah.
Oh yes, Mr. Machan. Okay, whatever.
We got him to do the thing. Anyway.
We got him to say the thing.
Michael knows I love that voice. It's such a good character. Anybody who has not listened to Monster Island Film Vault is very confused right now, but that's okay.
Like that hasn't happened several times on this show.
The listeners of Attitude are used to that by now. They are used to it.
Although I am discovering there is more overlap than I thought.
Okay, so whoa. We got to talk about unless there is some more little tidbits of information. Let's talk about the theme song.
Yeah, we have
Let's talk about the theme
because
song.
that's how Sentai rolls. We got to talk
about
how
Sentai works. You're right.
So the main theme. And now the nice thing about this one is that both the opening and the ending have the same artist, which is nice. I hope I say his name right. It is New Jack Takuro.
That is correct.
Yeah. And I'm going to say it right now. I love the main theme for Dairanger.
Yes.
I love that it's a blend of kind of traditional Chinese music and J-rock. Can't go wrong there. And it's an earworm.
This theme. Okay, so when I first started watching Dairanger, I was watching it in college. And when I was watching it in college, I mean during late nights in my art studio up late, sculpting, trying to hit deadlines, I would have Dairanger playing, and I would drive to and from my campus with my windows rolled down with this theme song blasting out of my car. Whoa, 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 whoa. It was so good. and people looked at me like I was deranged, but that's okay.
Well, they should.
As they should. No, but the theme song is so good. I love it. It's one of my top theme songs for any tokusatsu show I've seen, period. It is.
I mean, well, I will.
For me.
Well, I'll say this. I won't get into it much here, but in the next Sentai episode, I will. As much as I like this one, I think I like Kaiju Rangers more.
Kaiju Rangers is also pretty good, but
yeah,
I mean,
man,
this one just gets you.
Really like
it. Gets you pumped.
Dairanger.
It gets you. Pumped.
It does. It's such a great.
I said, go ahead. Go ahead. Your turn.
Oh, sorry. No. Yeah, I absolutely love this theme song. It is so great, and even because I had to cram in preparation for being on this episode, I was trying to rewatch as much of the series as I could. So I was trying to cram basically a year's worth of Japanese television into 2 days, and how's your brain feeling? Oh man, I mean, just that theme song, it gets stuck in your head. And even when I was like cooking dinner today or lunch today, I was like singing the theme song in the back of my head, just like, oh man, it's so good.
I can't get it out of my. It will be stuck in my head for the rest of my life.
It will be. It's an incredible theme song, and that's I feel like that's a track record that Super Sentai keeps up throughout most of its series. Is they do have these little earworm theme songs. I know the one from Giga Man is kind of an earworm too, and that one always gets stuck in my head. But I really love.
I will say, as with basically any theme song in tokusatsu hero shows, I find that it has to grow on me a little bit, because I remember the first time I heard the theme song for this, I'm like, ooh, when it starts like this sounds like it's going to be really hardcore, and then it kind of shifts a little bit, and then I had to get used to that. But after I got used to it, I just loved it.
Absolutely.
It's so good.
And in true Sentai fashion, we have an opening theme song, and then we have an ending theme song that's completely different, except for this time around, the ending theme for Dairanger doesn't give you tonal whiplash.
Yeah,
this one's called
Oratachi Muteki Sa Dairanger, or We're Invincible Dairanger. Same artist, I said.
Nate, you didn't do it right. It's Oratachi Muteki Sa Dairanger. That's it. That's how you do it.
Yeah, it's not as memorable, but it is still pretty catchy. And yeah, no tonal whiplash, because good grief, the Zyuranger theme. Like, you would have an episode that would just end on a cliffhanger, or be really dark.
Jumbo.
Yeah, and then the Little Mermaid starts. And I'm like, hold on, I need to process what just happened, and now you want me to be happy.
And I didn't realize that it sounded familiar, but until I heard it you mentioned that on your Zyuranger episode, it didn't sink in that that's what it reminded me of, and I went, oh my gosh, that's it forever. We'll never not hear that now.
You're gonna go make a fan edit now with that song and that clip, aren't you?
Yeah, probably.
Oh yeah,
Kim, make it happen.
Oh no, Kim's better. Kim would be better to do it than I would. She should do it.
All right, so now that we got the theme songs out of the way, let's talk about our Rangers. And as we always do, we start with the Red Ranger, or in this case, the Ryu Ranger, Ryo, played by Keiichi Wada. Mm-hmm. So first off, I want to say, I love these suits. I am so sad that these suits never got used in Power Rangers. These suits are amazing.
Yeah, we have to park on the suits for a second. The Dairanger suits just they're just outstanding.
They're
just outstanding.
Some of the best.
The color balance is perfect. The helmets are imposing and memorable.
I love the gold. The gold accents that they have on them is so great. And it's so funny because the White Ranger in Mighty Morphin stands out so much because of having the gold accents. But in this, he just kind of blends in with the rest of them. Like, he fits in perfectly with them.
But on the other hand, I can look at the White Ranger suit and see why they would say, oh yeah, that's on brand enough with Zyuranger, we can use it.
Right.
A little bit. Also, it just wasn't a color that had been used on Mighty Morphin yet. that white. So that's probably another reason it stuck out. But it is kind of like discovering
armor kind of.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, I was just going to say the armor
ahead.
kind of still fit the Green
matches,
Ranger aesthetic, so it kind of still worked within the context. So yeah, you're right.
That's a good point too. The extra armor. It does feel like that, but from the perspective of, being, growing up on Mighty Morphin and then going back in and finding Dairanger, which is the opposite of how I did it because I'm all messed up. But from the other perspective, it is kind of like, I mean, I imagine it must be like finding the White Ranger's extended family. Like you finally found where he fits in.
And he's real. We'll get into it,
but
he's really different.
Oh,
very different.
You don't say.
Whoa.
I mean, okay, so it's not shot for shot footage, and we'll get there. But I just want to mention this. You remember, Nathan? You remember it was in season 3, I believe, when Tommy skateboarded on top of a moving truck. Do you remember that episode?
I think so.
They did that. They did that in Dairanger as well, but it's obviously not the same footage. It just made me smile that they recreated that scene from Dairanger.
Right.
And that's something you wouldn't notice. That's something you wouldn't notice unless you've watched both.
Right. But anyway, we're talking about Ryo, our Red Ranger here, who actually has a we've talked about the hero's journey on this podcast before. He has a very traditional hero's journey here. He's even a reluctant hero because I think he's the one who works at the restaurant, right?
Yes. He's a dumpling man. He wants to make very delicious dumplings for the world.
Yeah. And then he finds out, oh, wait, you have exceptionally high chi and you're special.
Dumpling man. There it is.
Do you know
he wants to,
man?
He wants to be the dumpling man. He aspires, because that's interesting, and we'll get there with all the characters, but they all have a thing that they do, which is different from Jew Ranger, because in Jew Ranger they all wake up and they have to assume normal lives after waking up from the past.
And some of them do it to varying degrees. These we get to see what they do off duty, which I think is really cool.
Yeah. And they all have
given the impression
to me, which is what I think. One of the things I love about this series, when it comes to a lot of Sentai series, is that these characters outside of the power suits feel like real people, and I think that's the heightenedness of it all being a kids show. But still they feel like real people, and I love that. I love seeing I love that I'm watching this and every time they're not in their power suits, I am just as engaged as when they are transformed into the Ranger form.
Right. But now with Ryo specifically, like I said, he starts off as the reluctant hero, from humble beginnings, working in the restaurant.
Ryo.
Yep.
Or Ryo of the Heavenly Fire Star.
Yes. And he also has some of the, as you would expect with the Red Ranger, has some of the most interesting story arcs throughout the entire series. I mentioned before that, he has a traditional hero's journey. He also emulates something that also followed the hero's journey to a T.
whatever you mean. In like
obviously,
episode 5 or something.
Hang on. Obviously, you're Obviously, you're talking about Disney's Hercules, but okay, that's...
that too, but... No, can we talk about how there are points where Dairanger just does an unabashed, wholesale ripoff of Star Wars?
Look, okay,
there are definitely... Yeah.
Go ahead, Dave.
A little bit. A little bit. I mean, it's very easy. Now, okay. Star Wars obviously being the juggernaut that it is, right? It is, you see a lot of people pointing fingers and saying, that's ripping off Star Wars. That's ripping off Star Wars. A lot of times it is. Sometimes it's not, because the tropes that make up Star Wars are so universal. But in the case of Dairanger,
it's not just the tropes, okay?
This is not just
tropes, it would have been fine. Like, there are 2 episodes where I can't remember the guy's name.
Oh, goodness.
But he was basically the villain of the week, and he looks like this cool black samurai.
Oh, yeah, Choryu.
I think Choryu.
Choryu, yeah. And And then it was a two-parter, and then it ended with Kaku saying telling Choyu, who it was established that they were friends, and he's got Ryo unmorphed and he's about to kill him, and he says, "Don't kill him, he's your son." And then that was the cliffhanger, and I'm like, oh, did we just pull Star Wars? Oh, okay. And then you get to the next episode and they're emulating shots and imagery.
Yes.
It's not just the
Yeah.
story and
The
the
full
tropes.
lightning.
I'm like, okay, guys, you could have just left it there, but no.
Even
I
the
wanted
music
the
has a
Hayden
couple of
Christensen-
dun da moments. It's funny. You can literally hear dun dun da in the
Yes.
music. It's
There is
because
moments,
we
and it's
are-
not even in those two episodes, but later on, and
it's an incidental piece.
yeah, there's a moment. I want to say it was when the white tiger chi beast was being born, that there was a dun 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 dun
Yeah,
dun dun, and playing in the background when the villains were there, and I was like, oh my god, they literally are just using some of the music from Star Wars.
From Star Wars,
was-
yeah.
it
So
was
the
just
part two
legally
of this
distinct enough.
story, yeah. So part two of this story is we have the monster of the week who has a human form, played by a European, I might add, who is like this high priest. So he's basically the emperor, and he's ordering Choyu around the whole time, and he tells him, "Kill your son." Then he decides not to kill his son, and then he goes and he tries to fight the not emperor.
Yeah. It was
who
like,
zaps him with lightning
Bishop
after he
Saw
tries
or
to
something
kill
like
the
that.
son with lightning.
Yeah.
What?
That was his name. That was the name of the emperor guy, like Bishop Saw or something like that.
Yeah, Bishop Saw.
Yeah, it was something like that. Yeah.
And then Choyu kills him the first time, because then he grows big, and then they got to summon the Zords. But and then
Something
but he
that was not
dies
in Star
doing
Wars.
it, and then he dies in Ryo's arms, and he takes the helmet off, and it was like, good night, guys.
Rio,
Can
remove
you
my
make it
mask
more
so I can look at you with my own eyes.
It's pretty blatant. It's pretty blatant.
It's so
And
great.
which
I
is-
wanted the James Earl Jones no as he fought Bishop.
Oh, that
It's
would've
so
been
great.
I made a meme about it. I got a picture of Choyu, and I said, "Ryo, I am your father, apparently."
apparently. And it's interesting because this happens remarkably early in this. Like,
I
there's
know,
episode
it's
six.
like episode
It's like 7 and 8.
Yeah, it's like
It's
within the
incredibly
first
early,
10
and-
episodes, we get this big reveal.
And then, and
Which
as you're going
becomes
through,
which becomes a thing in this show. Like, this show loves truth and revelations.
oh dear God, this entire show. This is this show is basically subplots the Sentai.
This is M. Night
It is.
Shyamalan's
It's-
Sentai.
It is, but with twists every which way. The whole thing with and this is another thing that we'll talk about when we get to each character, but every character in the show, they have the thing that they do, like Ryo is in a restaurant, but they also have a like at least one subplot involving other characters and a little journey that they personally go on. And we'll get to each of them, but after you'd think that maybe they would have his father being a bad guy be prolonged for more than 3 episodes, but it's resolved very quickly. Now they do,
because that's a huge huge revelation. Because that is,
and then they just
Right.
Go ahead, Mike.
Especially with Master Kaku, because Kaku knew this entire time.
Yeah.
And Kaku.
Well, okay,
Because Kaku
Before
was
Michael-
Obi-Wan in this.
Before Michael jumps in, let's just point out, not just that the villain is his father, the villain used to be a ranger.
Yep.
He was a Red
that's also
Ranger
a big
who
thing.
turned on his own teammates and killed them. That's also the Darth Vader connection too.
Little order.
Right.
Order
Well, and the
66
funny
much?
thing is, this is not the first time Toei has done this. They had Message from Space, the movie, back in the late 70s, and then they did a spin-off TV show.
Yep, Galactic Wars, which is a trip and a half. I recommend it. But anyway, going back to, and then I'll let you go, Michael. But going back to,
no, continue. I didn't have anything. Go ahead.
oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't cutting you off. But
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. But the weird thing is, you'd think that they would, again, you'd think that they would prolong something this big, but it's wrapped up within the first 10 episodes out of a 50 episode show. Now, it does end up getting paid off a little bit later because the whole this guy was bad but he turned good thing comes into play when Rio has an internal struggle about whether or not to trust Kaku at the end of the show, which we'll get to.
Right.
So it does.
Yeah, we'll get
so the entire "my dad is evil" thing did plant seeds that become important again for Rio at the end of the show. But that's not the only weird kind of interpersonal journey he goes on, because Rio also has a love-hate, mostly hate relationship with a guy named Jin. Right?
Oh, you mean Fist of the North Star?
Fist of the North Star. No, it's literally Fist of the North Star. So you can't talk. And he's, and I don't know if we want to talk about him now.
I have him in the villains list, so we'll talk about him there.
We'll wait about him. But it is worth noting that he is kind of he's the character that kind of goes along with Rio on his journey when you think the dad thing would, but the dad thing is resolved really quick. But Jin becomes kind of the person that he has to deal with, and we'll get to him. But since we're talking about it, I figured I'd name drop.
Well, I also and the thing, I think you said it really well, Danny, is that in any other show, whether it be Power Rangers or Sentai, that plot line of, my father was is a villain who used to be the leader of this team and killed his teammates and everything, would have been like the main crux of the show, like would have been a huge deal through the whole show. Right. And I think that shows how much of this show, or how many plot lines and subplots that the show has that does get resolved very early on. But I think it also, one of the things that it does plant for later on, and we can talk about it when we get to the villains, is the idea that someone who's Gorma doesn't necessarily mean that they were born Gorma, and doesn't mean they stay Gorma. And I think that's something that plants that they had to plant early on. So I think it still served its purpose for later on.
Right.
Oh, completely. Right. I actually like that. I'm sitting here kind of poking fun at how unexpected it is, but I don't have a problem with them throwing something that feels that big into the show that early and then wrapping it up quickly. It's unexpected. It's a bit unusual, but it works within the context of just how twisty and turny and complicated and webby this show gets with all of its interconnected characters and subplots. And
if the rest of the
show, break it down is to talk about it all.
Yeah, if the rest of the show didn't live up to that, then I would have been super disappointed. It's like, oh, you wasted such a big reveal and such a big plot point in just 2 episodes early on. But the fact that there's so much other stuff going on in the show that's so dense and complicated, it just is like, no, this fits in. It's fine. Like, I'm fine with it.
I'm really glad you mentioned that, Travis, because did anyone else have trouble? And I've seen this. I've watched through Dairanger twice now. This is my second time. Did anyone else struggle following along with the plot lines, even when you were watching through this? No, because everything was a little bit because everything was just everything felt really complicated to me.
I tell you what, the little. Because it is, but I'll tell you what, the little recaps at the beginning of each episode where the next chunk of that particular plot line is going to get continued or maybe resolved, those sometimes helped, because it's like, okay, where's Jin right now? What the heck is Kajaku off doing? Oh my gosh, why are the Three Stooges coming back? Yes, why is she coming back again?
Not those Three Stooges.
No, the different, like, what's going on with these guys? Who is Shoji ticked off at this week? Like all of these different things. We'll get there. But like, it's important, like those little beginning bits where they aren't just, here's the new monster of the week. It's continuing, like those little bits.
It's a soap opera.
It's a soap opera. But it's got soap opera music and everything.
And we can, and we keep saying we'll talk about it, but one of the things that I love about this show, and I think it's something that they, like you said, this was the 15th anniversary, quote unquote, of Sentai, even though you had 2 seasons that weren't counted at the time. That they decided to play with like your expectations of what a Sentai series is and what happens in a Sentai series, because it's so much of what happens in the show is like not what you would typically get in a Sentai. You know, they establish, well, here's the good guys, here's the bad guys, but oh wait, you know, some of the bad guys are actually good guys, some of the good guys are actually bad guys, and we kind of play with that. And a lot of it is playing with what audiences know and what the characters know, because sometimes the audience is given more information than the characters, and so we get to see the characters kind of learn information as they go. But then sometimes the audience is not given all of the information that the characters know, and then the audience has to learn as the show is going. And so it's just really fun how they play with that in the series. And it's just like the people who were writing this had a lot of fun writing this show. It was so, you can really tell just in the amount of complexity that this kids show, let's not forget this is a kids show, has.
I know, right?
Well, one thing that I did notice that, like we talked about this in Zyuranger, Nathan, where it just kind of, and this is typical of Japanese show writing, where they just kind of throw you in the middle of the action and then you have to catch up later.
Right.
This is
first few episodes were a little breathless.
A little bit.
Well, I was gonna say that Dairanger is a little bit different than that, where it's like you're watching the formation of a team,
Right.
then it's kind of slowly progresses over. That's something that us in the West with our television shows, our superhero shows, are more used to. Whereas it's a little bit different to kind of to the point that Travis was talking about, and with Zyuranger broke the mold in a lot of ways as well. Like Zyuranger was the first time we see a canonical Sixth Ranger, and then it just kind of, and then Dairanger took that formula and just starts building from there and adding new elements to it. So, but since we got to keep the conversation moving, I want to actually ask Travis again, because Travis, you mentioned that Daigo was your favorite Ranger, and Daigo is the Shishi Ranger, who is our Green Ranger, played by Nathan. Help me out here. Tatsuya Nomi. Yes. So yes. Nathan, sorry, Travis. Why was Daigo your favorite Ranger?
Well, his personality is kind of the archetype of his character is the character I tend to like. You know, it's the Piccolo, it's the Jugless Juggler from the Ultraman series, Ultraman Orb and everything. It's that stoic kind of character who learns to be gentle and is very kind of quiet in his way of doing things, not always rushing into things, but also very noble, but maybe has to learn nobility over time. And it's just, that archetype of that character is one that I really like. And especially when you get to his story arc with Kujaku, or what I call Princess Peacock, he's such a great character. And I love his little green gloves that he always wears, his fingerless gloves that he wears through the whole series too.
Yeah. You forgot to mention he works at a pet shop, which I'm guessing is another reason. Shop.
It's a really good
like him because he's an animal lover.
I love animals too. Yeah. Going back to Rio though, we didn't really get a chance to talk about, because each of the Rangers in this series, they have a specific a specific mythological creature that they're based on, which is also their Zord. So we can talk about those more when we get to the Zords. But each one actually has a fighting style, a martial arts style that they use. And I thought that was very fascinating for this series, because in a lot of Super Sentai series, they tend to use just your typical, I think it's called theatrical fighting style, or there's a name for it, but it's the martial arts that's supposed to look good on camera, but not necessarily be used as an actual martial arts. It's the same kind of martial arts that Jackie Chan uses. A few other people, kind of went to that school of martial arts. It's a very theatrical style. It's used for stage and for TV and for movies. But these Rangers actually use real martial arts that are actual, Chinese martial arts. Rio of the Heavenly Fire Star uses the Southern Dragon style, or Longshi Mo Chi. or Chow, which is the Southern Dragon style. It's a Shaolin monk style of fighting that is inspired by the Chinese dragon. You can definitely tell when he's doing his punches and his jabs, the shape of his hands is that very recognizable Southern Dragon style, because it's meant to look like the dragon's claw or a dragon's mouth when he moves and jabs. So I thought that was really neat. But yeah, one of the other reasons I like Daigo, the Green Ranger, or Daigo of the Heavenly Phantom Star, is because he uses a martial arts style that I really like, which is Hunga or Hungar. It's a Southern Chinese martial arts that's practiced by Shaolin monks again. It emphasizes being very sturdy and strong, and having a strong center of gravity. So you will see him stomp down on the ground and kind of like adjust his feet to have that strong stance so that he can't be pushed over very easily. That is a very typical thing for Hunga. It's called the horse stance, is like one of the main stances that you'll see him use, and that's the main one that Hunga uses. It's all about strength. It's all about being strong and sturdy and not being able to be knocked over. And they even strengthen their hands and arms. A lot of times they will use iron rings. Have you ever seen these like loose rings?
I've seen Shang-Chi.
Yeah, but see, Shang-Chi's, they're actually they form fit on his arm, so they actually don't rattle around. But the iron training rings that they use in Kung Fu are actually supposed to be loose and rattle around, because they want to get that how it rattles against their skin, so it strengthens their skin and their muscles and stuff. And in fact, if anybody's watched Kung Fu Hustle, there's there's the tailor that's in that movie. He uses Hunga, and he actually uses the training rings to help with strengthen his arms too. So you can see that Hunga. It's also Hunga is partially the inspiration for earthbending in Avatar: The Last Airbender. Because of that strong connection to the ground and being like really strong and sturdy and immovable. So,
hearing all of that, and I think back on Daigo as a character, it seems very befitting for his personality.
It does, I was going to point that out.
The serious, probably the most grounded out of all of it. Very sturdy, and when I have Kuchaku in the supporting cast section, so we'll talk about her there, because that's his primary subplot is Kuchaku. And he has to be it says Kujaku, man. Okay.
It's Kujaku. Chugaku.
Kujaku. Okay.
Kujaku. I got it twisted there.
Kujaku. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so Peacock Princess.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Pikachu. I don't know.
Pikachu.
Yeah, but anyway, he has to be that for her, because she's very troubled, and so he's always trying to pull her back, because he is very sturdy.
Yeah, he's like her grounding force. Like he's the thing that's keeping her grounded, or trying to keep her grounded.
And he's the second in command of the team, and Ryo's a little bit more hot-headed, being a Red Ranger. So, he helps
and Daigo tends to be the voice of reason within the group too. Like he's the one that sits back, looks at everything, and then makes a decision. Whereas, you get Ryo, who's kind of hot-headed. He'll rush into things. You get Shoji, who is, brash and impatient, and he runs into things. And so then you get Daigo, who's kind of like, hey, guys, let's think about this.
Right. And
he's the most level-headed. He's the most level-headed of the crew. And before we move on, I just want to jump in and say that Daigo's my favorite too. Honestly.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I really, for all the reasons that were already mentioned. He loves animals, as do I. He has I really like the relationship he forms with Kujaku as the story goes on. We'll get there, but I like how level-headed he is. I like how, it's not like an annoying kind of stoic. He really feels, honestly, this is how I would best describe Daigo. I feel like if we were going to go into their little underground base and we were going to see any of the characters other than Master Kaku meditating in silence, Daigo would be the one.
Right.
Yeah,
Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I would say Daigo he's not unemotional. I think he actually feels very deeply. He
He doesn't.
Keeps
he
it
doesn't.
To it. He keeps it to himself because I mean he fell in love with Princess Peacock. Okay, and he felt very strongly about it.
Right, but he doesn't wear his emotions on his sleeve. Though.
No, he's basically the antithesis to the next character we're going to talk about because Daigo don't when I say stoic I don't mean unemotional because I think Daigo is one of those characters where he's very kind of he's contemplating. Mm-hmm. There's a storm raging behind his eyes, but he doesn't let it show often. He's a deep. You can tell he's a deep thinker. You can tell he's somebody who tries to plan ahead and try to get a few steps ahead of the enemy. But even though he might look calm, don't let him fool you. The guy there's a storm in back there raging, and when he wants to let it out especially during the whole Kujaku thing, which we'll get to, he can get very emotional and very loud. But it's all for a very. He might be the most emotional one of the crew, I think.
Probably, like I said, because he keeps it to himself most of the time.
Yeah, he bottles it up. He bottles it up.
But Shoji, the Tenma Ranger, who is blue, played by... How do you say this name? A? So A. Hamura.
A. Hamura.
A. Hamura.
Shoji is a loud man.
Yeah,
he looks like the every time I look at him, I think like this guy looks like he could be Japanese James Dean. He's rebel without a cause.
Well, he's a hairdresser. He's
also a hairdresser. That's Kazu. That's Kazu.
Kazu's the
Kazu. Yeah.
Kazu. Sorry, Kazu. Yeah. No, I'm getting him mixed up. That's right.
Yeah, Shoji was the boxer.
Yeah, Shoji wants to be a world champion punch man.
Punch man,
which is he runs and jogs and trains and punches various things.
So he's Rocky if played by James Dean. That's serious.
He's basically
kind of a punk.
Yeah. I mean, he is very much Rocky. He's heavily inspired by Rocky. The character is, and he's even. I think they even touch on that he was a delinquent. And he was a reformed delinquent, so he kind of still has that kind of like rough and rowdy boy
rebellious
type.
Yeah.
And he's kind of a bad boy, but not quite. And correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't he have a motorcycle? Is he the one with the motorcycle in civilian life?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they all had their motorcycles, but he had one, and
that's what I mean. He has his own.
Yeah.
They have one.
Yeah.
They have three when they're Rangers, but I'm just trying to remember. I think he had one as a civilian.
He does my favorite.
Either that or he.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say either that or he was where he would ride his Ranger one in disguise. Because aren't there a couple of episodes where you see like they're riding all of them or groups of them are riding motorcycles
they all
and then they transform.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that might be what we're thinking of, but he definitely rides it for fun.
Right.
He does one of my favorite things that is it is a thing in Japanese television media that is shorthand for a bad boy with attitude. Is he does the thumb across the nose kind of thing, which is like a
Japanese
shorthand for I'm a tough guy.
Right.
Don't mess with me. Which is why you see a lot of kids do that in older movies, and Godzilla does it once. If you'll remember. If you ever wondered where that came from, anybody out there who's a Godzilla fan, there you go. There's a movie where Godzilla does that same nose across the finger across the nose. Don't mess with me. I'll rough you up. I'll break your kneecaps.
Bust the cap.
I'll bust the cap on you.
That's actually where the phrase came from, was breaking kneecaps.
Oh, that's true. But yeah, Shoji is basically the antithesis of the quiet, contemplative Daigo. He wears his emotions entirely on his sleeve. He is, I joked before, he's a loud guy. And that's because he is. Because if something doesn't feel right to him or the situation doesn't look good, he will be the first one to yell about it and punch something and say, what can we do? Or that's unfair. Or man, that mirror is really perverted.
So to use the Star Trek analogy, Danny, he's the McCoy to Daigo's Spock. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, if McCoy was like a punk,
It's not just me. Like he's very passionate and emotional, and Daigo is not.
if you want to rank, let's say Shoji is permanently set at 11. All right. Like he doesn't have a setting lower than 11 out of 10. The guy is incredible, but he's not that's the thing is he's not a bad kid. He's reformed, as we mentioned before. But what you're seeing is that he is just incapable of doing what Daigo does, where he internalizes the struggles. He has to go and run and punch a tree to get his frustrations out. And that's how he solves problems. He's not, he is brash. He's one of the first people that'll run into the fight. He's usually the first person that gets shot at because he's like, let's go do this. They'll never get away with this. I won't stand for it. And a lot of that comes into play because he also has a character, or three characters in this case, that he has an ongoing beef with.
Right. That's his subplot.
His subplot involves three monsters that we'll talk about, but he's an interesting one, and I feel like out of all the characters, he might be the one that might get on people's nerves the most. But I actually ended up really connecting with him, and I really liked Shoji by the end of it.
He didn't. I
enjoyed Shoji. I enjoyed Shoji.
Yeah,
I enjoyed Shoji's character.
Yeah, but
I don't have a.
No, not Michael.
I don't really have a. We're one and the same, ahead, sir. What do you need?
Finish your thought.
All I was going to say is there's really no Ranger here that I dislike. Like there's nobody here, even Ko, who we'll talk about in a minute, gets on my nerves, but I still like him.
Oh, yeah, but no, I was just gonna ask Travis, what's Shoji's fighting style, since we're mentioning all those.
So what Shoji, his fighting style is long fist. So it's a fighting style that's from northern China. It emphasizes fully extended kicks and defense, which is really interesting that for a character who wants to be a boxer, so he's using his fists, but then when he transforms into his Dairanger form, he starts using a lot more kicks and stuff than he does. But one of the things that this long fist style is known for is very fierce and fast movements, which is definitely fits Shoji's personality. And the fierceness of Long Fist was actually what made the creators of Avatar: The Last Airbender decide to use it as partial inspiration for firebending. So a lot of times in the show, you'll see the firebenders will, when they shoot flames out of their feet and they start doing the kicks and stuff where they throw the fire through their feet, that's when they're starting to do that long fist style. But it's the fierceness of it that really drew them. And so that, to me, it fits Shoji's personality so well, that he's, this fierce, fast, quick movements that is all about just the speed and ferocity and wildness that you get from long fist style.
Right. So are all of these forms of Kung Fu?
Yes. All of these are Kung Fu, because Kung Fu is the overall Chinese martial arts. And then you have different forms within it.
Okay. Right. So are we ready to move on to our next ranger?
Mr. Kazu? Is it time for Mr. Kazu?
Okay, Mr. Kazu, the Kirin Ranger, who is yellow.
Kazu of the Heavenly Time Ranger. Or Time Star, sorry.
Time Star. Oh, well, and what was Shoji?
Shoji was Shoji of the Heavenly Gravity Star.
There you go. Now, so Kazu is played by Keisuke Tsuchiya. Fun fact, he has an identical twin brother named Daisuke. Yes. And in the episode where they do the evil double thing, that is his actual brother.
Yep. And spoiler alert, that pops up in an award later for me, because I loved that. I'll talk more about it then.
Yeah, and
I was also going to say they also both appear in Kaku Ranger, I think. They both make an appearance in Kaiju
yes.
Ranger.
Yeah.
do.
Because here, so they both have careers with Toei being in their tokusatsu stuff, their henshin stuff. And I bring that up because, as I have discovered through all of my research in the Godzilla franchise with the Mothra twins, twins are incredibly rare in Japan. So when twins happen, they tend to get a lot of attention. So I'm not surprised that we have identical twin brothers who became actors and that's acted opposite each other. So that episode was really fun, I have to say.
It's a good one.
That. No camera tricks. It's actually twin brothers.
Mm-hmm.
So it's great. But anyway, Kazu. Now, this was the one Ranger whose fighting style I recognized immediately because it's very distinct.
Oh yeah, like very, very distinct.
And he is a hairdresser and a dancer in his civilian life.
Now,
He's
I have
the
a
most
question.
elegant of the Rangers. Go ahead, Travis.
Huh?
And you can cut this out of the podcast if you want, because I don't know if you want to keep it in there or not. I got the feeling that they were hinting to the fact that Kazu was gay. But being a Japanese show from the 90s, they couldn't come out and just say that. But there is definitely, like, it feels like there was some really strong hints to that, especially later on in the series.
Was it because let me just ask a question. Was it because the male hairdresser is sort of a trope of, well, I guess.
No. It wasn't even that. Like that wasn't even what got me. It's more of, because there's some lines of dialogue, and I didn't write it down, but there was a line of dialogue that he has with Kameo, the turtle man, where
Turtle man.
Kameo says or asks him a question, and then Kameo says, "Oh, you don't have to answer that. I get it," and just leaves it there, and it just drops off there. And it's like, oh, are they hinting at the fact that Kazu is gay? They just can't come out and say it because it's a Japanese show in the 90s. You don't say that.
I hadn't thought of that, actually.
Maybe I hadn't actually thought. I had not thought of that myself, but maybe it would make sense. It would actually make sense, not because of the hairdresser trope, because that or stereotype. It's a stereotype of gay characters, for especially male gay characters, for them to be a hairdresser. That's just part of it.
Right. The other thing that I did observe about Kazu is he's the one who he dresses very nice all the time. Like he'll show up to the headquarters in a suit and tie. He's very stylish.
Because they make quite a few comments about him always dressing very nice and knowing a lot about style.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. He's also, I would say, the most elegant of the Rangers, and not just in like the way he dresses or walks or talks. He strikes me as a very gentle soul. He's always smiling. He's always going out of his way to help people. I mean, they're all helping people, but he has this big old happy smile on his face. You find out later on that he sometimes helps out at the ramen cart operated by the old lady who gave him his first meal when he moved to the big city. And sometimes he goes and helps her all those years later. And he just seems like a really sweet guy. He's got a really kind of genuinely sweet, concerned relationship with Kameo. And he also, and again, his fighting style, and Travis, I want to hear what you have to say about it here in a second, is very elegant and dance-like. I almost said dancerly, and that's not a word, but you know what I mean. He just the way he moves his feet and his arms, and the way his back moves along with his shoulders, and the way his head turns. You can tell that he, and like the actual actor specifically, because there are moments when he does this out of the suit. That's not a stunt guy. He's actually doing it, and he's beautiful to watch. It's really quite elegant. I hadn't really considered elegant, that yeah, go ahead.
I think elegant is a good way to put it, Danny. But I mean, it honestly wouldn't surprise me if they were hinting that he was gay without actually coming out and saying he was gay, because that it's not as received. I would say being gay is not as received as positively in Japan as it has been over here in America.
Still now, unfortunately, all these years later, 30 years removed from the show, and it's still a thing.
Yeah,
well,
it's still very, very taboo.
Would he be
Yeah.
Would he be gay or would he be quote unquote a metrosexual? I know that's a term that used to get thrown around a lot more about stylish
I don't think anyone's
men.
ever. I don't think anyone's used metrosexual in probably 15 years, Nathan.
Yeah, I know. That's just what I mean. I said that was a term that used to get thrown around for that.
Yeah,
but-
well, that's the thing. I don't know because like I said, it never came out and said, but there were some hints in it that seemed like they were kind of hinting at it without coming out and saying it. I think also the fact that he's one of the he's the only male character who doesn't really have a lot of romantic interactions with female characters in the show in any sense also kind of lends to that. So I don't know
but on the other hand he has a grandson later.
True, but again, like we said,
Could have been
it is
adopted. We don't know.
Yeah,
true.
Yeah,
I mean, it could.
That was just something that I was wondering if it was just me picking up on a few of these little things, or if there was something, if you guys had seen a little bit of that, because like I said, there was just little subtle things.
No. I'd say honestly, it's definitely. I'd say it's an interpretation. I'd say that if one chooses to see that, then there's nothing in the show necessarily that 100% negates it.
Right. I mean, I was going through and trying to look up stuff in the wiki to see if anyone else has thought of that. And I don't see anything that would necessarily preclude that.
Well, it's like
I have some notes on that wiki. Believe me.
Oh yeah. Nice.
It's like the two gentlemen from Godzilla versus Megalon. Like a lot of fans have implied that those two guys are gay, but it's never outright said that they're gay. You know what I mean?
Right.
But also from the way I was reading it, is something I think Travis and I, you've talked about this on Kaiju. You and I've talked about this in Kaiju Weekly before, that in Japanese culture, more feminine men are seen as more attractive. If that's
that doesn't feel like it's because that's more of appearance wise, not necessarily in their actions and the way they act. So him being a hairdresser, him being very fashionable, him being a good fighter, that all wouldn't have played into that. It would have been more of his appearance. And in appearance wise, he kind of fits the normal, typical like 90s Japanese like hero mold. Like he's kind of like an everyman looking guy. So I wouldn't say that plays into it, because that definitely is, you see that more happening with like the boy bands where they really play up how young they look or make them look even younger and boyish. Whereas this wasn't really that.
Mm-hmm. So Drunken Kung Fu.
But before that, I just want to say, so he's known as Kazu of the Heavenly Time Star because his power is manipulating time. That is a power they do not utilize enough in the show.
Don't.
Really want to help them a few times.
But then again, Shoji can manipulate gravity, and I think they'd use that a little more too.
Yeah, it just like it shows up twice in the whole series. I'm like, why aren't you using your powers more often? But anyway,
he's kind of OP.
I know. So Drunken Fist. Yeah, Drunken Fist is a very very widely known form of kung fu. It's a very popular form
Jackie Chan.
Yes, because of Jackie Chan's one of Jackie Chan's early films, The Drunken Master and Drunken Master 2, which actually I think Drunken Master 2 gets more recognition than the first one because it had a wider release here in the States than the first one did. So you might get
Is
to
that
see
the one that was
one.
called Is that the one that was called Legend of Drunken Master? Because that's the one I've seen.
I think so. I think that was how it was put in.
Yeah, but that was a newer one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
anyway,
this was in the 70s.
Isn't it also called Drunken Monkey? Like, I'm being serious. Is it
Drunken? That was Drunken Monkey's nickname in high school.
So Drunken Monkey is a form of drunken boxing. So there's an entire basically school of kung fu that is all this drunken fighting style. Drunken Fist is the most popular one. There's a few different styles within that kind of overarching genre of kung fu. So they're all meant to imitate the movements of someone who's drunk, who's intoxicated. This is what's interesting about this. Whereas all these other fighting styles, you kind of get them, you get hints of them in the characters' personalities, and you get hints of them in some of the movements they make. But this fighting style for Kazu actually has I would say, an impact on the story in at least one episode, because he fights against a monster who is all about drinking, the drunken tofu
Yes.
monster.
Tofu man.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. And so you really get like it's not just a subtle thing. This is actually a central part of the plot in one of the episodes, is him being a master at this drunken style of fighting. So yeah, and like I said, most people would recognize it from the Jackie Chan Drunken Master series of films that he did. So yeah, that's pretty
it's
much
in
all
a lot
I
of
have to
video
say.
games too.
Oh yeah, it's very recognizable.
Right. And now we'll move on to the Ho-Oh Ranger. And no, I don't mean the Pokemon. Ho-Oh Ranger, the Pink Ranger, Rin, who, first thing I want to say is interesting about Rin is that she's Chinese in in the universe of the show. Now she's played by a Japanese woman, at least judging by the name.
Star.
Yeah. Now, like I said, the actress is Japanese. Her name is Natsuki Takahashi. And yeah, so like I said, we start off with her basically immigrating from China to Japan to go to college. She's a college student.
Sure is.
Yep.
And she fits the Pink Ranger archetype very well.
She fits it pretty. She even gets the "I'm famous now" or "I want to be famous" episodes.
Except that was probably the most interesting Pink Ranger wants to be famous episode I've seen in anything.
It's
because
heartbreaking.
we have the monster of the week. We'll talk about him because I have him in my monsters of the week. Has a human form, and the two of them genuinely fall in love with each other, which makes the ending tragic. And it
so
actually worked. I'm like, this is normally kind of silly and played for laughs, but there was some definite weight and emotion at the end of that episode.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. And Rin herself is an interesting character. Again, she's from China, right? So there's kind of an
just
interesting,
like Kaku.
Just like Kaku, so there's an interesting implied connection between what's happening in Japan and obviously the Chinese connection with all of the mythological.
The Chinese connection.
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
For those who don't know, that's the title of a Bruce Lee movie.
There it is. There it is. I did not realize I was saying that. That was
so one of the things about Rin. So Rin was, and I think this is a problem with a lot of Sentai Japanese shows. The female member of the team usually doesn't get as much recognition or as much love. But with Rin, so early on, Rin's not as interesting of a character until Ko comes along. Then when Ko comes along, it's her relationship with Ko that kind of really adds so much extra. Like she's still a decent character. Like there's nothing wrong with her, but it's just like I even sent
up to that point she's bland.
Yeah. Well, she's the girl.
Up to that point, she's pretty
the
bland.
team.
Right.
Which,
But then she becomes, well, I don't know. Would you we'll talk more about Ko here in a moment, but would you describe her relationship with him as being more big sister or surrogate mother?
Both, depending on the situation. Honestly,
yeah.
And that's not to say she doesn't do anything interesting either. She's the one who ends up going on the spirit journey to get the Lili balls. So she ends up going on that journey. She's the one who does that very early in the series. That's the arc in episodes 5 and 6. It's worth noting.
And she gets to see the Zords hanging out in a cave.
Yep. It's worth noting.
Well, I shouldn't say Zords, the mecha.
Yeah, get it right, Marchand. It's worth noting as kind of a side note here that a lot of the episodes in the series are broken up into 2 or more arcs. So sometimes you'll get the
Yes.
same monster in 2 back-to-back episodes, which means there are actually fewer monsters of the week overall in this show because they reuse them. And sometimes they'll pull monsters from multiple episodes back, but most monsters in the show get at least 2 episodes. And there's a 2-episode arc, episodes 5 and 6, where Rin is teleported to China to help find the Lili balls, these magical Lili balls, and each of them is associated with one of the key beasts. And we learned that the only reason that Ryuseo, the dragon key beast, is able to operate without the Lili balls because Kaku's been pouring all of his energy into it. That's the only reason that it could be summoned without the Lili ball. So Rin is the one who is summoned, and she finds them. And then after that, she has a very interesting conversation with Master Kaku where he says, one of these days you're going to end up like you are destined to be way stronger than me one of these days. You're going to be almost unstoppable, but it's going to take a long journey to get there. And after that, she does kind of descend into a little bit of blandness for a while. But when Ko becomes her foil, her character just kind of expands really, really wonderfully through the rest of the show. And if it's not obvious at this point, it will be when we get to Ko. But Ko is the character with whom she has that same kind of journey, along with all the other characters we mentioned before. They all have a character that helps them grow, and Ko is hers.
Yeah. Right. And I think it's talking about her powers. I think it's interesting to note that she is the only of the Rangers who can use her she or ki or chi powers outside of Ranger form. The rest of them have to be transformed to be able to use their ki, their powers. But she routinely uses her wind power, her straight line tornado, is her power, and she uses that routinely outside of her Ranger form. So yeah, she is definitely. I think that as far as Japanese shows, especially from the time period, she was a step forward in the way that they treated female characters, but she's not the huge leap forward that us coming into it from 2023 would probably expect or want in a female character. But for the time period, like the fact that they made her so important to the team and important to other characters and powerful was a step forward, because like I said, in a lot of Japanese media, the girl of the team or girls of the teams are usually not treated as kindly.
I think Ren ends up with she doesn't get the short end of the stick too bad in this series, which is really nice.
I would say she's treated as equal. I would say she's treated fairly equally amongst this
I wish I could say that Ko treated her correctly.
More. We'll get there. We'll get there.
Anything else to say about Ren, or should we hear about
one thing? So Travis, you mentioned that she could use her powers outside of her Ranger form. Does that count as too much pink energy? Okay. Tell us about her fighting style, Travis.
Well, she is dangerous.
So. She is. I just wanted that was important. It had to be said.
I mean, she does have lady Lila balls. That's for sure.
Anyway, how does she fight, Travis? Tell us about that.
So she uses Ying Xiao Pai. Which I definitely mispronounced, but Ying Xiao Pai, also known as Eagle Claw or Eagle Fist, is a Chinese martial arts that's derived from Shaolin Kung Fu. Again, another Shaolin-inspired Kung Fu style. It emphasizes grappling, joint locks, takedowns, and pressure point combat. Hers, just like Rio's from earlier, you can definitely tell when you look at her hands and the shape that her fists make when she's fighting, that is the iconic Eagle Claw, because again, the reason why it's called Eagle Claw or Eagle Fist is because of the hand shape that they make. It looks like an eagle's claw. Now, I'm not 100% sure, so nobody take this as gospel or take it with a grain of salt. But just from my watching experience, I feel like the actress playing Ren is the only one of the team who was not trained in fighting in this style prior to the show, because when she is not in ranger form, when she's doing when she is fighting and she uses the eagle claw, it does feel very sloppy. Whereas in ranger form, she's very clean and neat and really on point. So I wonder if she is one that actually had to have a stunt double to play in ranger form, who knew how to fight in that style, and then outside of ranger form she was trying to imitate what her stunt double does and just wasn't as good at it. I don't know, that's just me, that's just from what I was seeing. Maybe I'm wrong.
I mean,
I noticed
it's
too.
possible.
I actually noticed that too, oddly enough, especially during the final episodes where they do their stance and they do their attack. They're not their attack, but their introductory moves outside of their uniforms. All like hers, the form wasn't identical. It wasn't quite as elegant. Still did it better than I could ever do it. But
for sure.
But it definitely seemed like maybe somebody had taken her aside and said, "Just do what this person does." So there was a little bit less overt training involved there. The form was still there. It just wasn't identical.
Yeah. I did just confirm that the suit actor was a woman. I wanted to make sure of that, because sometimes with Sentai, they will use skinny men and pad out the costume to hide it. But no, in this case, it is a stunt woman.
Yeah. But she was not able to really match perfectly the style that her stunt double did. So when she's not in ranger form, her form feels a little sloppy, but again, like Danny said, it's way better than what I could do, but just looking at it. But when she's in ranger form, it's on point because you have someone who likely has had years and years of training to be able to do those moves, whereas the actress who is playing Ren outside of her ranger form has probably been given a few months at most, kind of what do you call Iron Fist? An Iron Fist kind of thing here for anybody who knows Marvel's Iron Fist, where they were given like 2 weeks to prepare.
I was going to say, I don't necessarily understand that. Maybe I'm not nerd enough to understand the reference. But
it's a Marvel reference to the new Netflix show.
I know what Iron Fist. No, I know what Iron Fist is. It was a Marvel show from a few years ago. But what I'm talking about.
So just for Michael's benefit, Iron Fist in the comics is supposed to be the master. Is supposed to be a master of many forms of martial arts. Has been training in martial arts his entire life in a secret, Tibetan monastery, up in the Himalayas, in the Himalayas. But the actor that they got to play Iron Fist had no experience in fighting using martial arts or anything like that. He had no martial arts experience, and instead of training him for like years and stuff leading up to, or a year or whatever, like they did with Keanu Reeves in Matrix, where they spent like a year of just training him in how to fight, they basically gave him 2 weeks to train and then said, okay, now we're going to film you. And it's definitely noticeable in the show, and especially when he goes up against like the stunt actors who are playing like some of the bad guys, and they are using actual martial arts and they're way better than him, even though he's supposed to have spent his entire life training.
Yeah. But anyway,
embarrassing.
But anyway, the fact that she uses Eagle Claw makes sense because the Ho-Oh is a bird.
Okay,
which
now
we'll talk about a little bit more later.
We will talk about it a little bit later, but that that is something that's the thing that I'm going to I have issue with the Ranger Wiki article about because they definitely misidentified the creature that is her inspiration.
Right. But now we have to talk about our 6th Ranger, the one who actually made it into Power Rangers. The Kiba Ranger, who is white, Ko, played by Hisashi Sakai,
What a
I'm
punk.
not going to sugarcoat it. He starts off as a Sentai Kenny.
He's
And a really bad Sentai Kenny.
He is a pervy little guy. Let me just say this. He's a
how old is
pervy.
he supposed to actually be? I'm going to look up his canonical age.
He's 9, dude, because they're trying to save him before.
He's
Oh,
9.
good
Yeah, before
lord!
his birthday. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
They
right.
have
His
to
10th
save.
birthday.
So he's
But
9 for
good
most of the show.
grief. Now I have a
this
justification for it. I have a justification. Well, not justification. I
not the
think
right
I
word.
understand why he's the way he is. Because his
Oh,
whole storyline.
I'm anxiously awaiting. I'm anxiously awaiting Nathan's excuse for why boob
It's not an
grabbing is a good
excuse.
idea.
It's not an excuse. This is how I'm reading the character, because this is a
Tread
bit of a
carefully,
trope.
Marchand.
I'm trying to. This is a bit of a trope in Japanese media, in anime, and more so in anime, I think, at least in my experience. You know, the pervy little boy, because he just there's no way around it. He flat out sexually harasses poor Rin.
No, it's not harassment. It's basically assault, dude.
It's assault. It's assault.
We're not. We have left harassment in the rearview window, my friend. Like, this is bad.
Once physical contact has been made, that is called assault, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, should we give some context for folks who might not have seen the show?
First off, I think that I could be wrong on this, but the fact that it's getting presented as humorous shows a difference in cultural attitudes toward it. I think not that it is.
It does, yeah.
It's not that it's not frowned upon. It's just the Japanese culture is more willing to use it as a punchline compared to
that's
Western
fair.
culture.
But
anyway,
that is not a. I mean, you mentioned it too. That is not unusual. This is definitely not the first series to do that, and it definitely isn't the last. That is a very, very common thing within shonen media,
shonen
which is
anime and manga.
Yeah, it would, and even this is a shonen series because it's meant for boys. The stuff that's meant for boys, you tend to have a lot of the what we would consider perviness of what, and I don't want to justify it because it's not good. It's not right in our.
It's not good, and I don't think the show is presenting it positively either. Because Rin is not enjoying herself. It's frowned upon in the show.
But if you go back,
it's not about justification. It's about context.
Right.
All
yeah.
right, hang on. We're all talking at once. Let Travis go ahead.
Okay. Well, I was gonna say. So if you go back in Japanese media, like this is an ongoing thing. Like this is not like we're not breaking new ground by saying that the young kid in this show is pervy. Like no, I mean if you have any of y'all watched the original Dragon Ball series?
Although in Goku's defense, he doesn't understand some things.
That does not justify Master Roshi.
No,
it doesn't
justify Master Roshi,
and
but I think you're talking about Goku.
And all the other ones, like that show. But that is just a part of Japanese culture for shonen things that are meant for boys, whether it's be manga, whether it be anime, whether it be live action, tokusatsu. If it's meant for boys, there's always that underlying what we would call perviness, but I think culturally in Japan, it's more of trying to address the fact that boys are curious and playful in a sexual way because they're kind of discovering themselves and their own bodies and stuff at that time. And so it's kind of like a way of joking about that. I have nothing against making jokes and comments and making jokes about the fact that boys are a little pervy when they're at that age. Who of us wasn't a little bit pervy at that age? But
Speak for yourself, sir.
My goodness.
But
You're the most likely candidate for being that way in this call.
Whoa.
Who, me
Wow.
or him?
Way to throw me under the bus.
Oh, Michael.
Michael.
Way to throw me under the bus, dude. Come on.
Enjoy that
Jeez.
bus. But no, here's how I ended up reading Ko as a character, because at first I didn't much care for him.
Yeah, but
Because
that's what the story wanted.
Kenny. But
That's what the story wanted. It didn't want.
yeah,
it
but
wanted
that's
you to
how.
be
Yeah,
off
but that
put
was the
by
point.
it.
That was
Yeah,
the
that's
point.
the
He
point.
was supposed
That's
to
the
start off kind of unlikable, because his big arc throughout the whole thing, his personal arc, is he's trying to find his mother. And as time went on and they developed that storyline very effectively, I might add, I realized, okay, I think I see this now, because he's trying to find his mother. His mother has been gone since he was about 5. He had a very traumatic experience with his mother, because his mother basically got a hot iron out and branded him with a tiger, and he was 5. Okay, so that, and I know, and they show that clip like 20 times throughout the entire show, if not more.
Yeah, it doesn't get any less awful.
Yeah, it never does.
Pretty
But
brutal.
yeah, so you had that. I get the impression. Well, no, we find out that he never knew his dad, and we know why, because Star Wars. So he did. So he had. He's lost his mother. He had a traumatic experience with his mother. He's trying to find his mother, never knew his father, so he never really had a real father figure to bring him up, to tell him this is not how you behave with women, and he's desperate for female attention. So those things together turn into how he treats Rin at first. That's how I'm taking it.
And, well, I think that's prizing it. I think that is prizing it. Legitimately, I think that I think you can definitely read it that way, and you're absolutely right that is a good way of looking at it. But I legitimately think that he is just the atypical young shonen character, which is like that, because there's plenty of characters who do act like that, who do not have that experience and that lifestyle or life experience. I mean. So I don't think that was the thought process that they did in creating Ko. I think that after the fact, we can go back and say, well, maybe that will explain some of it, but that is prizing it, I think.
Well, I was just going to tack on and say, I don't know what camp this particularly falls into, but like what necessarily happens when little boys are left to their own devices? Little boys are not going to do good things when they're left alone. And like back to piggyback off of what little bit of what Nathan was saying, like what none of us were innocent little boys, growing up. And that I'm not justifying it. I'm just kind of pointing that out. I don't want to make an excuse.
I was left alone quite a bit as a child, as a young 10 to 13-year-old, and the only thing that I ever got from it was carpal tunnel in my right hand.
I'm trying to decide if I need to hit the button or not.
It's like, I don't know whether to censor that or not.
Yeah, sad trombone.
Fun for the whole family.
Because at first I wasn't sure if that was an intentional joke or not.
The visual of Travis playing with his sad trombone is now forever etched in
my dragon dagger. Thank you very much.
Don't get me started on his Lili balls either.
I wish that could be the episode title, but it probably won't. I'm leaning towards. I
still need to go through and find a good out of context line.
Oh no! Help.
Anyway,
so go ahead, Michael. Oh, you guys.
But anyway, Ko is actually going to come up for 2 reasons in the Who Did It Better segment. Partly because, yes, Tommy becomes him in Power Rangers, but also because this concept gets used by Power Rangers later for Justin. And we all know I had opinions about Justin. Funny enough, I don't mind it here with Ko. At first, I thought I was going to mind it a lot, but I ended up not because I felt like Ko had a very meaningful journey as a character, and they did lean into the fact that he's a kid who basically gets Shazammed into an adult body when he morphs.
And
but here's
the character.
Byakko,
Byakko,
the Sentai counterpart for Saba, actually mentors this kid.
Is his mouthpiece.
It's his mouthpiece, and he keeps him in line. He mentors him.
Right.
Yeah. He tells him, hey, I need you to do this. Hey, you need to do this. So he's instructing him because that's what this kid needs. He needs instruction.
What I'm wondering,
that's why he gravitates toward Rin and the Rangers, because they give him the structure he never had as a child.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm sitting here wondering, looking at the notes, is why you didn't have Byakko as a supporting cast member.
Because he's not listed in the Ranger Wiki, and then I forgot to think of it.
Oh, you and your being a slave to the Ranger Wiki. Come on, man.
Well, it's probably I'm actually a little
we all know that the Ranger. We all know that
as a character and not as a weapon.
We all know, Nathan, that pulling things from the Ranger Wiki and other sources is lazy and unoriginal. Come on, man.
And especially when they get it wrong.
It's because he does all his research at 4 a.m. the day before you record the episode.
Right, and it's like
got some
and
things
he always
wrong in the wiki, so.
Yeah, he's in the entry for this show, but he's listed under weapons.
I wonder why.
I personally think that Byakko should be listed as a supporting cast member because you're right. Getting back on track and talking about Ko, he does mentor Ko, but it's kind of a gray area cast member to me because even though Byakko does have its own personality, it's still essentially just a weapon or just a.
Yeah, but he still does way more than Saba.
That's what I was going to say.
Saba lost its voice about halfway through that season anyway, and it was just.
And they barely even did anything with it.
Yeah.
Saba gets more play in the comics than he did in the series.
And he definitely gets more. And he definitely gets more play in the audio drama. Shout out to Carl. Scratch that off of your bingo card.
No, I was going to say shout out to Roger.
There we go.
Roger.
No one will get
For some odd reason, Carl Dutton is named Roger in Travis's mind.
I keep calling him Roger by accident. Roger. I don't know. It's Roger and Sean who do the audio dramas
instead of Carl and Shane.
Okay. So back on track. Back on track. Did anyone else have trouble? Because I did. Did anyone else have trouble separating the Kibi Ranger and Ko from Tommy Oliver and the White
For
Ranger?
a really long time, I did.
No,
I did. I struggled really hard to separate the two.
From the very beginning, the way he acts is so different than how Tommy is in that suit that it's like, no.
I'm talking about in suit. I'm talking about in the suit.
Yeah, in suit.
In suit. He is so different. Yeah. He acts so different. Like he is the mannerisms are a kid. It is like a kid. So yeah, no, I had no trouble with it. He was his own character in my head.
Yeah, but the thing is that some of the childish mannerisms still made their way over into Power Rangers, and they did. But I think really what helps hard to justify it.
I think they did, but I think what helps with that separation though, Nathan, is the new footage that Saban made for season 2 and season 3. Because there was a lot of new footage in both of those seasons.
Right. But it did take me a while to make the mental adjustment. More so than I think anybody in Zyuranger, weirdly enough.
That was cool.
Yeah, the contextualization
just because you haven't seen it yet.
I've seen it.
You're gonna have the opposite problem when you watch Power Rangers. You're gonna be like, why is Tommy acting like a child?
Honestly, and maybe it's just because I don't watch Power Rangers nearly as much as what you guys do, but I have no problem like separating the two different versions in my head. Like, they're just two different characters.
I think it's mainly because it's all starting to run together at this point, Travis. If I'm being honest, we
you can only watch
blazed
so many
through
hundreds and hundreds of hours of Ranger stuff before it all starts to turn into a weird potpourri in your brain.
Oh, it's a weird. It's just a weird blob of multicolored spandex.
Power potpourri.
At this point.
That might. I'd almost want to make that the title of this episode.
Power potpourri.
Power potpourri. Anyway, are we ready to move on? Because I'm sure we're going to unpack some more stuff with Ko a little later.
Yeah, but there's really no way
we'll talk.
We can't cycle back to Ko because pretty much like a lot of the characters, especially the villains, we're going to have to cycle back to Ko a little bit when we talk about them.
Right.
So
right.
We'll be talking about Ko later.
Yeah, but besides, the next character we got to talk about is a really important one.
Did you want to?
Oh, his fighting style. That's right.
Yeah,
his fighting style. Yeah.
I cannot guarantee this 100% because I could not. So on the Ranger wiki, they do not list a fighting style for the Kiba Ranger, the Fang Ranger, Kiba being Fang, the Fang Ranger, but they. So I can't guarantee this, but from what I could see and just being a fan of, and that's something I didn't mention. So the reason why I really love this is because I am a big fan of kung fu movies, and I'm also a big tokusatsu fan, and the two do not cross over nearly enough. And so the fact that they're using kung fu in this series, and I'm actually like bringing in some of my kung fu movie fandom into my tokusatsu. It's like, yay, the peanut butter and the chocolate are mixing.
Right, Travis, you should check out Power Rangers Jungle Fury for that reason.
Oh, I know. I haven't. That is one of the ones I have not watched. I dropped off before it, and I really need to go back to it. Anyway,
right.
So
and it's some of the best Power Rangers out there. I'm just saying.
Nice.
Right.
So just from my personal experience and from what my personal research, it looks like he is using what's called Black Tiger Fist, or what is Heihukan or Heihukan. I may be mispronouncing that. I'm probably definitely mispronouncing that. Anyway, it is a Shaolin temple form of Chinese martial arts. It is one of the many famous animal forms of kung fu, where you have manta style, monkey style, you have black tiger style, or tiger fist style. It is known for its extensive footwork, its acrobatic kicks, and its low, wide stances, which is why I kind of thought that was what Ko was using in this, as far as just watching him, because he definitely stayed low. If you ever see like them fighting or them even coming together as a team and like doing their poses, he's always down low. And he does a lot of very
actually, I'm looking at the right, and I'm looking at the promotional image of the whole team here on the Ranger Wiki, and the other 5 are standing straight, and he's in front of them, and he's crouched down low.
Yeah. The hand shapes again are what is the most identifiable, and it's hard to tell because he's always got not Saba in one hand, so it's hard to see his hand shapes, but whenever I would see his hands, he would have that very noticeable curled fingers where the thumb is also curled, which is what makes this one kind of identifiable, because the thumb is not always curled in some of the other fighting styles. The fingers are, but not the thumb. This one, the whole hand is curled up like a tiger's claw, and so that's why whenever I saw him fighting and his hand shape, that's what tells me this is the type that he's using. Yeah, that's really all I have to say. Other than one of the things that practitioners of Black Tiger Fist and this type of kung fu, they really emphasize learning all forms of weaponry. So this is also where they have a lot of training with swords and pole arms and stuff. So, so him using the not Saba blade kind of makes sense too.
Right. Actually, Travis, I think you can safely say that he is using Black Tiger because what got branded on him.
Yeah, true.
Black Tiger.
I'm just all like, I don't want to definitively say that that's it because I have no other sources other than my own watching and seeing my own experience of seeing it and knowing what the hand shape is and everything. So I don't want to definitively say it because I might be wrong, but just that's what it looked like to me.
Right. Anyway, we still got a lot of ground to cover, so we're going into the supporting cast, starting with Master Kaku, or help me out with this name, Chief Officer
Jashu.
Jashu. Okay.
Yeah. X in Chinese always makes a sh sound.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
Jashu.
Played by Koji Naka. I love this guy.
Oh yeah, I call him Obi-Wan.
I realize I'm only a few. I'm like 2 shows into Super Sentai. I've watched a few episodes of Kaku Ranger already. This Kaku feels like as traditional and strong a mentor as you can possibly get. Like he's as traditional a one as you can get. And he's a martial arts master from China, and he's the one who assembles this team. And he has a wild backstory because we find out that he's descended from the Dai tribe that I mentioned in the epic plot synopsis. And he knows that the Gorma are coming back, so he puts this team together because that their mission is to stop the Gorma's ambitions of taking over the world, of course. This dude is he's amazing. Like he actually dispenses worthwhile advice and he's proactive. He is wonderful.
He is Zordon if Zordon wasn't stuck in the tube. Like he is everything that Zordon would be if Zordon was not stuck in the tube. He is such a great mentor. I love a good mentor character. Those always tend to be some of my favorite characters, and Obi-Wan Kaku is definitely up there as one of my favorite Power Ranger Sentai.
I will tell you right. I wrote down a lot of lines from Kaku as for awards because it's like I said, he just had a lot of good things to say. I'm looking through trying to find a few of them now. We humans are merely part of nature as we cannot defy these laws.
I'm
trying to see if I had some other ones. Like I said, I had a few. One won the award. He won the award for me this year. This year for this show.
One of my favorite lines that he said, and I sent it to you guys when I was watching it, is when Rin, the Pink Ranger, is feeling useless, and she says, "I'm useless," and she runs out of the base. And then later on, when Kaku meets up with her, he's like, "You're not useless ... anymore." And it's like, wow, gee, thanks.
Wow, that's
like you didn't have to put that in there.
Thanks, Master Kaku. Jeez. No, Master Kaku's pretty dang cool. He's pretty dang cool.
Here's another one I wrote down. Either when you love someone or when you fight along your allies as a warrior, what matters most is trust.
Which comes into play.
And I did write down his his last words because spoiler warning. In true Obi-Wan Kenobi fashion, he doesn't make it to the end of the show.
No, he makes it. Does not.
He's close though. He makes it close. He's like two episodes in.
Yeah,
or 2 episodes.
I think about 3.
Shy.
Episode.
But do we really? But do we count? But he technically, we see him on the last episode, but as a ghost.
Oh, he force ghosts.
Yeah, force ghost. Or is he a chi ghost?
Yeah.
Is he a chi ghost?
That's what. Yes. That's what.
It's all the same from a certain point of view.
Almost certain point
Yeah,
of view, yes.
which he pulls that too because he knows things that the kids don't know, that the
And,
Rangers
yep,
don't know,
He doesn't tell them everything.
and he doesn't
He
tell
does
them.
not tell
Oh,
them.
Rio, did you know your father was a traitor and now wears black samurai armor, and it's
I
that
didn't
guy
know
over there who's
that.
trying to murder you?
I didn't know that. Thanks, Teach. Like, you really came through for me
I
on
probably should have told you that before he had a sword at your throat, but
that. Yeah, probably. And we do actually find out that because Rio's father was absentee for evil Gorma reasons, Kaku actually did watch over him from a distance as he was growing up.
the Star Wars parallels just keep
Star
piling up.
Wars. So it
Yeah,
ain't subtle.
But there is one thing with Kaku's story where they diverge from Star Wars, although interestingly enough, and it's something I don't typically see, and the only other time I can name an instance where this happens is, interestingly enough, Batman Begins. The mentor betrays his students.
Okay, but not really.
Are you talking about the truce?
No, not the truce. At the end, when he goes back to the Gorma.
Well, because of the truce. That's what we're saying.
It is because of the truce. So he's doing it. Yeah. He's doing it with good intentions, but it still requires that he has to fight his students.
And he mops the floor with them.
And he does, yeah. Like, and he has crazy cool armor when he does it. We also find out that his biggest secret is he's actually Gorma.
Yes, yeah. And he was a member, and not just a member. He was a high-ranking member. And when he left, because he didn't want to fight, that you later learned that there were people within the Gorma civilization that believed the same thing he did about not wanting to fight. And so him going back is some kind of, like he's thinking, well, maybe I can instigate some kind of quiet revolution here where people who don't want to fight might get more of a chance to speak up and make a difference. And we might be able to stop this because, again, as we learn at the end of the show, and we'll get into this, the idea that this battle won't end unless something changes, right? So, I mean, that's a can of worms we'll open later. But yeah, Master Kaku, it is really interesting because the show really does push you to the brink of really wondering whether or not you can trust the dude at the end, right? We have all these episodes worth of really coming to respect this guy as this wise man who spends most of his time underground, with his eyes closed, thinking about things and meditating and being, trying to get more powerful and trying to find answers and dispensing wisdom at just the right time, or maybe just a little too late, but it still helps anyway. And then you're confronted with the idea that this guy might legitimately be a traitor, right? He might legitimately not have been the man that the Dairangers believed he was. And they always kind of knew there was something mysterious about him, right? They always kind of knew that, but they went along with his intrigue and his mystery and his vague backstory because they trusted him. That's one of the core themes of the show is trust, I would argue. And that runs through the
like
show.
I said, Kaku gave out advice about trust.
Yeah.
Trust and mystery. Trust and mystery is the two things. And Travis, I think you pointed that out to me the other night when we were talking about this. Is
revelation?
Revelation. There we go. Revelation.
Yeah.
He's a fascinating character.
I like that, and I wish this is something. And I know we get some of it in Power Rangers later on, but it is something I wish that they did directly adapt for a Power Rangers series, is the idea that the master may not be the person that we thought he was. And that earth-shattering realization is so just done so well in this series that I want that to be directly one for one adapted into a Power Rangers series.
Yeah, it would have been amazing.
I'm trying to think, Michael, help me out here. I don't know if we have anything quite like that in the show.
If we're talking mentor characters,
we have other characters who had big revelations. but
Right. I mean, we've had a ton of revelations, but nowhere near the rank of someone like a Zordon that kind of straddled that line between is he really on our side?
And I think that might also be a cultural thing too, because
Not that I
in
can
the
think of.
US, at a certain point in the US, and it's so early on in the Power Rangers series, but even later in Power Rangers, in American kids shows, you're not really supposed to portray authority figures in a negative light, because you're supposed to, the kids have to know that they can trust authority figures. You don't want to, teach them they can't trust authority figures. Whereas you don't have those kinds of regulations and rules in Japan. So they can kind of play with that. And ultimately, Kaku, I mean, and I guess we're going to talk about it as we go on, but Kaku does earn their trust back. Or, I mean, it's not like, well, and the thing is, they should have trusted him all along. It's like he's earned their trust. They should have trusted him, but at the same time, they just couldn't bring themselves to trust once the revelation was there. But it's like, but you should have trusted me all along. Nothing, like you should have known. How long have we known each other? You should have known. So I don't know. To me, they were the ones who betrayed his trust more than he betrayed their trust, because they should have trusted him.
Right, but I do wonder if going back to the Gorma was the smartest or even the best decision that he could have made in order, because he
had no choice. He has no choice. Like that was part of the that was part of the deal. That was the deal. The deal was for them to have a truce. They had to disband the Dairangers, and he had to return to the Gorma.
Right.
It eliminates the problem of there being continual fighting that's going to get Mr. Dragon God to come down and do his thing. It eliminates the ongoing war. It gives him a chance to affect positive change from inside the enemy camp. It's where he feels he can do the most good.
Right.
And he asks the Rangers to trust him no matter what. And it is pushed about as far as you can go, to the point where Kaku was literally standing over them in his cool armor, and they're all laying there smoking and bleeding because he's beaten the tar out of them. And you're at that point continuing to trust the guy is impossible for most rational human beings. But that he's still saying, trust me, don't get in my way. And they keep saying, nah, it'll be fine. We're going to get in your way anyway. And he keeps wiping the floor with them. And, it's a good thing they snap out of it when they do toward the end of the show, because he would have fallen even faster in that final fight he has.
And also, I mean, and to be fair, he could have communicated with him a little bit better. He's not a great communicator.
No,
he's
no.
not.
The man is not. He's not a great communicator. He could have probably
until he's actually dispensing advice and teaching them things. Then he's
awesome. But the rest of the time he sits there and he's like, I know why they do that. Two reasons. One, he's trying to get the Rangers to figure it out for themselves and personal growth, yada yada. He's also doing it because it creates greater tension in your fictional TV show. Like I get it. I get it. But like maybe if he'd been up front with them a little bit, but could he have? Who knows? It destroys the tension of the show.
Left
so you can't have him
sticky
explain
note.
it.
Just left a sticky note on the door. By the way, BT Dubs.
By the way,
I went back to the Gorma because I was blackmailed into doing it.
Dear Dairangers, left to join Gorma. Explain later. Trust me, ham and fridge. Kaku.
Yes.
I need that meme now.
Please let the dog out while I'm gone.
By dog, we mean Co.
Please feed Fido.
Please take Co out to make poopies in the backyard. Please scoop Co's clumps while I'm away. Take him to the vet.
He's a cat, not a dog.
That's why I said scoop his clumps. It's a little
scoop.
So one more thing before you move on to any other characters. Master Kaku is the last character I'm going to have a little bit of a note on his fighting style. So when he does fight, actually fight, not just put his hands up and do a little chi blast. But when he actually does do some
Right.
fighting, it looks like, again, this one's not confirmed by any other sources, so this is just me, so take it with a grain of salt, but it looks like he is using Tai Chi moves, which makes sense because of him being, because Tai Chi is more about centering yourself. It's a more internal form of Kung Fu. You know, anybody who knows anything about Kung Fu, there's internal and external styles of Kung Fu, and Tai Chi is more about focusing your chi, focusing your energies, and using your movements to keep that energy flowing, which kind of fits into the way that Master Kaku is, with using his chi and moving the chi around and manipulating it, and balance. Tai Chi is all about balance, and him being a balance between both the yo and the chi kind of fits. So to me, it looks like Tai Chi and it fits with this character. So that's what I think he's using. But again, take it with a grain of salt, because there's no other place online where I could find what his actual fighting style was.
Right.
So cool.
Thanks
for sharing all that with us, Travis. That was really fascinating.
Yeah. I should mention that even though Power Rangers didn't adapt this, again, I'm going to plug Carl. He did adapt the Dairangers and Master Kaku in season 2 of the audio drama, and it was done pretty well too.
It was
nice.
So, if you ever want to see what Dairanger could have been like in Power Rangers if they were properly adapted, that's a good place to go look. But anyway,
now I noticed you have a character missing from the supporting cast roster.
Who?
And that is Master Gohan.
Master Gohan.
Yeah, the old crazy inventor guy. Where is he?
The old crazy guy.
Come on, guys.
I don't. He was only in a handful of episodes, so I didn't include him.
Well, okay, and Kameo wasn't. You got Kameo on here. He was in like 4 episodes.
Well, Kameo was in a lot more than that, sir.
The guy built all of their gizmos for them, and he's married
Rin's
a woman.
grandfather.
He gave them
the bazooka.
He made it for them and then gave it to them, and his neck is really weird and makes strange noises. We got to talk about him. Come on.
He was in 5 episodes.
Oh yeah, well,
okay. So here's the thing.
Actually, no, I think it was more like 4.
We talked about Rio's dad, and he was in like 2 or 3. Come on.
Yeah.
What kind of bazooka did that guy invent? Yeah, come on.
I love, so there's 2 things. There's 2, and that's why I wanted to bring it up, because there's 2 types of traditional mentors in Japanese media. You have your very stoic, very serious, your Mr. Miyagi style mentors, which is what Master Kaku was. And then you have this trope of the elderly buffoon who turns out to be a master. You know, the one who's the eccentric old man who turns out to be a great master. And that is what...
There you go. Takeshi Kuwabara. Takeshi Kuwabara. Now, the thing is that he's actually Rin's great grand uncle.
Yes.
She calls him grandpa.
Yeah, she calls him grandpa because he kind of raised her. But yeah, and he's the one who
married
to a woman who is his granddaughter's age.
Yes.
Yep. But hey, but wait, you didn't mention the best part. She was trapped inside of a giant kabuki man.
Like kabuki man.
I love it. Adapted into Power Rangers. And they completely changed the character.
Kabuki Kozo's on my list. We'll talk about him later, but I just had to mention that this guy, who's like he's an inventor and one of the main characters, family members, and he invents bazookas, and he has a very young girlfriend, eventually wife, who was eaten by a kabuki boy. I just wanted to mention all of those things.
Now,
if you haven't, the show is nuts.
You realize how insane that sentence sounds,
That's
right?
why I said it, Marchand. I said there's a certain point. There's a certain point in the show, and I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but it fits here. As I was rewatching it for this episode, it's from a later episode where the Rangers and Kujaku are all together fighting the kaleidoscope guy on a beach.
Uh-huh.
And
Who
at
was,
that
who
point,
was
I
in
was,
Power Rangers.
yeah, and I was sitting there watching this, and it occurred to me at that point, episode like late 30s, early 40s, toward the end, that if anybody walked into the room while I was watching the show at that point, they would think I was like, they would probably have to call the nice people to haul me away. Put me in a straitjacket. This guy has lost his mind. What in the world is he watching? There's a peacock lady and a bunch of multicolored spandex people fighting a kaleidoscope.
It's
man
not spandex.
There it is. I triggered it. I'm sorry. That's my fault, everyone.
It scratched that off the bingo card.
I hit the wrong button there, but yeah. Anyway, like this is one of those moments where anything involving this crazy old guy and the weird kabuki guy and him with his weird neck, I had to stop and think to myself, this it just dawned on me how kind of weird this movie is.
Yeah.
I got that reference.
Thank you.
I got it.
Thank you. That's what it is. Like, but this guy, I love this guy. I'm glad we Travis, I'm glad you mentioned him. He's funny.
Yeah, well, also because one of the other supporting cast members was built and created by this guy. So we have to talk about him because you can't talk about Byakko, the not Saba, without talking about Master Gohan, because Master Gohan built the white tiger sword and does a full-on Merlin and plunges the sword into a stone and says it will be there until the
Byakko
rightful...
got to be Excalibur for a minute.
Yeah.
Literally, almost, like pretty much literally.
Yeah. So we're going to talk about Byakko too? Byakko, who had to be added to the list, even though he's a sword. Voiced by Rotaru Abe.
There's
I will not
much
stand
to
for
talk
Byakko
about.
slander. I mean, there isn't that much, but he's a wisecracking, talking sword / mentor / parental figure for a pervy little 9-year-old.
Who actually speaks for Ko, because Ko still sounds like a kid in Ranger form.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's an incredibly inventive use of that character. So for anyone out there who has not seen Dairanger and might be wondering if Ko, a 9-year-old, is shazamming into this adult-sized Power Ranger and he still sounds like a kid, but he's also hiding his identity. We didn't mention that before. He's hiding his identity from the bad guys, although they figure it out
and
pretty
the
fast.
Rangers.
And the Rangers,
he hides
they
it from
figure
the
it out
Rangers.
later.
Yeah.
Yeah, he hides it from
Knew.
everyone. And Kaku's the
Kaku
only one who knew, because he and Byakko were kind of in on it. Like, he knew that another Ranger was coming. But how do you disguise the voice? It still sounds like a 9-year-old kid. Well, he will, like, in Ranger form, Ko will gesticulate and do his moves, but the sword, Byakko, is talking for him in a very deep kind of superhero-y type voice that sounds like it might come out of a Ranger. And it matches, and so they're kind of working the character together almost. Ko is the body and Byakko's the voice, and together they are the Kiba Ranger, and they maintain the illusion.
And that
I always thought that was really
and
cool.
that is where I think, and we'll get into this later, but that is where I think this show did it better than even Power Rangers did it.
Mm-hmm.
He admits it.
I legitimately think Byakko is one of the highlights of this show that is done so much better in the Sentai than in the Power Rangers, because Saba, like we said, is underused in Power Rangers, and he is such an important part of the team. He, and so many times they'll have him stuffed inside one of them's jacket, whether it be Ko's or whether it be Rio's or whatever, and he'll just poke his little head out and start talking to him.
I think Ko has a vest of holding, because there's no way that huge sword should disappear into that vest as well as it does. This is one of those.
It changes sizes, Marchand. It goes if it gets too cold, it shrinks, and if when it's in battle, it extends. I mean, come on.
It's basic sword biology, man. Come on.
Anyway, one of these days I need to pick Carl's brain and ask him if Byakko influenced how he wrote Saba in the audio drama, because his Saba's closer to Byakko.
I don't know. Did he ever say he? Forget it. We don't have to go down this rabbit hole.
We don't have to. But anyway, we have we have the Peacock Princess to talk about.
Yes, Princess
Yes.
Peacock, Kujaku.
Yeah. Kujaku,
Let me
played
see
by
you peacock,
Mas-
cock. Let me see you.
I find it interesting. Oh, good
anyway,
Lord.
played by Masako Morishita.
Uh-huh.
There.
We did it.
There we go.
We nailed it. Nailed it, everyone. Professional podcasting.
Yes.
So
Now-
Kujaku, we got to talk about her.
I want to start by saying I actually looked this up because they were calling her the Peacock Buddha, and I looked up that is actually a real thing, and
Yes,
there's
it is
a
a
lot
real
more to
thing.
go in. And her name is Kujaku,
Kujaku.
and gotcha. Anyway, Peacock Princess. So
Pronounce
so-
it correctly,
So
Marchand.
Kujaku is not no that Marchand. Kujaku is not the Peacock Buddha. She was the avatar for the Peacock Buddha. She was a separate being. She was born a human, well, a Dai, from the tribe, and she chose to be the vessel that the Peacock Buddha used to help fight the Gorma.
Right.
I'm just saying in the real world, in actual, I think it is in Buddhism, there is a figure like this. So
Yes, yeah,
it's
in
based on-
one of the
it's based
in
on a real
one
thing.
of
That's what I was
the
getting at.
so there's 3 forms of Buddhism. In one of if I'm remembering right, I'm not a Buddhist myself, but I do know a little bit about it. But there's 3 main forms of Buddhism. One form of Buddhism does not recognize other Buddhas. There is just one Buddha, whereas the more, which I think is the one that's more practiced in India, whereas in Southeast Asia, Japan, China, things like that, the form of Buddhism that's practiced there, they recognize other Buddhas. So this Peacock Buddha is specifically a more Eastern Asian influence in it, and Chinese specifically, because everything in this is influenced by Chinese mythology.
Right. Now, what I find, I wasn't sure what to make of the character at first. I also didn't know she was going to be a recurring character. And I love her design. Like,
Well, it's a beautiful
I love
look.
I love the fact that she has the big peacock tail and she can pull the feathers out and use them as kunai.
Yeah.
And she will take no crap. She'll take 0 craps from everybody.
Well,
No,
she's
tough. She's tough.
What's so great about her character is, and again, I think it plays into this idea that the show builds of, the heroes that may not all be heroic, and the villains that may not all be villainous. And I think that that theme, that kind of back and forth, is first really explored. Well, it was really explored with Ryo's father, but then you get it explored even more with Kujaku, because she's supposed to be the embodiment of peace, love, and goodness. That's what she's supposed to be. But because she was trapped and tormented for 6,000 years, she becomes vengeful. So she's supposed to be on the hero side, and is in a way on the hero side, but because of her just anger and seeking vengeance, she actually leans more towards a villainous side. And I just love the way that they add depth to so much of the characters. That so many of the heroes are not as heroic as you think, and so many of the villains are not as villainous as you think. And I love that they keep doing that.
Right, which does bring me to a small issue I have with her story. And maybe it was just because I had the wrong expectations. I don't know. But one of the things that I found really interesting is they established with her is that the feathers on her back are falling off and turning into brown metal pieces. And it's supposed to be that as she's slowly dying. And every time she loses one of those, she's inching a little bit closer to death. And I thought, okay, that's really interesting. But then we find out that the reason that's happening is because of it's an environmentalism moment.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
because
it's
of
Captain Planet.
all of the it becomes Captain Planet for a second, and it's because of all the pollution that's been accumulating in the 6,000 years that she's been imprisoned. Her body is not used to such a toxic environment anymore. I was disappointed with that because I was hoping that they were connecting that not to something physiological, but to her moral corruption. Because she's supposed to be the embodiment of peace and goodness, the fact that she has become corrupted by all the torture and is seeking vengeance, she's going completely against her nature, that is slowly killing her.
But then
they
you
didn't do
wouldn't
that.
get the redemption because, or at least you wouldn't get the tragedy that you get at the end, where,
Right.
and I know this is jumping ahead to, and spoilers for anybody who hasn't seen this, but if that was the case, when she returned back to, or gave up the vengefulness, then she would have healed and she would have been fine. But by it being the pollution and that there's nothing she can do to change that, she's going to die no matter what. Like they basically, that's what they say. Like there is a way to help her, but if you help her, then you're dooming the rest
peacock
of
ears.
humanity. Yeah. If you doom the rest of humanity by saving her, and instead of dooming the rest of humanity, she decides to die. And that redemption, that full acceptance and giving up the vengefulness is such a great moment, but it's also a tragic moment for our favorite character, which is Daigo, because Daigo wants so bad to save her. He wants, and he's like, please just let me save her. And she tells him, no, she can't do it. She cannot be saved.
Right. Yeah. Because she dies, but she also ascends as the Peacock Buddha at the end. So it's not it's very bittersweet. And I don't know. There was a part of me that when I got to that point, I'm like, okay, I see why they did that. But I wonder if maybe my idea and what they did could have been merged a little bit. Maybe there was some degradation, some spiritual degradation to her because of her vengeance, and because of that, she becomes affected by the environment to the point where it's irreversible.
I still think you can read it like that, though.
Probably in a more metaphorical sense.
No, I think that it was a weird environmental message that just came out of nowhere, but at the same time, I think that it was a good way of doing it, because then her death is outside of her control at that point. Like it is, there's nothing she can do to change it, and that's what makes it so tragic. That there's literally nothing they can do. She is going to die. They can't stop her death. The only thing they can do is change her internally before she dies. And that's what she does.
It becomes exactly. It becomes a race against time at that point, because her death is an immovable object, because her redeeming herself and abandoning the resentment that she's had over her imprisonment for 6,000 years is something that she has control over. But the screwed up environment of planet Earth, there's nothing that can be done about that. And even when you find out that there is, you find out that it brings with it way too many problems. Fixing that one problem will cause so many problems that it could eventually destroy everything on the planet. And it's just not, at that point, it's just not worth it. So for all intents and purposes, her death is an immovable thing. And it becomes it's treated as a race to try to find the cure. But what it really is a race to spiritual redemption for this character. And it's also a race for Daigo, because we should mention that Daigo, obviously they have a very close connection. It's because their ki is aligned. Their chi is aligned, and it's the alignment of their energies that allows Daigo to save her in the episode where she's introduced. Turns out she's been trapped in this monster mirror makeup. What a great name. Who's basically a big walking mirror that she was tricked into during a weak moment of brief vanity.
Right.
Where she sees her.
She has a backstory with one of the villains.
She has a backstory. We'll get to that. But she has a very brief, completely innocent, really, Narcissus moment where she sees her reflection. And is captured in a monster that its sole purpose, the sole purpose of this monster, because the monsters in Dairanger are very specific to like the one thing they do, and this mirror monster absorbs people who look at themselves in mirrors and think, "Wow, I look beautiful."
Yeah,
"Wow, I look handsome."
it's a vanity trap.
It's a
basically.
vanity. It's literally a vanity. It's literally a vanity, and it's a vanity. And she gets stuck inside of this thing for 6,000 years. And the only way she gets out is because Daigo senses her presence, and because their ki is aligned, and she gets out. And from that point on, it's I'm gonna find the person that tricked me into doing this, and I'm gonna make them pay. And it's very unaligned with not just the Peacock Buddha aspect of her being, the fact that she's an avatar, but also the fact that the person she's trying to track down is the person for whom she wanted to work with and learn from the Peacock Buddha in the first place to try to help her. Again, we'll get there, but it makes her character so fascinating. And you really kind of want, I mean, you kind of know that she and Daigo, a mere mortal, it's not going to work out, but that's the only time during the show really that you see Daigo get particularly emotional, is he will drop anything to go and help her. If he thinks she's anywhere nearby, or he gets a feeling that she's in trouble, he's off.
Anytime a mortal falls in love with a god, it's typically not going to end well.
Doesn't usually work out well. And it doesn't work out well here, unfortunately. But it works out in the only way it could have, and in the best way possible, because we do eventually see that she has ascended, and peace has been made, and we'll define what that peace is later. But I think she's great.
Seeing her as, like, you know, like we said, she's supposed to be the embodiment of good and peace, and then because she's so vengeful, you see her like using children as bait to draw out the villain that she's going after. It's like, you know, it's like, oh man. And that's what I'm saying. Like, there's so much in this series where they play with your expectations of, you know, what a hero is supposed to act like versus what a villain is supposed to act like. And that just is one of those times that it did that, where it's like, no, you're supposed to be the good guy, and here you are not acting like the good guy. And it's great. I love it.
And then finally, for our supporting cast, and I put an asterisk next to him because he's also technically a Zord. This threw me off a little bit when I watched it, but Kameo, played by, and this just tells you how terrible I am. I did not realize they recast this character, but he was first played by Sugisaku Imagawa in episodes 22 to 28, and then by Tomihisa Naruse in episodes 29 to 50. We get it,
right? Because the guy in the actor playing him in the later episodes looks older, in my opinion.
He does. Yeah.
He looks a little older.
But yeah, his name becomes very obvious very quickly. Yeah. Because yes, his name comes from the Japanese word for turtle.
Yeah, kame.
Which is a running joke in this show, because kujak or kujaku is peacock in Japanese. So you'll see. Actually, check this out. Did you know that the name Dairanger is also a pun?
Really?
It is actually a pun. You know where I'm going with this, Travis?
I think so.
Okay, I'm gonna drop this because it doesn't really fit here, but just because it's kind of fun.
I have my finger on the soundboard ready for this pun.
It's not gonna read as a pun completely, but in Japanese it makes sense. So dai in Japanese is big or great. There you go. Yeah. Ren is to join or connect. So Dairen is great convergence. And then you have the word ja, which is, so in Japanese, mono, which is another way of saying a person or a singular person, when said in its suffix form, is pronounced as ja, J-A, that gives Dairen ja. So when you put it all together, it's those who converge together. So Dairen ja, those who converge together, is the phonetic Dairanger. So there you go. The title of the show is a pun. It wasn't funny, it was clever.
Yeah.
That was not rim
No,
shot worthy. That was
I
just,
think-
it was just close.
I just felt
I
like
think me
hitting
and
it.
Nathan,
Yeah.
me and Nathan talk about this on Henshin Men whenever we talk about Kamen Rider, is that a lot of Japanese names for characters and stuff, especially in kids shows, are puns. They love to do portmanteaus.
Mhm.
They love to do puns. They love to do that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
So you get that a lot in these kids shows
Mhm.
where they're just puns or portmanteaus of other things. But yeah, Kameo is a
Right.
very obvious one
Mhm.
because he is basically Turtle O.
Yeah, so
Turtle.
Turtle King, kind of. And and just so everyone knows, the same word is also the source for the name Gamera,
Sure
Yeah.
is.
the kaiju.
Kamera.
In fact, the reason I try to remember, help me out here, Danny, was it this because there was confusion when Gamera was brought over by the original distributors because they thought it might look like camera, the English word cameras. Is that why is that why it changed to a G, or was that the double M? I forget.
It was why Gamera the Invincible was given the extra M. It's one of the
That's
same
right.
reasons.
Mhm.
It's one of the same reasons that AIP added. They changed the O in Dogora, the Toho film Dogora, to an A, so it looked like Dagora, but it was still said the same way because they thought people would think it was a giant dog.
Right.
Dog aura. So it's
Yeah.
the same thing. They added an extra M in there to kind of shake it up a little bit so that people wouldn't pronounce it as camera
Right.
or gamera. So it'd be
Right. But anyway,
Gamera.
all that to say, he's a bit of a comic relief character. He's not in his early episodes. He's not in it a whole lot. You could almost completely dismiss him, which I did. I thought it was like, okay, he's a one-off comedic character. He looks like an overweight nerd, and so it's like,
I
okay, maybe
resemble
there's
that remark.
Hmm. I do too.
Shame on
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, because he's got the glasses, and he's doesn't have very good social skills. He's a bit of a coward, but then
Yes,
in
yes,
true
you're describing
ironic
me.
hero story fashion.
This is all of my
But
dating
then in
profile.
true, so are you? Travis?
this
Travis,
is
are
all-
you telling
this
me
is-
that you are secret?
This
I
is
have
all
no
on,
idea what just
Travis,
happened.
are you telling me that you are secretly a giant turtle?
Look, okay. He's overweight, he wears glasses, and he's turtle obsessed. This is me. This is my character. Because look, my phone case, it has turtles on it, and my screensaver on my phone or my background is a turtle. So
I
I
can confirm
love
this.
I
Confirm this.
freaking love turtles. So this is me.
So-
they have inserted me
so
into a Super
Thor-
Sentai series, and I am here for it. Yes.
This is
So
all
Thor the Carrier
ladies.
Zord is your spirit animal.
Ladies, this is all a part of Travis's Bumble profile. So just check him out on Bumble. Everything will be there.
I am in fact a turtle.
Him,
I
in
like
fact,
turtles.
a giant,
Yes.
a giant armored mechanical turtle. Look, okay.
I knew it, Travis. I
Who-
knew it. I knew
Who
it.
Travis,
talks
Travis,
and
you might want to slow down here because this might happen on the film vault now.
He
who
talks. He's the only cheapie
and sounds
beast
like
who-
Anguirus.
He's the only chi beast who does speak human language. The rest of them do not, so that's cool. And when he roars, he sounds like Anguirus from Godzilla.
He does.
That as Michael had said, he is. It's a little bit slowed down, but it is literally the Anguirus roar.
It is.
When he's in his Daimugen form.
Right.
Yeah.
Now I don't know if they do something like this elsewhere in Sentai, but this was the first time I'd seen something like this, so it threw me off a little bit. So we have a human character who turns out later to be one of the mecha, and it's because I'm trying to remember. Did he take a human form to hide, or was it because
Yes.
he was cursed or something?
Well,
Like
he
No,
took
no.
a human form to hide. He was a pacifist. He didn't want to fight.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. He
Yeah.
got tired of the war that was going on between the Dai and the Gorma, and so he decided to become human so that he could escape the constant
Yeah.
fighting.
And then he forgot. And
Yeah, and it's just
the fact
over
that
the
he's
centuries.
a turtle. Yeah, and the fact that he's a turtle and he's a pacifist actually makes sense because what's he doing? He's turtling. he's hiding in the shell and saying, "All of you stop, please."
And there is a great gag with Kameo where, because he has his own Lili ball, heavenly Lili ball, and it doesn't always help him transform into his Daimugen form. It sometimes will just transform him into a tiny little turtle, which is the cutest thing, because then he's like, "Oh no, not again."
Oh no. And before that, he didn't remember that he was I can't remember the mecha's name, but he didn't remember
Daimugen. Daimugen.
Yeah, he didn't remember he was Daimugen, so he's just freaking out.
Yeah. He's like, "I don't know what's happening, please." And the fact that the little tiny turtle version of him, whenever he gets turned into little tiny, and then Kazu will just stick him in his pocket and carry him with him. It's just I love Kameo so much.
Yeah, he's a great character. I didn't think anything of him at first, but then he actually grew to become very important.
Right. Especially like his importance increased, especially when we get to when we start talking about Daijin Ryu.
Daijin Ryu.
Oh man. Well, we'll get to that. So but now, unless anybody has anything more to add to Kameo, we can move on to the bad guys, the villains, the Gorma tribe, or as I like to call them,
villains. Yeah,
I was going to say, or as I like to call them, Leather Daddy, Leather Mama, and Leather Uncle.
Okay, okay, but to be fair, they show the Gorma Senate. Now they all are wearing eccentric outfits, but only those 3 are wearing leather. Which
I know.
It's like I get what they're going for. It's like every member of Gorma has like a weird outfit that they like to wear, but for some reason these 3 just settled on leather and metal studs.
Yeah,
the funny thing is, there is a one. He was only a one-off character, and I'm surprised and yet not that was the case in Doctor Who that predated this show by about a decade. I forget what his name is, but maybe you can help me out here, Travis. He was in the final story for Peter Davison.
Oh,
have you seen that one?
Yeah, it's been a long time though.
And he was freaky too, but he looked eerily similar to these characters.
Yeah,
but,
I have to look that up now because I can't remember.
Yeah, but anyway, so first, do we want to talk about I guess there's enough to talk about them individually. So we'll start with Lieutenant Colonel Shaddam, who in the last couple of episodes, spoiler warning, becomes Emperor Gorma the 16th, and he is played by Rentaro Nishi. He's essentially our main villain. At least in terms of where his placement is in the show. In the actual Gorma hierarchy, he's not.
To contextualize it for Ranger fans out there, he is essentially the Diabolico to Queen Benchira, because when we first meet, when we first get into Lightspeed Rescue, Diabolico is set up as the leader of this of the villains,
right?
And then you have Queen Benchira, who is truly the high-ranking member of our villain crew,
right?
But for anyone who's not seen the Dairanger, that gives you some context to what we're talking about,
right? So there's 3 that we see primarily.
There's a character in there that's
Scorpius.
Yeah, Scorpius, who looks like he fits right in with these guys.
He does. I forgot about him. Yeah, he was the main villain for much of the show. Yeah.
I wonder if someone from Jim Henson, the Jim Henson company who did all the costumes and the puppets and stuff for that, maybe was a little bit inspired by some Super Sentai.
You never know. I still think a lot of stuff from Super Sentai that they didn't use in Power Rangers, they used them later, like the Magic Tears and the Kid Ranger. But anyway, so Shaddam, I have no way of confirming this, but I kind of wonder if, especially early on when I was hearing the name being spoken in Japanese, I kind of wondered if maybe his name was inspired by Sodom, as in Sodom and Gomorrah. I have no way of confirming that, and it's probably too much of a stretch to say it. but it would make sense. The main thing to know about Shaddam is that he's the most ambitious of our primary 3 villains here, because by the end of the show, he replaces the Gourmet Emperor.
Yeah, and you find out that was his whole plan from the beginning.
That was his whole plan the whole time. It turns out he was the actual mastermind. The Emperor Gorma the 15th thought he was masterminding everything. It was actually Shaddam, which feels a little bit out of left field, but because when I thought back on it, I was like, really? This whole thing was his plan? I don't know if that exactly works, but okay. But the main thing to know about him is he's Ko's father.
Ko and another character who we will talk about soon, too.
Right. But that's the big thing. And I kind of called that because I'm like, it's going to, like, because they don't talk about Ko's dad. They talk about his mother a lot. And then I'm like, his dad's going to end up being one of the bad guys, isn't he?
Yeah.
And I was right.
Yeah.
So, which is fine. I mean, it's a good revelation to have, and it makes sense. So if I remember correctly, because Ko's mother is human, right? Because
she's Dai.
The fact that she's Dai. So it's kind of a star-crossed lovers, Romeo and Juliet sort of a thing. So Ko doesn't fit in either way because he's half Dai, half Gorma. And Shaddam, once he knows this, is trying to get the Gorma site to actualize, which will happen on his 10th birthday.
I have to ask a question. And it's going to spoil kind of what happens later at the end of the entire show. So if anybody is planning on watching this and you have not turned off yet and you do not want to be spoiled for the very end of the show. This episode is
full of spoilers.
So please, if you plan on watching this show at all, turn off now or fast forward, because this big spoiler here is a pretty big deal. And I think it's really great if you go into it not knowing it. Shaddam turns out to be a clay puppet as well.
A mud puppet.
And it's implied,
which we'll talk about with the ending.
Right. It's implied that he had been a mud puppet since probably back when the first war between the Dai and the Gorma had happened. So does that mean that Ko is part clay and not part Gorma?
That just makes my feelings about the ending that much worse.
Do clay puppets have sperm, is what I'm asking.
Oh, God.
Welcome to Super Sentai Life Science class, everyone.
Because I'm like, okay, the idea that Ko's mother, who does not, by the way, is never named in the entire show.
She is weird.
Only referred to as Ko's mother. The entire thing.
We'll just for the sake of the podcast, we'll just call her Carol. All right, her name is Carol.
So the fact that she and him fell in love, because it's also implied, because like Ko is not like someone who is 6,000 years old. So that means that Colonel Shaddam fell in love with this woman, and they had children just 10 years prior to the show like the show's beginning. So, but he doesn't, personality-wise, he doesn't feel like he would have, within that 10 years. I thought it was like early, but then that would make Ko 6,000 years old, and that's not the case either.
No.
But then it also means that it was at a point when Shaddam was already replaced by a clay figure and not the real Shaddam anyway.
Now, for some reason, I have the image of Demi Moore and Patrick Swayze in my head from the movie.
Yeah,
no.
But she's just shaping it into the clay, the actual person.
Yeah,
shaping Ko or other things.
Moving on.
Well, I mean, look. Wonder Woman was made out of clay originally, so
yes.
But
here's what I'll say. Who's to say that he, because it's an we obviously see that he was clay the whole time, but we don't, it's safe to assume that it probably happened thousands of years earlier when the others were turned to clay, but we don't know that. Maybe the clay thing happened like 7 or 8 years before the show started. But how did that happen? It's never answered. In general, it's never answered at all. Maybe his mom did it to him. I don't know.
Look, I have.
You're gonna
I have
theories.
That loving was so good he turned into mud.
Whoa, that's not where I was.
That's
going with
not
that,
where we were going.
I mean,
Ethan.
I don't. There's a fanfic that should never exist. Anyway, go ahead, Travis.
So
I
no,
mean,
I
am Putty and Julie's
about
arms,
the ending.
that's for sure.
Whoa, what was that there, Michael? You want to say that a little louder for the people in the back?
That won't make it
share
to
it with
the
the
show.
class?
I'm just being funny.
Oh dear.
I said I am Putty and
dirty.
Julie's arms, that's for sure. Anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Travis. Finish your thought.
But then, I mean, I have a lot of theories about like the ending and like, you know, the big reveal at the end. But the one big reveal of Shaddam being clay, it does open up a lot of questions when you actually start trying to poke. You know, it falls apart just like a clay puppet when you start poking at it and you start asking those questions.
Maybe that's why
like,
they did it.
Is Ko clay? That means he's not Gorma. But there's a whole plot line about them trying to, you know, suppress his Gorma side. But then
I know.
But obviously Ko, I know what you're saying. Obviously Ko is not an empty shell. Like he's not artificial. So
right.
And that's the whole premise behind this show. If we're talking
Does
about
the clay
cheek,
puppet
if the theme
have
of this
semen?
show centers around oh boy.
Parents, you might want to make some decisions right now about
should I use
I think a
use
better
that as
question.
the episode title? I don't know.
No. I think a better question is, when did it happen and how did it happen and why didn't he know about it? Because as far as we know, he made clay
it happens
puppets
when
of
when
the
a mommy
rest
and
of
a
the
daddy
villains.
love each other very much. Oh, you mean the other? Okay.
So we're going to talk about clay pigeons and clay bees. Is that how this works?
Lili balls, everyone. Get them ready.
Anyway, I had more questions about that because suddenly the mastermind is revealed to be no different than his masterminded minions. I was very confused and I didn't know what to think of it. So I'm like, who made you?
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, it's like, if it would have been something like Kaku did it or something, and there's like some cockamamie reason why it was Kaku the whole time.
Kaku-mamie.
Kaku-mamie. No,
As soon as I said
really,
it, I'm like, someone's going to point it out.
Yep.
I'm vibrating right now. It has nothing to do with the clay pigeons and
Wow.
the bees, but it's just because I so want to like dive into and like really just go into my insane theories about that ending, but I know that we're not supposed to be doing it right now. We're supposed to be saving it for later, so I'm trying to hold back. But man, I so want to talk about it.
In which case,
Sure.
so just
Travis
general
is-
thoughts on Shaddam as a villain, and then we'll move on to the next one.
My
Travis
Gorma
is
balls are
villain
vibrating.
Right now. His Gorma balls are blue right now with anticipation.
Look, I'm just saying.
Listening, I'm sorry.
The Gorma, they use a lot of balls
Grandma,
to transport.
Employers, and anybody who knows me. Anybody who knows me is listening. Oh, God.
Maybe the episode title should just be Gorma balls.
No, the episode.
Lili balls. We'll just call it Lili balls. Just get me a hilarious Lili balls line that sounds dirty out of context, and that'll be the episode title.
Sweaty Lili balls. That's the title.
Sweaty Lili balls.
Can we use the word ligma? Can we use the word ligma? Is that cool? Ligma Lili balls. That's the name of the episode. Dear Jesus, if you're listening,
I can explain, or I'm sorry. Your fate will be determined by which of those you choose.
I don't know how much of this is getting kept. Hopefully none. But
Yeah, probably not any of it.
All right.
Yeah, Lieutenant Colonel Gara, played by Akiko Amatsuri, or Leather Mama. Now,
going for that PG-13 rating, I see.
Yes, but anyway, the thing that's most interesting about her is she has connections to Peacock Princess.
So this is again what I think is interesting, and I said it earlier on, which feels like a week ago now at this point, that the show the show plays with how much it reveals to the audience versus how much the characters know, and sometimes the characters know more than the audience, sometimes the audience knows more than the characters,
right?
And right. This was one of those moments, because when Kujaku explains like the backstory, she only tells like one small part of it, of why she's so angry, why she was trapped and everything, and you don't get the full reveal of what happened until later, and then that's revealed later. And I think that's really interesting, because you're only given a small piece of the backstory, and then it's expanded, and you find out, no, that backstory wasn't, from a certain point of view, wasn't exactly true.
Yeah. Now, how do you guys feel about that backstory in this? I asked because I wasn't 100% sure how to take it, because it felt legitimate, but it also felt like it was a bit melodramatic for the response that we got, which I get it is par for the course in this sort of media, but
you can't, like, for something like this, especially with like shonen style, and again, this is for kids, that kind of thing. So I for sure, like you said, it fits in with something that is within this genre and targeted to this audience. But of all the subplot, listen, Sentai tends to get a little melodramatic. That's just kind of a thing with Sentai. Things that might not seem like something you'd halt a moment for to just kind of expand on. In Sentai, you get people yelling and screaming and crying and very dramatic rock music in the background that makes you cry, and people holding their dying friends on beaches at sunsets. I mean, that's Sentai, and that's just what it does. So this very kind of interesting story about Kujaku and Gara being friends way back in the day, and then Gara. And again, this is spoiler territory. This entire episode's spoiler territory. But if you haven't seen it yet,
it's been par for the course.
It's been par for the course. But again, for real, this is spoiler territory. But Gara protects Kujaku from something that what is it? Something falls on her. It's a rock or something like that. And she protects her and gets a scratch on her cheek. And she Gara gets very self-conscious about the scratch on her cheek.
Well, it's an actual full-on scar. Like it's a deep, pretty deep gash.
It is a deep gash. It's something you can't miss, and it doesn't matter how old you are. That's going to be something that's going to weigh on you. So it makes sense. So Kujaku goes on this quest to find something out in the world to heal her friend. So that's why she becomes the avatar of the Peacock Buddha, so that she can learn to make her friend well and happy and, quote unquote, beautiful again, to fix this thing that makes her feel like she isn't beautiful. The problem is Gara doesn't know that's where she went and what she's doing. So she thinks her friend abandoned her, and she joins the Gorma and eventually ascends the ranks and becomes a lieutenant. And then that leads into the moment where Kujaku is imprisoned in the mirror monster, where basically Gara is faking being injured, and Kujaku arrives and tries to help her, and then goes to get her some water, and Gara says something along the lines of, I've always thought you were so much more beautiful than me. And she has Kujaku has a moment of weakness looking at her reflection and smiles, where she says, I am kind of beautiful, aren't I? And that's when the monster gets her, and Gara is faking it the whole time. So that's what causes the beef. So it's just misunderstanding on top of trickery, on top of nonsense, on top of melodrama. So there's a lot of layers to it, and you only get like the seventh layer in the salad at the beginning of the show, and by the time you get to Kujaku's death, and then even farther than that, you're down to the bottom layer. So you just keep going farther and farther and farther and farther back in time to piece it together. I think it worked.
No, yeah, I think ultimately it does work, and I like the idea of this very emotional story, this very emotional connection that they have between a villain and a hero, and especially when you look at how everything just keeps piling on, where Kujaku leaves to do something. Well, the first thing she did was she saved Gaara's life, but that left a scar, a literal scar, and then she goes off to find a way to fix that because she feels responsible.
No, Gaara saved Kujaku, and in the process of saving Kujaku, got the scar.
Right. So then, to repay her, she goes off to find a way to fix that, but didn't tell her she was doing that. So she felt abandoned. Because she felt abandoned and she was ridiculed, I'm guessing probably because considering how idyllic this ancient civilization is presented, maybe they saw even that one imperfection as grounds to reject her. And so then she goes off and joins the Gorma and turns to the dark side because of this whole thing.
Yeah.
So
again, just a sticky note. Come on. Just sticky note.
A lot could have been solved if sticky notes had been invented back then.
Gone to become Peacock Buddha. Be back soon.
We'll fix her face when I get back.
I'm literally doing this for you. Please don't do anything crazy like join a bunch of megalomaniacal leather villains. Please don't do that.
Yeah, this story arc was to me, and Nathan, maybe you'll agree with me, maybe not, but this story arc felt the most Shakespearean. Because one of the things that Shakespeare really likes to do with both with his tragedies and with his comedies, he likes to play with the misunderstandings between characters. It's like, a character doesn't always understand what another character's doing. Romeo and Juliet, the audience knows that Juliet's not killing herself. She's just pretending to be dead. Romeo doesn't know that, and that's where the tragedy comes from. You get the same thing with a lot of his comedies, or just because characters don't understand, they don't get the full story or whatever. And so to me, that's kind of what this felt like. It was just a misunderstanding, that because of that misunderstanding, the two characters went off on their own independent journeys that led them on these paths that they had, that led them to where they're at now. And it just led to this, huge animosity between them. And so, that's why I think it's just like, to me, it felt very Shakespearean in that way.
I can see that. And that makes sense to me. I like that. You just made me like Dairanger even more, and I already liked it a lot. So.
And there is another layer to this story I want to briefly touch on before we move on to the next character, and that's the fact that there could be an argument made. I do not agree with this, and I will explain why. That we find out that Gaara the entire time has also been a puppet. She's been a clay puppet, and Kujaku has been, yucking it up in Buddha heaven with the real Gaara, and they're all best friends and stuff. So you could argue that she spent that entire time trying to and that at the end she sacrifices her sacrifices her chance to get well again, at least for a while, with the MacGuffin that she has to go find, the peacock tear. To heal Gaara's wound. She actually does in the show. She gets this thing, and instead of using it to heal herself, she heals Gaara's scratch permanently, and then she dies. And Gaara is unmoved by this, and you later find out that she doesn't care because that's not really Gaara. The real Gaara died.
It's just a shell.
It's just a shell. So Kujaku healed a shell and then dies. And there isn't, you could make the argument that invalidates her sacrifice, but I don't agree with that at all, because she's still
because her heart was still in the right place.
Exactly. She fulfilled her promise.
Yeah.
She didn't know. She didn't know Gaara was dead that whole time. She fulfilled her purpose. She fulfilled her promise. She kept it, and that's why she ascends. That's one of the reasons.
Right, and by all intents and purposes, as far as she was concerned, that was Gaara.
Yeah,
Intention is what matters here.
The intent, exactly. Right. So, and I mean, I've never seen. I mean, I'm not involved enough with like the Sentai fandom to know if there are people that like have a problem with this out there in the world. And frankly, I think I'm better off not knowing. But
we're gonna get letters, Danny. Either way, it's fine.
I know, but if there were people out there that were to say that, I would politely disagree and say that the intent is what is important in this situation. And it is nice to know at the end, because we do see in the either the penultimate episode or it's the last episode, Kujaku is able to appear before the Rangers, specifically Daigo. They all see her, but one last time, and Gaara appears there too, and they hold hands, and you see that they're everything's been settled. It's all cool, and they get to be friends again, and then the fake Gaara crumbles into chunky, gross pottery with a face in front of them, but it really wraps up that whole thing really, really beautifully, and it's a nice happy ending, and to one of the more, I think, interesting, melodramatic, but done right, melodramatic subplots.
People have this idea that melodrama is always bad. That's not the case. You can do melodrama well.
For sure.
No. So one of the things that is running through this show, and it's pretty obvious in some other parts, but not so obvious in others, is the themes of Taoism and Buddhism. Of obviously, you have Buddhism because of the Peacock Buddha, Taoism, a lot of it because of yin and yang. You have the yo and the chi. But one of the core things of Buddhism is karma, and there is this understanding, at least in certain sects, I would say, of Buddhism, that karma is not, you're awarded karma based on your intent more than the result of what you do. And I think that is something that is implied, or at least brought into this story with Gaara and Kujaku, because Kujaku's intent kind of put her karma back in the positive side, which is what allowed her to ascend, because otherwise her karma would have been too bad. She would not have been able to ascend because of all of the vengefulness that she was holding on to. But because she was able to do that, and it was the intent that mattered more than that, and that is teaching.
It's out of the abundance. It's out of the abundance of the heart. It's
right. But I just thought that was interesting, because that is, it is a teaching in Buddhism that the intent matters more when it comes to karma than the result, and her being an embodiment of the Peacock Buddha. It's just an interesting theme I thought I wanted to touch on.
Right.
No, I think you're spot on, because like Danny and I were just talking about, she did not know that Gaara was just a clay shell of who she thought she was. So her heart was in the right place.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So next up of our villainous trio, we have Major Zydos, played by Maroshi Tamura. He's the one of the three that did make it into Power Rangers.
Yeah.
He became Mondo the Magician.
Mondo the Magician, yeah.
In the storybook episode of season 2.
In that really weird storybook episode.
Yeah. He was a monster of the week, and it was his, and he only did it once, which I thought was a little odd, because he's the one who gets giant a couple of times using bombs, which Zed got.
Shotum does become big.
Oh, that's right.
Shotum does grow giant
too. Did we not forget about Volcano Head at the end? Come on, guys.
But that's Zydos.
Well, that's Zydos. Yeah, that's Zydos.
That's Zydos. But he had another form where he had a silver face. I think all of them did.
Yeah, they all did at one point.
But they only did it once. That became Mondo the Magician, a Monster of the Week, and Power Rangers. But
Zydos
honestly, I was just gonna say the thing. Zydos is the muscle in this group.
Yeah, he's the muscle. He's probably the least interesting as far as like character development, but he is absolutely the most fun to
Certainly the most
watch.
deranged.
He is
Yeah,
the
he's
most
fun to watch.
fun
He's the
to
most
watch.
deranged.
The face, oh my, and this applies to everybody in this show, but the face acting in this show is just chef's kiss. Mwah. So good. And Zydos was the best.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mr. Tamura is definitely eating all the scenery.
Yeah, this dude, he strikes me as like the most unpredictable one of the bunch. He looks like he's ready for a good time, and his definition of good time is beating the crap out of people.
I'm an agent of chaos.
Yeah, he has this deranged smile that's just really really good, and he honestly, I mean, he doesn't have as much to do. He has no subplots whatsoever really, except if you squint and turn your head sideways, he is responsible for Jin and the entire thing that happens with him. But it's not to the extent of Gaara and Kujaku, and it's not to the extent of all the nonsense that Shaddam is up to.
Right.
He's still a fun character. He's a fun character to watch, like you said. Like he's just.
Although when
fun.
he did that, I was wondering if maybe that was his plan. If he was going to turn Jin into a minion for his own ambitions.
Oh, I'm sure that's what he was doing. He was manipulating him so he could get another henchman. Because it's worth noting that all three of these people have their own ambitions, and you don't really, but they all work together, but you also get the sense that they're as loyal to each other or not loyal to each other as whatever else is happening at the same time. Gaara is very upset when Zydos, toward the end of the series, dies, when he's actually defeated. She's unsettled, but you get the sense that it's less about the fact that Zydos is dead and more about the fact that he crumbled into a clay puppet.
Right, because that's when we start getting the first hints of the mud puppets.
Not all as it seems, but you get the sense that, obviously Shaddam doesn't give a crap about Gaara or Zydos. He's doing his own thing. He just wants to rule. Gaara is very single-minded in her whole Kajaku thing. And then Zydos, he's the one who, like, you get the sense that when he goes after Jin and tries to transform him, he's doing it so that he can get some clout. Like, hey, look what I did. Also, I have a tough guy who will destroy you in one hit. Don't mess with me. He saw a powerful person and wanted to exploit that person for his own gain.
Or he was just a huge fan of Fist of the North Star.
He could have been both. He could have been. Why not both, Nate?
Why not both?
I'm not saying that wouldn't be possible. Why not both? All right.
Both.
Yeah. Are we done with Zydos?
There's not a lot more to him.
Let's keep it moving.
Yeah. Now we need to talk about the Demon Child, because we have another one. Akomaru, played by Shohei Shibata. Is this a thing in Sentai?
Yes.
Little demon children? Because we had
we
had Bandora's son, who thought he was a Dragon Ball Z cosplayer, as Vegeta cosplayer.
Kaku Ranger will have a demon child too. I think every other demon children are a thing in Sentai.
Okay, so here we have Akomaru.
Oh, that's a big thing in Japanese.
That's true. But here, Akomaru, I find that interesting. I wonder if his name is derived at least slightly off of Akuma, which is the Japanese word for devil. It would be befitting.
I would not put it past
he does get literally fished from. He literally just does get fished from the underworld. So sure.
Because he dies. And here's the big thing. He's Ko's brother.
Yep. And
Ko is a walking soap opera.
It's
Shaddam, you're the father everywhere.
So
it's
I really like Akomaru because he's this little kid who outranks his own father, has so much power and authority within. So it's that reversal of, like the appearance doesn't match the strength of the character, and I love that in shonen, when you have a character who looks, small and weak, but is actually very powerful. Yes, it's definitely a trope in Japanese and even in American media of using children to play villains because it's that corruption of innocence type thing.
Right,
subversion of a bit of a subversion as well.
But
he's spooky. Like
he is.
He's a spooky character.
He is such a great villain.
He is. And all Sentai Kenny jokes aside, Mr. Shibata here is actually a pretty excellent actor.
Oh yeah, he's a good little actor. He's outstanding. He is cool and collected most of the time, but you get the sense he could snap. When he gets angry, he gets real angry. When he gets conflicted, you can sense it. When he's sad, which is very not often. I mean, but literally there are scenes where, because it's also worth noting that Shaddam, being his father, just despises him, doesn't consider him his own kid, beats him, literally slaps him, beats him up a few times. That's always,
which is a little disturbing.
A little, I would say kids getting hit in movies, I'm not a fan. But this little kid, in very difficult acting situations where a grown man is standing over you and you have to pretend this is your dad and he's saying, I never loved you and I don't consider you my child.
Right.
And then the fact that this little kid can look back up at this grown man and say, I'm going to kill you and I don't love you either.
Right.
And you're awful. And you believe it. Like it's like you completely believe it.
Right.
And then there's the subtle, that's overt, but then you have subtle moments because he's transported around in and out of fog banks in a rickshaw being pulled by one of the Kapatros villains. And he has a little party favor.
Yeah, that's his little quirk. I love it.
That he blows.
And then it turns out that it's actually not just a party favor. It's a weapon too.
It's a weapon. And so when you hear this, you can hear it and know he's coming before you ever see him. It just, in the distance, you'll just hear, and off he comes.
Right. It's it's a little kind of childish thing that becomes really foreboding just of how closely tied it gets to his character.
Japanese horror, especially when it comes to the children's stuff, is really good at remixing seemingly innocent things and then kind of making it without covering it in blood and gore or anything like that. Just they took a party favor and made it imposing and
just unsettling. They make it very unsettling.
It is unsettling.
A little unsettling, and he serves as a foil for Ko, which is why it's appropriate that we find out that they're brothers. They're they're fraternal twin brothers.
Yeah. So Michael, you have a deep-seated fear of children. Tell us a little bit about your feelings on Akamaru.
I don't have a deep-seated fear of children. I just don't want any.
I literally just made that up on the spot to get your reaction to the character. I
said it while I sent it to you guys a text. I was like, okay, kids aren't creepy enough. You also had to bring one back from the dead and give him fire breath
with a fishing
pole.
Yeah, and it's like I am never having kids.
You can have kids.
I mean,
just don't go fishing. You know,
I like other people's kid. No, that's out of context. That sounds terrible.
Wow.
Maybe
I'm not even hitting the button for that.
I have a lot of friends who have kids, and their kids are a lot of fun. I just don't want kids because I don't want them to be demon children.
Yeah, you don't want to raise an Akamaru.
Well, all that, Michael, there's an easy solution to this. Just be a good parent.
Oh
no, that's too much work.
Are you saying that I wouldn't be a good parent, Nathan? Is that what you're trying to say?
Huh? What? No, I'm just saying. That was actually me giving you a vote of confidence. I have zero doubt that your children will turn out totally fine.
I don't know if he
means it.
I
sense a hint of sarcasm in your voice.
Yeah, it sounds very sarcastic.
I don't trust him.
You're hearing sarcasm where there isn't any. Anyway, Akamaru.
So Akamaru's journey that he goes on is him discovering his mother, who his mother is, because
just like Ko.
Yeah, well, Ko knew his mother. His mother just left.
It's actually it really is the mirrored opposite. So because Akamaru knows who his father is, but not his mother, and Ko knows who his mother is, but not his father.
Right. And so Akamaru learning who his mother is and that and it really and like the revelation that Ko was his brother wasn't as impactful on Akamaru's character as learning that that was his mother. And you get more of that in, spoiler alert, in the final moments, because when in the final moments, it's not Ko who he goes to and has that reunion with. It's his mother. It's the final moments when they're both being crushed in the cave and they reach out and they touch and she just says, it's nice to meet you finally. And it was just like, legitimately, I started crying in that moment. I started crying because it was such... Oh man, it was so touching. It was so touching. Just those words that she said, it's nice to finally meet you, right before they get buried and die. It was just
because
so
she knew Ko. Yeah, she knew Ko, but she didn't know Akamaru. I think Shaddam took Akamaru away.
Yeah. Well, there was this Gorma tradition that if you have twins, the younger of the twins would be killed, and so she didn't want that to happen. So she took Ko away. Yeah.
Yeah, and it is also worth because that final moment is so it's touching and tragic and sweet and sad, and this show killed the same kid twice.
Yes,
I know, right?
The show didn't just kill a child; it killed the same child 2 times. Once, both by rocks, by the way.
Yep.
Akamaru should be scared of rocks.
Akamaru, more like Rakumaru. Am I right?
Rakumaru.
Oh God!
You know what? I'm gonna look up the phobia for rocks because this kid should have it.
I think the phobia for rocks is called.
Oh, it is petrophobia.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's the fear of being turned into a rock. That's the fear of Dwayne Johnson.
Oh man.
Easiest joke I'll make all day. Easiest, least funny nonsense. Okay, anyway, we need to get to the next guy.
Oh my gosh. Gorma the 15th.
Guys? The Gorma Emperor.
Gorma the 15th. Yeah, played by help me out with this. Munemaru Koda.
Munemaru Koda. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
The Gorma Emperor. So he's the one who's really quote unquote in charge. We find out he's also a mud puppet. This might be the most Japanese character in this entire show, because I feel like this is a Japanese thing.
Show, so.
But I just feel like this is such a thing in Japanese media.
So they don't broadcast it out, but this character is, especially if you know a lot about kabuki, this character is very, very kabuki style.
Very much inspired.
It is.
Yeah. Because a lot of kabuki is the way that they speak and the way that they move is meant to be off-putting. Like it's like literally meant to be off-putting, because it's meant to be heightened and outside of reality. And the way he speaks, that it's not just the high pitchedness, but the inflections that he uses that make him so much like a kabuki theater character. And again, we talk about villains who are very understated and they're not what they subvert your expectations. This Gorma Emperor absolutely just subverts your expectations. You expect this big bad guy, Lord Zed, cackling evil guy. And here he is almost like a child just playing games and speaking.
I was going to say,
a soft voice and just like that. Yeah. And
he almost seems like a child at points, which I think is a way to kind of trick his enemies into not taking him entirely seriously, because I'm not sure everybody does. And one of the things I thought was interesting is,
well, real quick, Nathan,
in order to be in his presence,
real quick, Nathan, the gem, the earth shattering crystal gem thing, is that
Mhm.
does corrupt your mind the longer you have it. So that's one of the
That
things
makes sense.
that's what makes him be
Right.
the way he is. Anyway, go ahead.
Right. Well, I was just saying, one of the things I found really interesting is that in order to be in his presence, because he is the emperor after all, you have to wear
have
a
to put a mask
mask.
Mhm.
And there are points where and they don't tell you that you have to do that, they just show it. So then when we get to moments where a character either just comes to see him without a mask or they take the mask off while in his presence, it's this huge dramatic moment in a
Mhm.
understated sort of a way.
Which makes when I almost called him Captain Chaku. Jesus. When Master Kaku goes to him with a mask on, but immediately takes it off. Like that moment
Mhm.
is huge. That moment is a really big deal.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that Shaddam doesn't wear one at all near him is an indication of who's really pulling the strings.
Right.
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah.
Although I think there are scenes where he does wear
Well, he
it.
does, but
Yeah,
like
he
the scene
wears
where
it
you
at
really
first.
start to get a sense that something kooky is going on is when he goes to him and they have a conflict where where Shaddam asks the Emperor for something and the Emperor says, "No way, Jose," and then Shaddam says, "Oh, I think you'll agree," and then the Emperor turns around and goes, "What do you mean?" And then it cuts to
And it
somewhere else, and
cuts.
you never
Right.
get a resolution.
Yeah.
And of course, at the end of the series, you find out it's because puppets.
I'm
Yep.
wondering, there's a part of me that actually that really latched onto that concept, and I was trying to understand, why is it that you have to wear a mask to be in the presence of the Emperor? Is it because is it the idea that the Emperor is so radiant because he is the Emperor after all, that you have to wear the mask as protection for you? Is it because the Emperor has deemed other people, beneath him that they must wear a mask because he isn't going to bother to look at their face because they're unworthy? I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. Because I haven't
think
really seen a concept like this before.
if you look at a lot of his of the Emperor's like his inspiration, he definitely has a lot of Imperial Japan aesthetic to
Yes,
him.
for sure.
The long flowing robes, the way
Sure.
he's always sitting. You never see him stand up. He is always carried sitting. And so
Mhm.
and in Imperial Japan, there was this thing where the Emperor would wear sometimes like veils or things that would block his face from being able to be seen by other people. So that could be part of it. It could be that, but then it also could be just playing into the eccentricity of the character. I don't know, but I for me, I read it as kind of like there is this inspiration of Imperial Japan and how the Emperor wasn't meant to be seen with human eyes, type thing.
Mm-hmm. I trended towards saying that you have to wear the mask for, because you are not worthy to be in the Emperor's presence. So you have to veil yourself a little bit.
It's a form of submission.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
basically.
It's
my
like-
face
it's
can
like-
be
it's the-
uncovered because I'm the Emperor, but yours cannot.
Right. It's like
Right.
it's like if you think about like lowering your gaze when you're in the presence of someone in high authority, like hiding your face, lowering your gaze.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And then it turns out that the person in authority is basically Miss Piggy.
Yeah.
It starts to become. You can't. You'll never be able to unhear that now. You're welcome.
I was actually thinking. No, I was actually thinking Mr. Bill, but that's just me.
Oh no!
That actually
makes
might be
sense
better.
because he's made of claay.
There you go. Actually, that might be better than Miss Piggy because it just sounds better.
Oh no!
Do we?
Emperor, I have a third eye. Oh, I'm gonna get squished.
Oh no! So I have a question for you, Nathan. We? I'm not doing that again. Do we know? And this is I'm assuming you don't know the answer to this, but it could be something a quick Google search, not now but later, when we're not trying to get through stuff, might be able to reveal. Do we know if Munemaru Koda is a kabuki actor?
He's not.
In real life.
He's not. I looked it up.
He's not. Oh, we do. Oh, you do.
Travis beat us to. Yeah, I was gonna say Travis probably knows this, but okay.
Well done, Travis. Okay, there you go.
I looked it up last night. He's not. Because I thought the same thing.
Okay.
Because I was like, oh wow, he is really like, this is definitely
He's good.
yeah, he's so good,
Yeah.
and it feels so kabuki-esque that I looked it up. But no, he has played in. He's a TV actor. He's done a lot of TV. He's never done any kabuki acting though.
Huh, he should.
It wouldn't surprise me if he got some kabuki training, or at least he studied a bit of kabuki for this.
Probably
role.
had somebody come in and give him the rundown on mannerisms.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure he definitely had some of that. But yeah, just
sure.
again,
But
the facial work in this in acting in this show is so good. And he again, just because his face is painted all white, it's so hard to read some of his facial expressions. But then when he really emotes with it, it's so good.
It's very when he exaggerates those facial expressions, it really starts to come out. Which I was thinking about when I was watching through Dairanger the first and second time. Dairanger stands out because in a lot of Sentai seasons, the villains are usually guy in suit. Whereas with Dairanger, it's a little bit different. Like there's a lot more. I feel like this season of Sentai has a lot more face actors than what would come a little bit later.
Right. Which I wouldn't say that means they wouldn't have been adapted, because they just dubbed Bandora and she became Rita, but I don't know if they necessarily, because of the designs of these characters, if they would have necessarily wanted to use them. But then again, they did use Zydos, but
and Master Org.
I'm talking about the three main. Oh
yeah, the three main ones.
The leather children.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
the triumvirate is what they're called.
A badass looking.
The triumvirate,
yeah.
But yeah, Zed's pretty nutty too. Yeah, that is true.
Yeah,
but they actually they probably would have fit in pretty.
We're not downplaying your precious Lord Zed, Michael. Don't get defensive.
Yeah, calm down, Michael. Jeez.
I didn't say anything.
You're getting a little too worked up, Michael.
We all need to take some deep breaths, Hamilton, and just kind of, bring it down a little bit. It's a little
Nathan, hit the button. No, I'm kidding. Don't hit
what? Oh, Ratmaster?
No,
don't hit the button.
Don't hit the button. We got to get to the foot soldiers next.
Yeah, the Katpotros, which they were not in Power Rangers, obviously. They
are very unsettling.
They are, and they look like butlers.
Yeah,
they do. They look like butlers. They're all very lean. They have a completely black and white aesthetic, except for their bright red lips, no eyes.
Didn't they have little black? Didn't they have red ties?
Yeah, they had red ties and red lips.
Yeah,
but other than that, they had you know what they almost reminded me of? They had they felt like they could have come out of an old Fleischer style animated short, like a Betty Boop cartoon or something.
Maybe.
They almost felt like old animation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can see that.
Nathan, what was the season of Power Rangers where we talked about Japanese vampires?
Oh, the hopping
Fury.
The hopping vampires.
The hopping vampires. Yeah, the hopping vampires. Yeah.
Jungle Fury. Okay.
They give me kind of a hopping vampire vibe.
Yeah, except they aren't hopping vampires.
Right.
Well, they're not, but I'm just saying.
Astute observation, Nate. Thank you.
Right, yeah, I get what you mean. And there is a variant of them in the last episode that wear red. So,
yeah, the Imperial.
More Star Wars connections. They're the Imperial Guard, and they wear red.
Actually, they're not that loud either. Like, they don't have a lot of very identifiable. Like, they do make sounds because they all make all the foot soldiers do some kind of sound. But could you imagine how unsettling it would have been if they actually took the putty sound and put it with those guys? I think that would have been terrifying.
Yeah,
like because it was freaky enough with the putty / golems anyway. But like if you put it with these guys with their weird red lips and
and the fact that they look like they're actually wearing recognizable clothing, because the thing that makes the putty scary and the golems is that they're just human enough, but they're also inhuman enough that because they're that weird combination of the two that they're kind of unsettling. These look more human, arguably, with the clothing.
Yeah. I think if Keita Amemiya had foot soldiers,
oh good lord,
this is what they'd look like.
Oh yeah, for sure. That actually was what I was going to say. There's for me, they remind me a little bit of, and because nobody else here has watched this far into Kamen Rider, they remind me of the foot soldiers in Kamen Rider W, or in Kamen Rider Double.
Okay.
Because the foot soldiers, if I remember right, the foot soldiers in that were kind of more like inspired by Yakuza type, bad guys. So they always wore just like black and white suits, and they had masks on. So they, still had them like mask, but they just wore regular black and white suits. And it was because they were kind of like heavily inspired by, Yakuza type, your mob guys. And so that's what these guys kind of reminded me of, because they are wearing these suits that do give off that, black tie, kind of suit look to them, but they're so, the face being blank is so crazy. And these guys have more personality than a lot of foot soldiers from Sentai and Power Rangers, yet they're the ones that have no face. So it's funny.
Mm-hmm.
It
well,
is.
and then they play baseball.
Yes.
And soccer.
And
and
so did the
they-
putties. The
it's-
putties played baseball too.
Yeah, they did.
They get
We'll
hit
get
in
to
the
that
nuts
in a
lot,
little bit.
too.
It's true.
It happened
They got
Yeah,
like-
because of the Monkey King staffs that all the
Right.
Rangers have.
It's one of those things of like, if I had a nickel every time it happened, I would have 3 nickels, but it's still weird that it happened that many times.
It's still more than no nickels.
Right.
You would have 15 cents in the 4 balls.
It's just weird that it happened a few times.
I think that is an actual technique with staff fighting.
I mean, listen, it's kind of an off switch if you really think about it.
It
So,
is.
it's a
But
method.
anyway, we do have one sort of related but not related villain to talk about. He showed up several times. Demon Fistmaster Jin Matoba, or the Hungry Wolf Demon, because he was a Monster of the Week technically for an episode. Mr. Fist of the North Star himself, played by Yutaka Hirose. You're already dead. That's the only bit of Fist of the North Star I know, is the hero's catchphrase. You're already dead.
Basically, if you've seen this
style,
if you've seen this dude do his thing, you kind of have a good sense of what Fist of the North Star is about.
The design is almost down to, what is that guy's name, like Kenshi or something, like the Ken in Fist of the North Star, the main character. It's almost exactly the same thing, which I think makes sense because I think Toei made that anime, so they're just
Makes
ripping
sense.
themselves off.
There was also, and this is a rabbit hole way too crazy to get down into here, but there was a kind of epidemic, if you want to say it like that, of Fist of the North Star inspirations and or knockoffs going on across Asia at the time.
Yep.
Late in the early 90s, there were everyone was trying to do Fist of the North Star. South Korea did a lot of unauthorized Fist of the North Star stuff. It was insane. Again, too much to get into here, but seeing a character that's inspired by that world and that property in something made in 1993 makes sense.
Yeah, totally.
Out of curiosity, Travis, did you look up his fighting style?
No, I didn't.
His fighting style is one punch. That's
basically
One Punch Man.
This guy,
Yep.
This guy is introduced as an unrelated villain, a rival for Ryo, who is this murderous martial artist, and I do mean murderous. He was just going around just killing martial arts masters just to prove that he was better.
Every time he and Ryo interact in battle, it's always really good, I think.
Yeah,
they're great.
Good lord, there's so much testosterone on screen when they have to fight. It's ridiculous. It's not like Ryo is ripping his shirt off and showing off that he's like Bruce Lee buff, and
50% testosterone, 40% sweat, and 10% spit. It's just,
so
it's
a very tried and true, I know, kind of martial arts movie trope where it's this young martial artist who is just so exceptionally skilled and powerful that he goes around and finds masters and just starts killing them to prove that he's better than everyone else.
Because of
revenge.
Yes. When I was watching this, I'm like, I feel like somebody played Tekken, because actually I think this was before Tekken, because this reminded me of Tekken, where his master, he was training with his master at the top of a cliff, and then he fell off the cliff, and his master does reach down to try to help him, but then says, "No, I'm going to let you go because you need to learn how to be strong."
So you could say that we're taking some inspiration from.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So initially he comes back. His master literally cuts his hand off lets him fall.
Hey,
because he has a metal hand.
Don't you hate it when bad guys cut people's hands off? Star Wars.
I just call that taking care of business.
Taking care of business.
Taking care of business.
Yeah. So initially, he's actually not supposed to be a superhuman character, but he's a villain for Ryo. And then Zydos gives him a power up.
Yep.
It gives him Fist of the North Star mode. And then he comes back a couple more times. One time he did turn into a werewolf, basically. And that werewolf monster did get on Power Rangers.
Skelerina or Skella.
Yeah, because it was a skeletal wolf. And so he has this rivalry with Ryo every time he shows up, because Ryo feels responsible for him. There's a really interesting episode where Ryo basically tries to kill him with kindness, which I thought was kind of fascinating, because the whole time he's just trying to be nice to him, trying to help him out.
Too. Mm-hmm. Kind of works.
You guys want to know a secret?
Anyway, Travis,
tragically.
You were going to say something. What was it?
You guys want to know a secret?
What?
So because I was trying to cram all of these episodes into 2 days, I skipped over these episodes and the episodes with the next characters we're going to talk about. So I'm only going off of my memory of when I saw it on Tokusatsu and not a not recent memory. So yeah.
That's fine.
I had to skip. Look. When I thought about watching this show, I was like, okay, I'm going to rewatch this show for the podcast, and I'll skip over the filler episodes. Then you start watching, and it's like, where's the filler episodes? I kept waiting for filler episodes.
Really not a whole lot of fat on this series.
There is no filler in the show.
Yeah, there's not.
So I had to skip something somewhere. So I skipped Jin and I skipped the 3 Gorma Stooges.
Right, but anyway, thoughts on Fist of the North Star.
No,
he's
let's
pretty
go
cool.
Monsters of the Week.
He's pretty cool. I like his coin that he flips. Nice redemption story. Monsters of the Week time.
Travis, you'll appreciate this. When I saw his coin, I think I wrote in my notes, I was like, what is that? Is that a Shocker coin? Because it had a skull on it.
It did.
It looked like it should belong to Shocker.
I thought it was a pirate thing. Was it like taken off of the Black Pearl or something?
The Black Pearl, yeah.
No, it was Tekken off the Black Pearl, Travis.
It was Tekken.
Yes. Yes.
Now, just a fun fact, the actor here has actually been in a lot of Super Sentai. Most of it was pre-Power Rangers Super Sentai, but this was his last role in Super Sentai.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
What a way to go out.
Yeah.
Monsters of the Week, you guys. Let's do it.
I hope.
Okay, so as usual with Super Sentai, I try to...
Granted.
What? Tekken for granted. There you go. Anyway, so as usual with Monsters of the Week, I try to zero in on ones personally that were not in Power Rangers, because there are a handful of them. Now that I couldn't do that in Zhu Ranger, because all of the Zhu Ranger monsters made it to Power Rangers.
Right, yeah. There are a few. And honestly, your list is a good list to go off of, so we'll just kind of go through these together.
Right, but I think Danny has a few who are not.
I have a couple I picked that aren't. Okay. I'll go through them very quickly. Yeah, there's not a lot to say. They're just fun.
What's interesting is Dairanger was a little fond in a couple of cases of having trios of monsters. that
Yeah.
would bother our Rangers a little bit.
Except
and
for
in
the
one case,
4 Heavenly
one of
Kings.
them made it to Power Rangers. Huh?
Except for the 4 Heavenly Gorma Kings. That was
The
4
Gorma
monsters.
No. Well, the individual ones did, but their combined form got to Power Rangers.
Yes, it did.
Yeah. It did.
Yeah. His name was Forehead. We get it,
Forehead
guys.
monster. Yeah.
Yeah, we get it, guys. So anyway, the first one I wanted to highlight are one of them made it into Power Rangers. One of them, the three
Gravestone.
Gorma Stooges, as we talk about. So the three, they just call them the Three Stooges, which are, these translations are different than what the subtitles give in on Tubi and Shout Factory, which is Company President Gravestone, who's the one who made it to Power Rangers in a completely
Made it
different
to the
context.
Halloween episode. Yeah.
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 Completely different context. And then we had Teacher Telephone, or I think in the Shout Factory subtitles, she was, I think, Telephone Sensei.
Telephone Sensei.
Telephone Sensei. And then they here he's called Boss Kamikaze, which I think was translated, like I said, a little bit different.
In the Shout Factory version, it's General Kamikaze.
General
Kamikaze.
Yeah. Baby. Yeah. Yeah, it's Elijah if he had a little more energy.
Baby. I love these 3 characters so much. They're completely ridiculous. The Gorma Stooges, which is again translated different. If you listen, they're calling them Sanbaka. So you could also translate it as the 3 idiots, the 3 fools, but Stooges works just fine.
Right.
Oh, look, there's that word again, baka. That sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Keep hearing that pop up, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah,
anyway, so these, they show up in a handful of episodes. They have a subplot with Kazu. Is it Kazu?
Yep.
Or is it Shoji?
No,
Shoji.
No,
Shoji.
And it's always sports themed. So I think they're supposed to be Gorma monsters, but they're like Gorma monsters nobody likes.
They're the
outcasts.
They're complete.
They're
outcasts. They're complete lunatics. They're not good at their job. They're basically the monsters that get sent out because I guess they haven't cooked up any more monsters recently. So they're like, well, let's just send these 3 absolute buffoons out to try to defeat the Rangers. And what's the only thing that we can exploit that these 3 lunatics know what to do? Oh, we'll have them play soccer. Oh, we'll have them play tennis. Well, not tennis. We'll have them play baseball. Tennis would have been funny. Baseball and soccer are the only ones.
And then they had a race, a motorcycle.
And then they had a motorcycle race
because General Kamikaze rides a motorcycle.
Right. Yes, because he kind of is a motorcycle.
Yeah, that is true.
Which is kind of funny. He's literally because it's worth noting that most of the monsters in this show are the thing they are, and then arms and legs.
Yeah. The thing is I'm looking at this, and President Gravestone obviously is the easiest one to adapt. I would say out of the 3 of them, I'm a little surprised they didn't use Telephone Sensei. And I think I know why they didn't use General Kamikaze, because he is very obviously Japanese, because he's got the old Japanese flag.
He is a motorcycle,
the sunrise flag
with the imperial flag on him.
Yeah.
And then literally the Telephone Sensei is kind of a cute little robot girl, and she lifts her head is a telephone that she lifts up off of her neck.
She's actually an old. What do they call those? The dial
she's a rotary phone.
Oh, she's an old rotary phone.
Yeah.
Rotary phone. Yeah.
Are we going to
and then the Gravestone dude?
Oh, I was going to say, are we going to ignore the fact that these monsters are supposedly 6,000 years old, yet are all modeled after modern inventions like pachinko machines and telephones and
kaleidoscopes?
That's not what I was going to point to, but that is a good point to where I was going to piggyback off of Travis. Have we noticed that this whole season centers around life force, and the Gorma are giving life to inanimate objects, basically artificial life?
Mm-hmm. That is true.
Mm-hmm. That's a very Japanese thing too. That ties into Tsukumagami yokai culture. Well, Shintoism, but also Tsukumagamis, yeah, which is a whole thing. You'll probably end up talking about Tsukumagami in the next episode.
So in theory, Travis, their spirits could be 6,000 years old, but the things that they're inhabiting are not.
Right.
True.
Possible.
True.
Right. But anyway, so they're played for laughs. And
they are very genuinely funny. Like that's
they are pretty
yeah.
funny. And the running joke is that they don't fight the
were on.
Rangers. Yeah. The running joke is they don't fight the Rangers. They play sports with the Rangers, and then it looks like they die at the end, but they don't really. But they can never go home.
They limp off into the sunset on crutches every time.
Yeah. And then even in their last episode, when I thought they were really just going to, like, they were dead, and then nope, they're not. And I'm like, oh, come on, guys.
Yeah.
Commit.
And their beef with Shoji, I think, is actually really interesting because, again, all of the characters, the Dairangers, have someone that they are kind of tied to that helps them grow, or like just it's something like that. We've gone through them all, but it's worth mentioning here that in the first episode with the Gorma Three Stooges, there's no indication that they're even going to really, I mean, you kind of hope they come back because they limp off into the sunset, but it's the second episode that's the most interesting, the baseball episode, where they come, the three Stooges come to Shoji and Rin, but mostly to Shoji, and they say, we don't want to be Gorma anymore, but in order for us to get out of our contract with them, basically, in order for them to let us go, we have to win a baseball game against you so that they won't kill us. And then after that, we're going to split town and make, be good people, basically. We're going to reform.
Right.
And it seems like it's a very obvious trap. They want the Dairangers to throw the baseball game and lose on purpose, right? And Shoji wants to give them the benefit of the doubt. So he goes up to specifically Kamikaze and he says, man to man, I'm going to choose to trust you. I am going to choose to trust you on this, man. And they shake hands and they formulate a plan to throw the game very strategically. And right up until the last moment, Shoji, who's just tortured over this because he just wants to believe them so much. And you think that the episode is going to teach him that having faith in the goodness of these characters is the moral lesson. But it turns out it was all a trick and they really were lying the whole time.
Right.
And that ticks Shoji off because he feels like his trust has been completely betrayed, which it has. And so that fuels this vendetta for most of the rest of the show, where he's like, I will never forgive them for taking advantage of a man-to-man agreement. They destroyed my trust. They broke the honesty. And that leads into the third episode where they have a race, just him and Kamikaze. And at the bitter end, Kamikaze makes the decision to sacrifice himself and win the race. There's a bomb at the end of the track, so he gets blown up and Shoji is allowed to live and so redeems himself and the other two Stooges for the bad decision that they made to trick him in the previous episode. And that teaches Shoji lessons about trust and redemption. And it turns out that the Stooges don't die at the end, and you don't see them again unless you count like the little psychic flashes that motivate the Rangers later. But that's interesting. That's an interesting tie between the monsters of the week, or in this case, like 4 or 5 weeks, and one of the Rangers. You don't really get that often, at least from what I've seen, having that much motivation and that much back and forth between one character and these 3 recurring goofballs, which is one of the reasons that they're so memorable.
Right.
Yeah. It's like if a Squat and Babu were like central to Billy's development as a character. It's
you just don't get it that often.
Yeah, you don't get that.
No. And then the next trio I wanted to highlight were the 3 ladies. These were Akumaru's personal bodyguards. They're 3 lady monsters who are all themed around jewelry. So we have Lady Ring, Lady Necklace, and Lady Earring. Lady Ring made it into Power Rangers as Nimrod the Scarlet Sentinel.
Well, they all 3 made it into Power Rangers.
Yeah, but the other 2 were only in it briefly. Lady Ring as Nimrod was the primary.
I mean, they were in that last episode with the Tiger Zord, like they had a pretty significant role in that final battle. I wouldn't say I wouldn't call it
just in the fight. The
Right, but I
story
wouldn't call
revolved around Nimrod.
Yeah, the statue, because it was a statue, because it was some kind of peace day, whatever the hell statue that they used to make the monster.
Right. So I guess all three of them kind of made it, but
it took
only
me
kinda, sorta,
longer than I hate to admit to realize that their monster forms were like her upper body is a hand with her face being the ring on the finger, and Lady Necklace is a giant neck, and she like stretches her neck out and has a necklace around it. And of course the Lady Earring is the most obvious because she has the big earlobes and stuff. But it's just like it was like, that is really interesting design work.
Mm-hmm.
It took me longer. It took me longer to make the connection with Lady Ring than it did with the other two, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But like I said, they were Akamaru's personal bodyguards. They would give the Rangers trouble. I don't think they ever actually fought the Rangers as a trio. They always did it one at a time, which seemed like a flaw in their plan. But
no, all three of them fought the Rangers, but
the mecha.
They never fought the mecha as a trio, because Kiba Ranger Ko killed Lady Earring while he was still as a ranger when she was still small, and then the other two sought revenge, and then Lady Necklace ended up dying, and so then it ended up being just Lady Ring who was left, and they are sisters. They're not just three monsters; they are sisters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So anyway, next up is for me on my list is another monster. This was another one that did not make it to Power Rangers. Birdcage Vagrant.
He's on my list too.
So Birdcage Vagrant.
He's literally, guys, like, for anyone who hasn't seen this, we cannot emphasize enough the fact that this is literally a bird cage with two arms, one leg, a peg leg, and he calls people amigo. Because he also
has a sombrero.
It is a bird cage wearing a sombrero. If that's not the most magical thing you've ever heard in your life, I don't know what to tell you. If that's too wacky for you, then Sentai might not be for you. Because that's it's so, I reckon, like, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Birdcage Vagrant.
I would love to know why they skipped this one.
I mean, probably because they watched it and they're like, well, no mere mortal could explain this to anyone and sound sober, right? It's a.
I mean, they already had they technically already had one sombrero monster, and that was the cactus. So
that's a card you can only play once, apparently.
Right. Now, although the funny thing is, they didn't use the monster, but they used his cape. Incisorator.
That's funny.
Oh,
also,
yeah,
that's interesting. So I also wanted to point out the bird that he summons out of his cage, the bird puppet, which is actually kind of creepy. The way that they did that puppet bird, whatever the heck it was supposed to be. And Michael, you'll appreciate this. The scenes with the cage being carried by the bird and they're following him, very Clash of the Titans.
Mm-hmm.
Very Clash of the Titans with the vulture. Which is I adore that film. But yes, and it should also be mentioned that Birdcage Vagrant drives a broken down old van, and that's how he gets around. And he was thrown out of the Gorma tribe,
and he looks like a hobo.
He looks like a hobo in human form, and frankly in his monster form too. But he got thrown out of the Gorma. He got thrown out of the Gorma tribe for being a drunk. He was so drunk one night that the thing that made him unbeatable, his golden metal kicking leg, was cut off.
His vagrant kick.
And so they threw him out for being a drunken a-hole, and they sealed his leg away in a pot. This is what it's just you can't. There's no way to describe this and not sound like you're on something.
Well, and also should be noted that his power is that he has a pocket dimension inside of himself. That's why he is a cage.
His cage, the cage that is him, he is a cage. The cage that is he is a functional cage that he can suck people into.
Into a pocket dimension.
Into a pocket dimension inside of himself. Which is also where he stores the bird, which is interesting. This is if this sounds insane, two things. One, it is, and two, this is what Sentai does. This is Sentai. This is in the DNA of Sentai, and it's just this guy is one of the reasons that Sentai works for me so much is it's just so wacky. Who would think to do this? Hobo, vagrant, bus driving, sombrero wearing sentient bird cage with peg leg.
And it is one of my favorite things that the especially early tokusatsu or even like early Heisei tokusatsu does, which is these villains with extremely crazy costumes just driving around in normal vehicles. And the leather bunch also does that too in a few episodes, and I just love it. It's something.
Well, his van is a little bit eccentric. I mean, come on, it looks like a hippie van.
True, but it's something that we've talked about. Me and Nathan have talked about in Henshin Men, with Kamen Rider. You know, back in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, probably all the way until the 2000s. They just had the wackiest looking costumes on these monsters and these characters, but just driving around the most normal sedans, just going around.
It's so charming.
It's great. I love it.
Charming.
Yeah,
it's so great.
All right, the next monster I want to highlight is not in Power Rangers, but it almost was. There was an unmade episode in season 2, and he was supposed to be the monster of the week, but it didn't happen. And that's Pot Taoist.
Pot Taoist.
Pot Taoist, who's literally
a party
pot
crasher monster.
Yeah. Because they were going to have an episode centered around Aisha that was called Party Crasher, and he was going to be the monster of the week in that. It would have centered around Aisha and her mother, but it didn't happen.
Interesting.
So that's why I put an asterisk next to him, because he almost was in Power Rangers.
So close.
Yeah,
so
I'm guessing he would have been called Party Crasher. I don't know.
Potty Crasher?
That's what happens when you have too much Taco Bell.
I want that to be his official name now. But then people will be like, but he's not a toilet.
But he's going to say, that's a very slippery slope of a name.
Yeah.
Porcelain Throne.
Danny, for the sake of time, did you have any more on your list?
I just wanted to throw in ever so briefly just two more. One of which is Lipstick Songstress. For a couple of reasons. One, the name,
which I think was Lip Syncer in Power Rangers,
something like that. Yeah, it's a giant stick of lipstick with other lipstick sticking out of the lipstick. It's amazing. So shout out to Lipstick Songstress, and finally, my boy, possibly my favorite monster in the entire show, Kabuki Kozo. The Kabuki boy.
Yes.
With his giant kabuki head.
What was his name in Power Rangers, Michael?
That was
it was still kabuki themed. I just can't remember. Was it kabuki?
No, it was kabuki. No, it was crap. It was the little alien guy that.
Yeah, because it was a completely recontextualized that character.
Oh,
he was not a despicable little punk.
Bukla.
Yeah, because he wasn't a despicable little punk. He was supposed to be a very confused alien child. So you felt sorry for him. It was one of the first monsters the Rangers didn't kill.
No, is it Kabuki? I think it's Kabukala. So they were trying to make a play on words with Kabuki. Yeah.
They tried. That's funny. But yeah.
So the only other one, the last one that I wanted to highlight was just one that only because it made the hat, only because it had the hat trick, and because it was in Sentai, it was in Power Rangers, and it was in VR Troopers, and that was the Chief of Staff
Bukala. Yeah, Bukala.
He said Bukala, Nathan.
Well, no, then he said
what I said.
Kabukala. So
Whatever. Doesn't matter.
It was Bukala, and by the way, the robot form did appear too as Weldo in Mighty Morphin Power Rangers too.
Weldo. Yeah. Medium.
Well, now we know
animation
where's Weldo.
Where's Weldo?
So now we need to talk about the mecha, the mythical ki or chi, whichever you prefer, beasts. These are the Thunder Zords.
Yes.
And like with Zhu Ranger, we're told that they're alive. They are living beings. They're not just robots, but they don't lean into that a whole lot after the first probably 4 or 5 episodes.
Right.
But, I don't know how sentient they are, but they are alive. So in terms of design, we've talked about the Thunder Zords already. But Travis, you were going to educate us a little bit about them.
So I haven't listened to your episode where you talked about the Thunder Zord, so I don't know how much of this I'm going to go back over and repeat what you guys have already talked about. But so Ryoseo,
shame on you, Travis.
I know. Well, when you're putting out 4 and 5 hour long episodes, my goodness, I can only keep up with so much. There's only so much March-An I can handle.
Shows how much you really care, Travis.
There's only so much Michael I can handle.
So Ryuseo, the Azure Dragon, he's the Avalon Dragon. So he's one of the 4 main Chinese mythological creatures in Chinese mythology. He's associated with East and Spring. It's very common in Asian culture. I don't think anybody's shocked by the or doesn't know what a Chinese dragon or an Asian dragon is.
Yeah.
The one thing I did want to talk about with Ryuseo is Ryuseo has his warrior mode, and his warrior mode is modeled a little bit after the Monkey King.
Yeah.
Yes. So Goku.
Journey to the West.
Journey to the West, yes. So that's why he has the staff that he uses to fight. And there's a few like the like square-ish spirals that I forget what they're called, but the square spiral designs that he has in his around his headband and other things is also part of that. So yeah, so the fight mode, the warrior mode, is modeled after the Monkey King, whereas the beast mode is modeled after the Avalon Dragon or the Azure Dragon. So
right.
So that's Ryuseo. I don't know how much you want me to cover.
Well, we have Wan Tiger, who's another one of those mythical beasts. I've talked about that on the Film Vault.
Yeah, so Wan Tiger is a white tiger that's part of the 4 main Chinese mythological creatures. He is the king of all animals in Chinese culture and is often depicted with the character for king written on his forehead. And in Japanese, the white tiger is called Byako, which, if you've been listening for this now nearly 5-hour episode, you would recognize Byako as the name of the sword. So he's literally just white tiger sword.
And Daimugen is a turtle, and that's another one of the guardian beasts. If you've watched Gamera 3, you know all about that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's which one is he? I'm trying to remember, which cardinal direction is he?
Oh, I don't remember.
Is he
south?
South, yeah.
Okay.
Pretty sure, yeah. I think it's south.
Yeah, because the dragon is east, tiger is west, and I'm pretty sure the turtle is south, and then there's the phoenix that is or the bird that is north.
The Ho-Oh.
Yes.
Yeah. Or is the Ho-Oh different?
No, so okay, so this is what I wanted to talk about earlier, or what I mentioned when I said that the Ranger Wiki has it wrong. So the Ranger Wiki, if you look at the Ranger Wiki, it says that Rin's motif and her Zord is after the vermilion bird. Now, the vermilion bird is a Chinese mythological creature. It is a bird that looks kind of like a pheasant and has flames. So it's associated a lot with
Right.
the phoenix in Western culture. We kind of like, mirror it in Western culture with the phoenix. But the vermilion bird in Japanese is not called the ho'o. The ho'o is actually what is called fenghuang in Chinese. I know I'm mispronouncing that. That is the phoenix that is the king of all birds. And so the way I explained it to Nathan was it's kind of like the difference between saying an angel and saying Michael the archangel. Like Michael the archangel, it's a higher up in the line of mythological creatures than the vermilion bird. So that's something that needs to be changed. If whoever's out there wants to make an edit on the Ranger Wiki, that needs to be done. But I know it's the Ho-Oh or the Fang Huang, not the vermilion bird, because she is literally called the Ho-Oh Ranger. And also Ho-Oh being the Pokemon. So, we got that too.
Yes. Yeah. There is a Pokemon with that.
Who are you
The
calling
funny
a
thing,
Ho-Oh?
Anyway, the interesting thing about this is that the Power Ranger names that they're given to these Zords are not too far off from their original ones.
The Kirin is off.
Kirin
In the show it's the Griffin, but it's in this it's the Kirin. A Kirin and a Griffin. The Kirin dragon is different than the Griffin. It's a different type of animal.
Yeah. So a Kirin is a dragon-like hoofed animal with antlers. So it's kind of, if you look at pictures of it, it kind of has like the head of a dragon, the antlers of a deer, but the body of a horse. And anybody who has seen Princess Mononoke would know that the Kirin is the inspiration for the forest spirit in Princess Mononoke.
Right. So what are the Shishi and the Tenma?
So the Shishi is related to the Shiza. Anybody who knows Godzilla would know King Caesar or Shiza, King Shiza.
Lion.
The Shiza lion. So that's an Okinawan thing specifically, but they were based.
The guardian lion.
Yes. Yep. So they're based on the Shishi, which is the Chinese guardian lion that protects like temples and things like that. That is what a Shishi is. Now a Tenma is a winged horse in Chinese folklore and Chinese mythology. It's in appearance, it's reminiscent to a Pegasus, but in actual mythology, it's not, because the Pegasus has a lot of mythology behind it that, it was born from Medusa, it has a brother, all this kind of stuff like that. Whereas the Tianma is not like that. It is an actual creature. It's an actual animal. And the Tianma actually appears in Shang-Chi, along with, if you've seen the Shang-Chi movie, it also appears alongside other ones like the Vermilion Bird, the Shishi, and
is
also...
Is that the white horse when they first come to the valley? Is that the white horse that they're seeing?
Yes.
Is that the Tenma?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
It's been a while since I've seen Shang-Chi, but I think that's where it is.
Right. And the combined
in Power Rangers, it's referred to as the unicorn, but it's more so reminiscent. It's more closely related to a Pegasus. Is that what I heard you say? But it's not even the same thing as a Pegasus.
And I think sometimes they did call it Pegasus. I was a little confused on that one.
Yeah,
I've heard. Go ahead, Travis.
In the translations, and in the the captions, they did say Pegasus. They referred to it as Pegasus, but I don't know about I can't remember the Thunder Zord, what it was called. I think it was Unicorn.
Like I said, I think sometimes it was Unicorn, sometimes it was Pegasus. But the other thing I want to mention is the Gosei Sentai Dairanger, which is the combined form, the Thunder Megazord, as they call in Power Rangers, is modeled after Chinese armor.
Yes.
So that's something else. So the Chinese influence is all over this thing.
Oh, for sure.
And I know there's something, Michael, you were looking up something about the name Dairen O. You want to tell us about that really quick?
Is it Great King? I can't, what does Ren stand for? Great Beautiful King. Great Beautiful King.
Well,
Or
Ren
Great
can
Combined
also
King. Ren.
Yeah, it's like a
Ren can also mean
like a coming together, like of multiple parts.
Mm-hmm.
So it's in this context, it's like a combined Great King.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And we would be remiss if we didn't talk about Daijin Ryu, the Sentai Serpentera, who is very different.
Well, it's the difference between a Zord that runs on AA batteries versus a gigantic dragon god who restores balance by destroying everything. So yeah, there's a little bit of a difference there.
He's a very interesting wild card third party in this.
Yeah, he just kind of comes seemingly out of nowhere. It starts to make a little bit more sense once the show's central theme of good versus evil being a recurrent thing across history kind of becomes nailed down. Basically, I don't know. He would say maybe he shows up like 2/3 of the way through the show or something like that.
Around episode 30
it's like
so, yeah.
Okay.
His first episode is episode 37. I had to go back and look.
Oh,
so
okay.
it's
37. Okay, so it's a little bit later in the show, but basically it gets to the point where anytime the Dai and the Gorma are fighting, this giant thing shows up and just starts destroying cities.
Yep.
And mind controlling people to suicide. It's incredibly dark.
Leap to your doom.
It's incredibly dark. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot that could be said that you guys already covered when you talked about.
I mean, he even made some people jump, and Kaku had to save them.
Yes. Also, just to save time, can we all just agree that this is mutually our Ultra SFX Robot Award?
I had something else just to have something different, but good grief.
I mean,
the tokusatsu on this thing is crazy.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
They outdid themselves with this.
This was my effect award for when we talked about season 2. It still stands. I tried to pick some stuff that was not in Power Rangers, but the Daijin Ryu suit, the tokusatsu with that thing is just
model.
so impressive that I can't.
Yeah,
it's so good. It's so good.
It is.
I kind of cheated and had a runner up, but no, this is the winner. This is the winner.
It is incredible tokusatsu.
I like the again, we're coming back to some of the Buddhism and Taoism influence on this season in the series, that you get this character who is kind of like a representation of balance between the yin and the yang, or the yo and the chi, and the fact that he just does not care. Like, he has no interest in preserving life. He has no interest in preserving humanity or the world. His entire being is about balance. And when it is out of balance,
you have malevolence and benevolence. What is the center called? Is there a word for the center? Or it's just literally
know.
you don't care, like it's like you're
it's
like
not apathy, maybe ambivalence.
I was gonna say ambivalence, but ambivalence and apathy ambivalence is dangerously close to a synonym for apathy,
right?
Well, except ambivalence is more like there's a mix of feelings.
That's fair enough.
Apathy is you feel nothing. Ambivalence is there's a little bit of positive, a little bit of negative.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the middle of the teeter-totter. It's the middle of the it's the balance.
What I called him when I was talking to you guys, or Michael, in text, or in Nathan, was he's the Bendu. Anybody who's watched watched Star Wars Rebels, I was going to say Power Rangers Rebels. That is a totally different show, which I am creating. Nobody steal.
That's RPM.
Rebel Thunder.
That's RPM.
Rebel Thunder. Rebel Force.
Rebel Fury. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah,
Power
if
Rangers
anybody
Dino
hasn't
Rebel
watched that,
Megaforce, Rebel Force.
but if anybody hasn't watched Star Wars Rebels, but you know something about Star Wars, the basics of Star Wars, you have the light side of the Force and the dark side of the Force. You know, the Jedi use the light side of the Force, the Sith, the bad guys, use the dark side of the Force, but the Bendu represents the middle. He was neither light nor dark. He just is. And it is a very interesting couple of episodes that you get in Rebels. Very great voice acting between Kanan, the Freddie Prinze Jr. and Tom Baker, Doctor Who's Tom Baker, voiced the Bendu. So that's what I thought of when I thought of the one that we're talking about. Why am I blanking? Daijin Ryu. That's it. Daijin Ryu.
Daijin Ryu.
Yeah. That's who I thought of, and I kind of out nerded myself by that reference, I'm sure. But also Gamera in the Gamera trilogy from the Heisei trilogy is sort of kind of like this, where he's like, I'm more about protecting the world and not necessarily protecting humanity. And it kind of like, I got a little bit of that.
It comes through the most in Iris. It comes through the most in Iris.
The Guardian monsters in GMK, or Godzilla, Mothra, and King Ghidorah, giant monsters all out attack. They're like that. And you could potentially make the argument that Monster vs. Godzilla is like that.
You could. You absolutely could. Kind of
you could, because the Monster vs. Godzilla is very Heisei Gamera in its presentation.
For sure.
Right. Anyway, we got a little Toku topic that I need to breeze through. Thankfully for all of you, I went through and highlighted the important notes, so this is going to be abridged. But given all the talk of chi or ki in this, because it's brought up all the time, it's kind of treated like the Force in this, which is why there was one article I looked at that just kind of cracked me up. Its opening line, I was sharing this with Danny last night.
Yeah, we talked about this.
Yeah. It says, it starts off by saying ki, prana, life force, ki, anima, chi, ra, inner wind, pneuma. And then for all of the Christians listening to this, Holy Spirit. And I suddenly found myself thinking, I now need a Power Ranger parody where their morphing call is Holy Spirit Activate. Because that would be amazing.
I mean, sure. Yeah.
Why not?
But anyway, so the chi specifically is a loan word now in English, but we misspell it, which is why I think I was a little thrown off when I was watching the Shout Factory subtitles. They actually spell it correctly. You're supposed to use an apostrophe.
Yep.
Between H and I, but we don't do that in English technically. So kudos to you, Shout, for technically doing it right. So to put it succinctly, in Chinese, particularly traditional Chinese culture and East Asian culture, ki, Qi, because it's spelled several different ways. It's either Qi, Ki, or Chi. It's believed to be the vital force that forming in part of any living entity, and it literally means. Now, there was like a whole section that I looked at. It was just on the etymology of this word, but it literally means either vapor, air, or breath, which I think is interesting right there when you start digging into what the concept actually means. But it's usually translated as like Qi. That spelling is usually translated as either vital energy, vital force, or material energy, or just energy. So it's like the Force. How did Obi-Wan put it? It's an energy field generated by all living things.
It surrounds us, binds us. Yeah, penetrates us, binds us.
It binds the galaxy together. Yeah. And it is a central underlying principle of traditional Chinese medicine, which apparently is officially abbreviated TCM. That threw me off the first time I saw it, because when you say TCM to me, I think Turner Classic Movies.
Yeah. So in traditional Chinese medicine and a lot of Chinese, just in history and mythology and everything like that. The idea that the energy that flows through your body and flows through the universe can be blocked or can be disrupted by certain things. And so by using things like acupuncture or acupressure or
Right.
martial arts or certain medicines and stuff can actually help with the flow of chi. Chi is also part of feng shui, which is, the idea.
I'm going to get into that actually.
Okay. I didn't know.
Mm-hmm. No, that's fine.
Well,
I'm glad
hurry
that
up,
you're bringing
Nathan.
it up here. Now, I'm working on it. So people who believe in ki call it a vital force, but it's not, but it's pseudoscientific. There used to be a vital energy scientific notion, but that's since been abandoned. So, but there are people, I found articles from people who really bought into this as being a scientifically accurate thing, which is kind of interesting.
It's still a foundational thing in Chinese medicine, and a lot of people. I mean, it is a foundation in Buddhism and a lot of religions too, and Taoism and things like that. So it's not
goes back.
There's also a whole industry dedicated to like realigning your chakra or wherever the devil they're talking.
That chakra is prana, which is Indian.
Yeah, it's Hindu,
but it's very similar to chi. So it's a very similar thing. But
but the concept is still there. There's an entire industry dedicated to healing the inner self or the inner spirit, and the belief is if you heal the inner self, the inner spirit, the rest of the body will follow.
Right. And this has been discussed in Chinese mythology in my source, going all the way back to the 5th century BC. And there is a Western notion that's similar to this, which is humors. Have you guys heard about humors?
Yeah,
the 4 humors.
Oh, I've heard of that. Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah. Travis, can you remind everybody or just either of you guys remind us all what humors are?
Go for it, Travis.
So the 4 humors were 4 fluids that were in the body that if they became imbalanced could lead to sickness or illness. And so they were the 3 foundational things. I'm trying to remember. It was blood was one. There was the yellow bile. I think there's black bile, and then there's another one, and I can't remember what the 4 are. But they were 3 liquids the fluids that kept your body and your spirit alive, and if they ever became out of balance, that's what made you sick. So a lot of medicine from back in that time period was built around keeping the 4 humors in balance, which is why bloodletting was a thing, because it was like you had too much blood in you. We had to get it out.
Right. So we talked about its importance in
it's the 4 humors are blood, choler, which is yellow bile. It's phlegm or phlegm, phlegm. I believe that's phlegm.
Yeah, phlegm. That would be phlegm.
And then black bile is the 4 humors.
So phlegm was the one I forgot, because I knew yellow bile and I knew black bile.
Right. So, we talked about its importance with medicine and the disruption of it and how that can lead to illness. It's been, like I said, it's been discussed by Chinese philosophers for a long time. Confucius, Mozi, Zhuangzi, they've all talked about it. The most interesting one I found was a guy named Mencius said that it could be described as being an individual's vital energies, and you could control it with well-integrated willpower, and when properly nurtured, you could extend it out from the human body into the universe. If you've played Street Fighter, those video games, you know exactly what that is. Hadouken!
And if you watch, ever watched Dragon Ball or Dragon Ball Z, the Kamehameha is a ki blast. So
they call that out. They actually call it ki blast.
Yep.
Because
and if you remember our discussion on Jungle Fury,
we talked about
that was also a ki blast. Yeah, we talked about that.
Right. So we talked about how it could lead to illness with being disruption, and the traditional Chinese medicine actually has names for some of those things. It calls them meridians or Zhang Fu organs. And they use a lot of techniques with herbology, food therapy, physical training to combat those and put them back into balance. And when we're talking about meridians, the meridian network in the body, there's two categories of them. It's the Jingma and the, I am probably horribly butchering these names, but the Luo Mai, which travel throughout the body, and they create quote unquote unique points called acupoints, which is what acupuncture is, is centered around. And there's 400 of them, according to the traditional Chinese medicine, in the body, and they're located along.
And if I'm not mistaken, the majority of them are in your face and neck.
Right. And there are 12 principal meridians that correspond to organs that are divided into yin and yang groups, because yin and yang factors heavily into this as well. And there are 4 types of ki. Here you go. So there's 4 types of these things. You have parental ki, which is ki that you inherit from your parents at conception. And then after conception, it's stored in your kidneys. There is pectoral ki, or zong ki, which is produced through breathing and it's stored in your chest, hence pectoral ki. There's nutritional ki, or ying ki, that you get from eating food, and it's responsible for circulation. And then there's defensive ki, or wei ki, that is for protecting the body from illness. It is the yang of nutritional ki, meaning that it's derived from eating food, but it serves a different purpose. So I guess that's defensive ki is your immune system, as we would understand it from a scientific point of view, possibly.
But is there a sexual ki ling?
I did find a subheading that dealt with that, but we're not going into that because we're trying to be PG-13 and failing.
I'm really glad I didn't say it stored in the kidney, because that wouldn't have been funny at all.
But anyway, there are 5 cardinal functions of ki. Here you go. You have actuation. So that is responsible for maintaining the vital life energy of the body. And that includes all the different functions with the meridians and the Zhangfu organs and the blood. And if there's a ki deficiency, then these substances are negatively impacted, and that causes illness. There's warming. So ki helps produce heat to regulate body temperature. And it says a deficiency can lead to lowered body temperature, cold limbs, and a disposition into hot drinks. And then there's defending. So it defends the body against pathogens and external elements. So basically your immune system. And then containment. Ki is responsible for ensuring that the body's organs and fluids are in their proper places. So it's regulating all of that.
Man,
and then
he
if
does
there's
a lot.
Yeah, and
He's
if there's
like
a deficiency, and then if there's a ki deficiency, that can result in symptoms that have to do with body fluids and organ problems. And then there's also transformation. But not how you're thinking. Now, ki is responsible for transforming nutrition and air into different subsets of ki, like your blood. But I guess we could tie it to the show if we wanted to. Now, there are different practices.
That's pretty blood ki interesting, if you ask me.
Yeah, that was terrible.
Is it possible that we've been recording too long, gentlemen?
We might have. Now, really quickly, there are several practices, because you could do an entire podcast on this whole concept. So I'm just giving you a brief primer on this to, make sense of what we're seeing in this show. This, because this is very much a fantastical interpretation of these concepts. There are several practices that do involve ki or chi. One is feng shui, as you mentioned, Travis. It is and I was familiar with this practice, but I was not familiar with this term for it, and that is geomancy.
Oh, now that's a word I haven't heard in a hot minute.
Right. Yeah. So it's a Chinese art, and it's about the placement and arrangement of space.
Yeah.
The big joke with it is that people will talk about how they want to redo the feng shui by moving all their furniture around, because that's an idea, but you're moving objects around to help with the circulation of energy.
Right.
The five elements, the yin and yang, and all that sort of stuff. There is a Japanese practice called Reiki, which is a form of which is an alternative medicine that's called energy healing. And they think that the practitioners think that they can do palm healing with hands-on healing through a universal energy that can be transferred through the palm.
And that came up at one point when we were doing a podcast. I forget which podcast we were talking, or which movie we were reviewing, but that came up at one point in something.
On Kaiju Weekly?
Yeah, I think on Kaiju Weekly.
Yeah. It was something. Was it maybe when we were doing Shang-Chi that it came up?
It might have been. It might have been.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. And then there's Qigong, which is the actual practice of cultivating and balancing your chi. And you do that through breathing and movement and quote unquote awareness. It has roots in traditional Chinese medicine, philosophy, and martial arts.
And Qigong, they also have and I know it's going to sound bad, but they have the Qigong balls, which are the two ones that you roll around in your hand.
Go on.
Oh yeah, I've actually,
oh really?
I just rewatched Tron Legacy, and there's a scene where Clue has a couple of those, and he just plays with them in his hand.
Yeah, they're actually a part of this idea of kind of exercising your hands and your body and keeping things in balance and keeping things moving.
I'm sure they are.
Anyway,
helps your prostate too, by the way.
Yeah. Anyway, but it's something relevant to Qigong that goes with Dairanger is Qigong practitioners say that they can see ki energy in auras. What are the morphers called in this? They're called aura changers.
Aura changers, yeah.
Aura changers. So basically, these Qigong masters have basically a quote unquote natural X-ray, because they claim that they can actually not only see people's auras, but they can actually detect illnesses and see problems with internal organs, and they can figure out if you're pregnant.
Wow,
that's a pretty private thing between me and my aura. Like, I don't want people seeing my auras. Like, it just seems like a violation.
Apparently, you just can't help it.
It just seems like a violation of my aura privacy or something.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you have to send away for the 3D glasses in order to see it, though, so it's fine.
Right.
Or you have to get the right box of cereal.
Right. Now, there is here's something for remember. This was the name of one of our villains. There is a key-focused internal force called Jin in martial arts.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And a lot of them are Chinese martial arts. I have a whole list that I'm not going to go into all of them, but Tai Chi, Southern Praying Mantis, Snake Kung Fu, Southern Dragon Kung Fu, which we talked about, and then Aikido, Kendo. There's a lot of stuff related to that.
And I kind of hinted at when we were talking about it earlier, but in Chinese martial arts, there's two types of martial arts that are there are two schools of thought when it comes to martial arts. There's the external and the internal. There's the martial arts that is meant to help you in defense, in fighting, in kind of like all of the outward kind of benefits from it, whereas you have your Tai Chi and other forms that are internal, which are meant to help you kind of with your energy and chi or ki and keep the energy flowing, and so they're more internal, and some of them are both, and Southern Dragon style is one that is both.
Mm-hmm. Now, demonstrations of ki or of ki are popular with martial arts and have included such feats as the unraisable body, the unbendable arm, and feats of power. But a lot of these have been explained away by people as just being biomechanics and physics.
Makes
there you
sense.
go. And then acupuncture is another one that uses it, but a lesser known one that I didn't know about until I looked this up, but moxibustion? That is a real word.
Is it like ghost bustion?
You would think so. But no, it is a treatment that involves burning mugwort on or near skin at an acupuncture point.
Dude, you can't say mugwort on this podcast. Watch your mouth. Wow.
You mugwort.
Warn me before you start dropping words like that.
So hang on. So there is a lot of stuff that goes into this key thing, this key chi, whatever you say, which is really interesting, and it's tied to deep cultural roots, which makes the discussion on who did it better a lot harder because they're just so incredibly different.
Right. I do have one more thing to mention. Just one
There's
more quick
always
list.
one more thing, Nathan.
There's just one more. I know.
He's the Columbo
this one, but it's
podcasting.
just funny. It's just funny. You guys want to become Dairangers? I got a recipe for you.
Ooh, now I'm interested.
Okay.
What?
All right, here you go.
Now I'm actually
here are
interested,
6 ways to improve your ki, so you too can be a Dairanger.
Tell me more.
Get enough sleep, work on your breathing, try Tai Chi or Qigong, give acupuncture a go, balance your diet, and take care of your mental health.
Well, that's me out then.
Yeah, I know, right?
I was with you up until take care
have
of your
good mental health.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Isn't this just all stuff you should be doing normally anyway? Maybe not acupuncture.
Yeah, that's why when I read
Maybe
that
not
article, I'm
acupuncture.
like,
I'm a little bit scared of needles. So, but I hear acupuncture, you can't really feel it. So
no, it's
the
not
needles
painful.
they use are so small.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
I take issue with this because some of these characters who are Dairangers, they do not have good mental health.
You tell me Shoji is mentally stable? I don't buy it.
Ko is mentally stable.
Ko
There's a
is
lot of mommy and
deranged
daddy
horny.
issues.
Ko is a deranged brat. What are you talking about? Like,
He is mommy and daddy issues rolled up into just a horny 10-year-old.
like most of the show is about his mommy and daddy issues.
Yes.
So many
it
issues
is.
they literally made a
Anyway.
50-episode series about it.
Anyway, who did it better? Like I said at
Dairanger.
the beginning of the show,
Yeah.
this is the hardest one out of all of them.
No, it's not. It's
because
Dairanger.
It's Dairanger.
Well, no, I mean,
Come on, dude.
we know, I know, it's Dairanger, but it's just the adaptation is so weird in this because it's adapted and yet it's not. That's what I'm getting at.
Well,
Yeah.
It's also okay. So it makes it hard because Power Rangers took I feel like what was the bare minimum from this show and recontextualized it because they were because Power Rangers was constrained and beholden to the suits for one thing. Like the Kiba Ranger is the only one they brought over, and they kept the rest of the Mighty Morphin suits. Aside from some of the monster stuff and the Zord footage, there really wasn't a ton they brought over because I just don't understand. I don't see how they actually could have, because like I said, this show has such deep cultural roots. I think it would have been lost on a lot of American audiences.
Right, I would agree with that. I just wish they had used the costumes though, because the costumes.
Oh yeah,
I wish
they're so good.
Yeah, I wish they would have. Yeah,
I would have paid money to be in the room when Haim Saban got his first look at Dairanger. And he's like, oh, we made a mistake.
What is this?
I paid for this. But there are a few. Yeah. We made a mistake. This is how Type Saban talks. But anyway, there are a couple of specifics I do want to highlight for this talk. Ko versus White Ranger Tommy and Justin, because they copied the concept.
So okay. So here's the thing.
We've talked about
White-
White Ranger Tommy already, but
I will always side more with White Ranger Tommy because I love Tommy as the White Ranger way more than I did as the Green Ranger. That White Ranger is my favorite version of Tommy. But within the context of the show, his journey from being a little kid to becoming a hero to finding out about his heritage to the tragedy of what happens with his mom and his brother and his dad, and it's just like it's such a central part of the overall story that they are telling that it's so well integrated, whereas the White Ranger Tommy thing is really well done. And yes, it's kind of fun how they wrote into the concept of Tommy having to shift from being the Green Ranger to the White Ranger, him losing his powers and stuff. But man, there's just something about how well integrated Ko's story is, and obviously because they wrote it that way, whereas the Power Rangers, they were kind of working with what they had.
Right. Which, take all of that versus Justin, Ko wins.
Oh, absolutely.
Fight me, Michael. I'm gonna crap on Turbo again because I gotta. Ko is better than Justin.
I know, because Nathan, you're a basic. But anyway,
well, I think we
that's
talked
funny
about
coming from the guy whose favorite villain is Lord Zed.
Yeah, basic.
I like Ultraman. I don't know.
I am the only one who's not basic here, apparently.
You're a hipster. Anyway, so we can move on from that. But now, kind of a weird one: Gorma the 15th versus Master Orc. They used the costume.
They did use the costume.
The 15th because, yeah.
Well, they both had these really great reveals in their series because, Master Orc being revealed that he's been human all along, and the monsters turn against him, like his fellow monsters, his fellow villains turn against him because it's like, you've been pretending to be a mutant and you're not, you're just a human. Yeah. So it's like, I like them both. I do really like them both, but yeah, there's because Gorma the 15th is so inspired by Kabuki, like we said, the actual off-puttingness of him, how off-putting his voice and his mannerisms are, is just so good for a villain, because it's just like I don't like watching him, but at the same time he's so captivating.
Yeah,
you can't take your eyes off the guy, and it really does highlight how kind of unfair it is to put these two shows up against each other in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. That's why I said it was the hardest, because MMPR Season 2 and Dairanger are just so different. It's almost unfair to compare them.
It is unfair, I would say. It's basically like trying to compare Jew Ranger to Dairanger, or trying to compare it's two different things, two different shows. It's like trying to compare. This is firmly in apples and oranges territory for me personally. Yeah. I feel like saying that, like, trying to pick one over the other based on the same criteria that you're going to be using for future seasons. How did this show adapt this show? It's fair there. It certainly was fair when you did MMPR versus Jew Ranger, but for this is apples and scuba gear. This is literally
almost.
It's not even fruit anymore.
Right. And Kaku Ranger is only going to be marginally better.
Right. Yeah. There's something though, and I absolutely understand why they felt like they could not adapt this more directly in Power Rangers. Absolutely. That, like we have talked about, this show is nuts. There is no way they could have adapted this into anything Power Rangers related. But now that we are removed from, like, years down the line and stuff, I really would love to see an American version of this that's more faithful to the actual, story of Dairanger, and see what some American creators could do with it.
I think you could do it. I think you could take the concepts here and not, I won't say westernize them, because now with the with pop culture being the way it is, I think you could do a very close adaptation to this. And I think American audiences would latch onto it. Like, look at all the, if you look at all like the foreign shows and the foreign films now on Netflix and other services, and what's the one that was out like last year about the Squid Games. People went nuts in the West over Squid Games. I think you could do something like Dairanger and then put it on a streaming service like Netflix or Hulu or whatever, and I think American people would watch it because it is such an interesting premise.
And there have been some animated series that borrowed a lot from the same source material that that Dairanger's pulling from. So I think it's possible now.
Yeah. But I mean more than just like the inspiration. Like not just like, well, yeah, Chinese mythology is used a lot in other series and you know, Chinese mythology is a big influence on a lot of things. I mean, we talked about Avatar: The Last Airbender draws heavily from Chinese mythology. But I'm talking about like the characters, like the character dynamics, this journey that Ko goes on, like I said, between his mother, his brother, his father, Kaku, Master Kaku being, you know, a bad guy, quote unquote, you know, secretly, but actually isn't, you know, all of those things that you don't get a lot of that in children's shows. Just the depth and the density that you get in this, and I really want more. Yeah,
yes,
density. I know. I'm great at words.
Density.
But are you good at awards? All right, so these are fun little awards we give out to some standout elements of the shows that we're covering. And yes, we stole it from Monsters vs. Men and Henshin Men. The shtick is complete. We're moving on. So first up, we have the Power Range of Motion, because this is the one with the title that was so good we couldn't change it.
Whatever you say.
Yeah, I talked to Michael. He agreed with me.
No, I agree. I'm just
for the best stunt or fight scene as the guess. You guys can go first.
I'll kick things off by saying Kaku versus the Dairangers in episode 46.
Yep.
I mean that, and we mentioned it before, so I won't go into it here. But the trust issues and the fact that this guy has been their leader for so long, and he literally, by the time he walks away and says, "Don't mess with me anymore, stay out of my way," all the Rangers are literally laying there covered in blood, unable to stand up. Some of them are unconscious. I think all of them go unconscious, right? Yeah, they do. Because then he steals their transformation devices and their Lili balls after they are knocked out. So it is a great fight. It has a lot of good choreography, a lot of interesting camera angles. There are a lot of visual effects with them kind of running around. It's very emotional. It's well shot. Excellent fight scene.
Right. Travis, what do you have?
This one was hard for me because I'm such a fan of, and you know, I mean, you could tell by my explanation of all the different martial arts that they were using, the different kung fus that they were using. That I'm such a fan of this show in general, just because of the fights. The fighting is so good, and the stunt work is so good. So picking just one was really hard for me. But yeah, I gotta agree with Danny that fight scene, because of the emotional and dramatic weight behind it, that one is so good. And the way that Kaku is able to just wipe the floor with them, because up to this point we've seen him do a few things but never really get into the mix the way that he did in that. And so seeing him just go all out on his own team was just great.
Right. I had a runner-up, which, because it just goes back to stuff that we do on Henshin Men, where we try to highlight actual stunt work. And there is a scene in episode 46 where the unmorphed Dairangers get tossed by an explosion, and I am almost 100% certain those are the real actors and not stunt performers, because you could see their faces for all of that, and that's impressive. Just wanted to highlight that. But my winner, also goes to Kaku, but it's a different fight. I did think about that one though, but it's Kaku versus Shaddam. So basically Kaku's last fight. Kaku had the chance to kill Shaddam, but he shows him mercy and instead tries to challenge him to a fist fight, and then uses his Yo and Chi fusion power because he's trying to avoid killing Shaddam, I think, if I remember correctly. And then Shaddam basically takes advantage of that, and that eventually leads to Kaku's death.
It's a Shaddam shame for sure.
Michael, what did you have?
Punching us? No. Shaddam crying shame. That is.
Okay. Anytime Ryu
Shaddam you and get it over with.
Shaddam it, give me a minute and I'll do it. You're messing.
Shaddam it, Nathan.
It's Shaddam it, Nathan.
There you go.
Shaddam it, Nathan. Don't fung my schwake, man. Come on.
He literally puts anytime
Ryu and Jin are on screen together, it's gold. It's chemistry. I like it.
Okay. You're already dead. Anyway, so Ultra SFX Robo Award for the best special effect. Are we gonna stick with these names? Because
you gotta listen. It's the Ultra SFX Robo Award.
Yeah, Ultra SFX Robo Award. Yeah.
No, Robo Award, just one word.
Robo Award.
Robo Award.
There you go.
It's bad.
Changing it officially now.
Yes.
Robo Award.
I've left
anyway,
my mark.
Danny, your winner.
Listen. It's gotta go to Dairanger. It has to. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what Michael had to. So Daijin Ryu.
I mean, I will shake things up and and mention my runner-up briefly. I mentioned it at the top of the show, but the fact that this isn't even really a visual effect, it's just a neat trick. The fact that they used Tsuchiya's actual twin brother in the clone episode. It's a subtle effect. It's not a visual effect or a special effect, but it's a neat trick. And it's convincing because whenever there are twins in a movie, you always look for the double for the back of the head. You look for the split screen. You look for the matting. And I didn't see that in this. And I thought, oh my gosh, there have to be two of them there. So it's a great trick. And
two of them.
Two of them. Like I thought it deserved mention. But listen, big old dragon god is the winner. Let's be honest.
Travis, do you also have Daijin Ryu?
Yeah, Daijin Ryu. I mean,
perfect.
Right. It's perfect. It's
okay,
perfection.
I'm the one weirdo here.
We know.
Because I didn't want to pick that because that was we did that for the Power Rangers.
Don't
season
be a
2.
hipster, Nathan. Just pick Daijin Ryu so we can move on.
No. Gorma the 15th Throne Room. They had several scenes of that.
Okay, that actually.
And I love that because the visuals of it are so surreal and weird, and it gave me Hellraiser vibes.
Yeah. Well, really, the Gorma Palace
platforms and everything. So
Gorma Palace is really good in general.
Yeah.
The whole thing is great.
Yeah. All right, and then the next one that I think we still want to workshop this name.
Michael, you didn't really talk that much about Daijin Ryu, so I mean, did you want to have anything add to it?
No, I just think I think it's just an impressive effect. I do, and it's a little bit of a cop out because I love the Serpentera. I love that little bit of tokusatsu, and what I enjoyed about Daijin Ryu in this is you get footage that did not get shown off in Power Rangers for obvious reasons. Because they wanted to highlight the fact that it only had a limited power supply, but I liked that we got to see more from that suit in this, and the scaling on it, like the sense of scale they give it in this show is really, really phenomenal.
I will say though, that is one thing when talking about what we think or who did it better. I think that. I as much as Daijin Ryu is a good character or at least a good plot point in the show, I do think I lean towards liking Serpentera better. Like the idea that Lord Zed has his own Zord and it's massive and powerful like that is just so much, to me, thematically better than what they did with Daijin Ryu.
Not sure I agree with
Yeah,
that,
but just
okay.
like this massive dragon god that just doesn't give an F. I mean, that's pretty appealing too.
It is. It is.
So-
But I would, but I would just put the Serpentera thing a little bit because, like, I mean, I'm thinking of me as a 5-year-old watching Power Rangers and realizing that Lord Zed has his own Zord. Like that blew my mind.
I mean, I get
So.
it, and
Right.
yeah, and if this had been me a year ago, I would have probably 1000% agreed with you. But now that I've watched both, it kind of changes the math for me a little bit.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Now, as I was saying, the one award whose name we might still workshop, but Sentai Small Talk for the best line. Danny, Travis, what do you got?
First of all, I called this my key beast quote. So feel free to. That only works once though. I almost went with the one that you guys picked, and I won't say what it is. I'll let you get there. But I decided to go silly with mine. It's
Is
from
this episode title worthy?
I certainly hope so. The Three Stooges soccer episode. There's really no elegant way to say this. I'm trying to be mature, but it's the moment where they are staring down our Rangers at the plate, and General Kamikaze very loudly yells, "Can you dodge our balls?"
That's the episode title.
Can you dodge our
Lele balls?
Shoot.
Or Gorma balls.
Can you dodge our Lele balls? Can we,
That's the episode title.
Dodge our Lele balls?
Can you dodge our Lele balls? There it is. You're welcome. Yep. You're welcome. I don't know why. Listen, I know it's a little immature. Something about this. Listen, it's a motorcycle, a walking motorcycle playing baseball, yelling about dodging like dodgeball, and it's something about it just tickled me to my core, and I laughed more than I should have. So there it
is. Travis, can you compete with that?
No, not really. I mean, I went silly too because there's so many good lines from so many characters, like all the villainous lines from Shaddam and so many great lines from Kaku and Daigo.
Yeah, you
of course, had
mentioned
some
one
great
to
ones.
me.
But the one that just a silly one that I thought was great, and it makes me think. The people who are doing the translations and doing the subtitles for these Shout Factory releases, they have to be sneaking in little references on purpose, because there's a moment where Ko is when Akamaru is revealed to be alive and back from the dead, and Ko is like, "I thought you were dead," and Akamaru says something along the lines of, "Well, I got better." and it's just
I noticed that.
I got better.
It has to be.
Little things like that they throw in there. It's like, okay, you have to be doing this on purpose. There's no way that is literally what he said. You have to be doing this on purpose.
No. I got better.
Yeah, I got better.
It has to be.
It has to be. Now, Michael, you and I have the same one. It's a 2-part line. So
yes,
you want to take the first one because that was the villain's half, and I'll do the second.
I will gladly take it.
All right.
You me start now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Wherever there is light, there is always going to be shadow.
But without light, there is no shadow.
You are both a bunch of weirdos.
Kermit and Arnold together at last. Just the crossover that we never thought we needed.
Yeah. But no, this is...
Ay. Wherever there is light, there always will be shadow.
But without light, there is no shadow. I don't know.
Well, yeah, this is Choyu and Kaku. I just thought it was such a great exchange. It's strangely philosophical, which I should expect that in in Sentai, but despite it being a kid show, but I just thought it was such an interesting retort where, talking about light and darkness and shadow and saying that, yeah, but if, but there, you can't have a shadow without light. A shadow, because, it's the difference between a shadow and darkness, because they were having this discussion about chi versus yo power and how Choryu was saying yo power was greater.
Well, yo power may be good, but my power's better.
I was trying to think if there was a yo mama joke in there, but
yo power mama.
Yo mama.
Yo,
May is definitely, or no, shoot. God, Ren is
Gara.
definitely a whatever.
Gara would be the yo mama.
Yeah, Gara's my
Nope.
Don't even try.
Abort joke. Abort joke.
Just spare yourself the sad trombone. Don't say it, because we got to do the Sentai. I can't believe that happened, or for the craziest moment. Danny, Travis, we got.
Okay. I did not pick the obvious. I have a feeling we all might have probably settled on the same thing. I picked something different. Do we want to talk about what I'm assuming is on your guys' list, which is the ending?
The ending, yeah, that's what
Let's
I
do
have.
that. I'll get to mine in a sec.
Mine was more so a question. Is the ending hopeful or nihilistic?
I can't make heads or tails of it.
It's
Okay,
neither, because it's more of a statement of the way the universe works. There is always going to be the Gorma, and there's always going to be
Gorma.
What did I say?
No, you said it right. I was just being stupid.
You said it right.
Oh, okay.
Yo Gorma.
I thought I said it wrong.
Yo, Gorma.
Okay, well, I think that the ending is neither. It's neither hopeful or nihilistic. I think that it's just a statement of the way the universe works in this series. Again, like, this show is so influenced by Buddhism, and a key element in Buddhist belief, and of course people will correct me if one way or another, but from my understanding,
I'm sure we got Buddhists who listen.
Yeah, there's that the universe and everything is in cycles, and part of Buddhism is trying to break yourself from that cycle, that never-ending cycle of life, birth, things like that. And so I think that that's kind of where this show ended on, is like that this is the cycle of the universe, and it's never ending, and it's going to always be like this.
It's just repetition. It's history repeating itself. As long as there are two sides of the universal coin, good and evil, that battle will continue and try to extinguish the other, but it can't, because that's not how the universe works. You need yin for yang to be there. You need yang for yin to be there. So, I mean, there's a lot that could be said about the ending. The ending could be its own lightning round, quite frankly.
Almost.
Well,
I mean, because we've already touched on some things like the whole mud puppet thing, which was just nuts.
Oh god!
And...
Okay. Can we talk because I know this is Nathan's.
I opened the can of worms.
Yes, because I said earlier when I was vibrating, because I needed. I was just like, the ending, not the.
God. Have mercy.
So the whole mud puppet thing is the part that gets me. So now, the whole ending of like, well, there's all that this fight between good and evil is going to always exist. That wasn't what I was talking about when I was like freaking out about the ending. It's the mud puppet thing. The fact that the Shaddam supposedly has created mud puppets for some of the key members of the Gorma, so that he could manipulate events and manipulate things in his way. That I thought was interesting, and it was kind of cool. When there's revealed the Emperor is a mud puppet. When Shaddam is revealed as a mud puppet, that's when the whole thing is blown out. And I wanted to ask you guys, I know it's meant to kind of be a mystery, and it's kind of supposed to be left as a mystery. But what do you think the explanation of that is? Like, who created him, and what is the deal there?
To be honest,
Well,
I don't know if there's anybody in the show that we see that you could make a solid enough argument made him into a mud puppet. So it probably have to be somebody else entirely. So I'm not 100% sure, unless you want to say that it was a self-transformation and maybe he forgot that he did it.
I think this has Ko's mom written all over it. I'm sorry.
Okay, so that was one of my strange off-the-wall theories, was what if Ko's mom is the one who recreated Shaddam, and this version of Shaddam, this puppet version of Shaddam, is the one that's been manipulating everything, and she didn't maybe do it as a for power, but maybe just as maybe he died and she was trying to recreate him, but in pouring in his essence or his memories or whatever, she created this ambitious, unloving, monster of a man that he became, and didn't know what to do with him, and then he went off, and the show continues on the way it is. I thought that would have been interesting if they kind of touched on that. There's nothing in the show that says that, but that was my weird off the wall. I think in the show, we are supposed to believe that he created himself, that the original Shaddam knew that he was going to die, and so created these mud puppets so that his plans could continue even after he died. But it is definitely it's definitely purposely ambiguous. But man, I just was like, oh man, there's so much like theory and theorizing, and I just like I don't know what to make of this. And does a mud puppet have semen? Is Ko part mud puppet? What is going on?
Gosh. Hey, listeners with attitude, send us your best theories for the end of Dairanger. But there's one part of the ending.
Please use the word semen in the subject line of your email.
and see if the email goes through.
I was wondering, it was right after that he's like, it's like, listeners, please send us, like, okay, Nathan, where are you going with this?
Anyway, there's one other part of the ending that we haven't touched on this is probably other than maybe the mud puppets, this was the part I was the least prepared for. There's a 50-year time jump.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And we see and all of our Rangers are wearing
old
age makeup and wigs in the last scene, and acting like they're all hunched over and they just came from the nursing home. It's 50 years later, and the world doesn't look all that much different.
What is the one say? What is Kaz or Kat? What is it? Kaze? What does he say? Kazu. God, what is it? What's the blue? Shoot, the name's escaping me. Damn it.
Shoji.
Shoji.
Yeah.
Shoji, you old flamboyant bastard! You look like your age in 50 years.
You look like you came up to my knee last time I saw you. I got a shiny quarter for you.
Okay, no.
Yeah,
my award.
I was just like, why are we jumping ahead 50 years?
Well,
and now all their grandkids are Dairangers.
Yeah, and the grandkids look exactly like them.
Because
yeah, they do.
Right,
but they all have different types. It's the cycle repeating. They all have different character types, and they actually have different colors too, if you look, that they change into.
Yeah.
I love the ending. What's even weirder? I won't spend too much time on this, but 30 of those 50 years have passed already. Think about it. Think about it. Yeah. 30. If the show is concurrent to its production year of 1993, as of today, 30 of those 50 years have passed. That's insane. But the fact that it's all these years later and they're all in old age makeup, and even Ko is still played by the kid in the one.
Okay, so that was my award. They don't show him, but they show a picture of him, and it is the little kid, the 9-year-old kid in old man makeup in that picture, and I love it so much.
You know that they're just having fun with that one.
You know what it is?
Right.
You know what I really love about it is not just the fact that it's funny, which it is, and it's supposed to be, or theatrical. It's very theatrical, but it's also, to me, like a very nice, touching kind of celebration of what tokusatsu is capable of doing emotionally. It's the puppet horse from Frankenstein Conquers the World, right? For anybody out there who doesn't know, there's a scene it's a Toho monster movie from the kaiju movie from the 60s, and there's a scene where where the monster Baragon tramples a barn, and there's a horse in it, and the puppet horse that gets stepped on is ridiculously unconvincing. Now, the guy who made that movie, made the visual effects, Superaya, could have easily matted in a realistic looking horse and made the scene look real, but he used this ridiculous, like cheesy looking puppet horse and this puppet pig that runs around later in the film, earlier, because, quote, it's funny, end quote. Tokusatsu is not about realism. It's about inviting you into a reality, and all of these, people in their 20s playing older, like old grandpas and grandmas, and waving their canes in the air while they watch the young whippersnappers that are their grandkids take up the baton with the same Zord and the same footage, quote unquote Zord.
It's not a Zord.
I got to it before you could correct me, Marchand, but I think it's beautiful. I think it's a really beautiful ending. It leaves you with just as much hope as it does, not nihilism, but it is kind of, not depressing either, but there is something rather there's an undercurrent of darkness to it. Will this be happening 100 years after the events of the show, and then 150 years after? Is it just going to keep going? Yeah, probably. But the show is telling us that we kind of have to accept that.
And it's okay, because there's always going to be...
And that's fine, yeah.
Someone to fight. Someone will stand up and fight. Yeah.
Right. And what's yours, Danny? What's your award?
Okay. Ever so briefly, one of my favorite running gags in this show is how metatextual the monsters sometimes get with their comebacks. And there's a running gag in the show. There's a running gag in the show. It happens, I think, 4 times, where like Power Rangers, the Dairangers do their traditional introductory moves where they each say their name and they do a little bit of their form, and then an explosion goes off in the background and the music swells, and the monsters in these 4 instances react to that. Now, normally that kind of thing is just for the audience to see, right? Where we're seeing them do their dramatic thing. But I wanted to read off a couple of lines from the monsters, because this level of metatextual referencing of something that's so part of the Ranger and Sentai formula, I thought was so funny. In episode 2, Purse Monk says, "Stop showing off," which I thought was hilarious. In episode 12, Tofu Hermit says, "Stop making a spectacle of yourselves." Birdcage Vagrant, one of my favorites, says, "Your introduction's way too long."
That might be the title of the episode now.
But, yeah, this episode's way too long. But my favorite is from episode 11. This is the one that won the Sentai I Can't Believe That Happened award. It's from Magnet Priest, where after they do all their moves and the music blares and the explosions go off, there's a moment of silence, and then he says, "I have to admit, that was pretty cool."
Okay.
Yeah.
And then he's like, "Anyway, it's time to die." But but the villain is like, "You know what? This whole thing is pretty, that was kind of neat. I like how you did all that. And you wasted, 45 seconds of the episode doing these moves." And just the fact that they were referencing it was so, without them looking at the camera and winking, it wasn't a fourth wall break, but it was metatextual enough that I loved it. So
your introduction's too long. That's definitely the
your
introduction.
Your Lili balls are too long. I'm not gonna let the Lili balls go.
Your Kaku is too long.
There it is.
There you go. But apparently, looking at the notes, Michael has made the executive decision. There will be what do we even call it anymore?
There will be no Morphin Time.
There will be no Morphin Time.
We don't need it. We all love this show. We've all said why we love it. It's not necessary. I think we're set.
So that was our discussion on Gosei Sentai Dairanger. So listeners with attitude, we have to ask you, what did you think about this discussion? Did we miss anything? What do you think about who did it better between Power Rangers Season 2 and Dairanger? Let us know by sending us a tweet or emailing us at powertrippod@gmail.com, and we'll be sure to read that feedback on a future episode of the podcast.
But first, Michael, we got to talk about what our next couple episodes are going to be, because this is hot off the presses. We finally made a decision about what our next comic episode will be. And it's going to be, because we have the 30th anniversary special coming up, for Power Rangers, we're going to talk about Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Anniversary Special #1 from Boom Studios, which is an anthology comic, an extra large anthology comic that celebrated the 25th anniversary of Power Rangers. And I'm going to be honest with you, the most notable story in there is one I'm excited to talk about, because it's the trial of Astronema.
Not because of blue wigs and black leather, of course.
Of course. But anyway, so that'll be our next comic discussion. We thought about doing Beyond the Grid, but Beyond the Grid's a big story, so we might reserve that for a little bit later. And then, obviously, our next Sentai episode is going to be Kaiju Ranger. Ninja Sentai Kaiju Ranger. And if you thought Dairanger was crazy, and wait till you get to Kaiju Ranger. I had somebody in our Facebook group said that he thought Dairanger was weird, and my reply was, you're not ready for Kaiju Ranger.
No, we're not ready for Car Ranger. That's the one you're not ready for.
It's just the madness.
Kaiju Ranger.
Kaiju
Ranger is going to be a really weird, very Japanese walk in the park, but I think you're going to have a lot of fun with Kaiju Ranger.
Yeah, so that's what...
And that is the one episode I will allow Rito to show up, is in that Kaiju Ranger.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll talk to him and see if he feels like it. But anyway...
Yeah, okay. Well, let him know.
I'll let him know. He's right now he's having too much fun with the premiere of the new audio drama episode. But
playing with
Travis,
his balls.
Yes. Travis, Danny, shameless self-promotion, get it over with.
All right,
5 hours.
ever so briefly, if the idea of if you're a Godzilla fan, or maybe even not, and the idea of reading the movies in novel form for free sounds cool to you, head to Godzilla Novelization Project.com. There you will find the stories, the books, the short stories, the timelines, links to where you can follow me on social media or support me on Patreon, and all that good stuff. You can email me through there if you want to hear me ramble on other podcasts. Like, just go to Monster Island Film Vault on basically on every episode. I've been on a handful of Kaiju Weekly episodes. I've been on a couple of Henshin Men episodes.
We know you did the hat trick.
I did the hat trick. I accomplished the hat trick. You can read my Kaiju and Tokusatsu ramblings in Kaiju Ramen Magazine and on kaijuramenmedia.com. I'm pretty much everywhere. And I am. Don't laugh. It's true. It's because I just love doing this stuff so much. It is true. That's about as brief as I can make that work. Travis, you're up.
Well, you covered most of mine in your own, because I am the co-creator of Kaiju Ramen Media and Kaiju Ramen Magazine. I was the host of Kaiju Weekly, along with Michael, back when we were putting out episodes on a weekly basis. We're no longer active, but you can still go back and find those episodes. They're still all available, so you can go and listen to my thoughts on Kaiju Media on there. And if you want to hear me talk about Kamen Rider and my love of Kamen Rider, you can check out Henshin Men, where I was on there for most of the episodes, where we talked about the first series of Kamen Rider, me and Nathan. And yeah, if you just want to know more about Kaiju Ramen and Kaiju Ramen Media, check out kaijuramenmedia.com. That's where everything is.
All right. And like we said, we're skipping Morphin time because we went on too long as is.
There's no time for Morphin time.
There's no time for Morphin time.
There's no time for glitter.
Yes. That's what we're calling it now. From now on, it's glitter time. Anyway.
Is it?
Yes. Anyway.
No.
Anyway, listeners with attitude, may you finally enjoy having a 5-hour episode.
And may you always ligma lili balls. I deserve it. I know. Travis.
And may your mud puppets give you as many good vibrations as they have given me.
And on that upsetting note, may the power protect you.
Because you're gonna need it.
We need the protection.
Thank you for listening to The Power Trip, a podcast produced and hosted by Michael Hamilton and Nathan Marchand.
If you'd like to send us feedback, email us at powertrippod@gmail.com. Follow us on Twitter, where our handle is @thepowertrippod, and join our official Facebook group, Power Rangers Legacy. Subscribe to us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, and other great podcatchers.
The podcast logo was designed by Rebecca Hudgens. Follow her on Instagram at super_R_illustrations.
Our theme song was created by JP Gant. Follow him on Twitter at HomebrewedSD. We also use tracks from Super Sentai Complete Works' 30th anniversary album. All film and audio clips belong to their respective copyright holders, and no infringement is intended or implied.
The Power Trip has no association with Toei Company Limited, Saban Entertainment, or Hasbro. Please rate and review us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or Podchaser to spread the word about the show. And until next time, see ya!
This podcast is part of the Kaiju Ramen Podcasting Network and is copyright 2023 Kaiju Ramen Media, LLC. Ha ha!